On the back of one of the worst sessions in a while yesterday, we close out the day on Thursday at the worst levels since back in September of last year. We're lower once again this morning. Futures chopping around here right now, but set to extend these declines 2 days in a row. NASDAQ 100 has now gone 100 days, if you want to do the counting yourselves, all the way back to October, the last time we hit an all-time high. For the NASDAQ 100 specifically, we are more than 10% off the highs now. The composite itself, the 100, still about 9.8%. So on the verge of correction territory for the NASDAQ, both composite and the 100. All eyes continue to be on this Middle East conflict and the back and forth rhetoric that we continue to have between the two sides. Trump doubling, tripling down on his comments yesterday, saying that they're begging to make a deal. Iran definitely not on that sort of commentary with him yesterday, to say the least. Individual movers all over the place again this morning, mostly in the energy sector. We had an initial move higher that has somewhat faded a little bit. We'll talk about that coming up. I mean, Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple, Google, Meta, all with headlines to deal with this morning. Lots of AI things moving around so far. It's been one of those weeks, though, where we get a whole bunch of secondary, if you want to call them, economic data points, including one coming up this morning at 10 o'clock. We'll get Michigan consumer sentiment. Yet another look at inflation. This is a projection type of number. If you haven't been paying attention to Michigan consumer sentiment for a while, they do provide a 1 year and a 5 year inflation projection number. Those two can move the market with all things that are going on in the energy market these days. It'll be closely watched coming up this morning. So lots to consider, to say the least, wrapping up a week where we are now well below major moving averages on pretty much every chart I looked at today.
Yep, pretty much red all over my watch list as well. Brendo, good morning, guys. Lots to talk about. Meta back in focus after one of its worst days yesterday. Amazon also in focus, as well as one of their major chip designers is leaving the company. Microsoft's freezing hiring. Oil's back up. Micron got destroyed yesterday and is negative again today on the back of that turbo quant algorithm from Google. Warner Brothers setting up a vote for the Paramount deal, and Target facing more backlash from some restructuring efforts that they had. Unity reporting as well. We're waiting on CCL, and we're waiting on the metals company as well.
Yeah, that Unity report was kind of interesting. There was more AI talk in that than I think a lot of people were expecting. But you mentioned this one as well. Nice day yesterday for Target. Not a lot of volatility or volume really behind this move, but we are higher here. One of few really looking like this so far this morning. There's a couple of notes on the tech sector, as I mentioned. Apple, one of those, made a nice move right at the close last night, back downside right now. Again, Nvidia, as you said, Meta as well, back in the headlines today. So it's a wait and see, guys, when it comes to all things Middle East related, but some individual catalysts to look at today anyway. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I mean, it's not off to a good start unless, again, you're in oil. There's some kernels of strength. Yay, Unity, sort of, and it remains to be seen about CCL. I'm not that optimistic about them. Netflix is not red after raising prices across the board, and we'll see if that one can hold up. But the real story was just big cap tech getting wrecked yesterday. It was very specifically, you can single out Meta. I think that's fair to do, and then Microsoft, the entire IGV. Huge reversal in some of the chip names. AMD started strong and ended up getting absolutely blasted. So it was a very extreme volatility day. And then we come into Friday where, hey, it's end of the week, options expiration, and that kind of thing. I think we had it was like morning chop at 9:30 and a lot of things, and then we found direction. I think it could be pretty similar. I think that first 15 minutes, or at least the first 5-10 minutes, could end up being a bit of a choppy one as people are trying to settle things out. And just keep an eye on USO. Like, we got that. If you looked at USO, most of the day we just trended up. Like, there was a turn at right about 2 o'clock when we were coming on there in the afternoon, but it just slowly trended higher all day long. That was it. Like, there was never any big pull. It was the same as the day before, just slowly trending higher the entire way. And if it doesn't do anything distinct, it really never gave you any indication that things were going to slow down. So, yeah, I expect we could see some chop again at the open. But once the trend's set, that was pretty much it.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we had that big short in the market all day and really paid out holding it. We'll see today, man. I mean, whoever voted yesterday for red, you win right now. I sort of thought the market would start a little green and then hit the red, but it looks like we're hitting the skids right away now, down 2/3. And yeah, the closer we get to open, the more red this market, I feel like, may get. Not being saved by any economic numbers whatsoever today. We saw at 10 o'clock, we have Michigan, but that's going to be like, the market will already be open for a half hour and potentially getting hit. I think key thing there is what Sharif mentioned there with Meta. I think, you know, it's in our note that it's not like, I forget, was it Evercore ISI? Someone came in there and mentioned that this is not like that tobacco-based moment, right, where everybody realizes they're going to be getting cancer and everything. This is more just here. Who was it there? Yeah, Evercore ISI. Okay, wow. I read something and remembered it. That's amazing. Yeah, just saying that there's a little bit of a woodshed moment here for Meta based on children's use of the platform and potential restrictions coming, and we'll see if. I guess class action lawsuits is what people are a little worried about. I don't think that is what's caused this move down, but we still do have a lot of worries. I mean, these guys are spending probably the most, I think, out of all of the mega spenders there for CapEx, as we continue to watch out how that's going to eventually come to fruition for them. I mean, Llama hasn't been that great. We've been talking about Avocado and trying to make sense of where Meta is going to be. They dropped the Reality Labs or, some of their metaverse situations there, no longer, part of the story. Zuckerberg's made some mistakes, moving forward here, like everybody will. I mean, that's when you buy Instagram for like $1 billion and now it's worth like $1 trillion. Some people forget about those, but that's what got the stock to where it is. Now it's like, where are we going from here?
Well, that's the question.
And still down another 1% today, which is big. Like every time, like Meta down 1%. I mean, this is not. We thought yesterday it's a company. Yeah, it's a $1.5 trillion company. So it's like you're getting hit every single day here.
Tesla, it's wrong to say that Tesla's market cap passed them, because I guess technically if you're going down, it's like Meta went underneath Tesla, if more than anything else. It would be interesting to see if Tesla...
Yeah, Tesla didn't come up to Meta.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's so different when...
I mean, it might be close
Nvidia
now.
was catching people, but it was the other way around. I can't remember the last time we were talking in those types of terms, but that's where we're at. And you know what? Throw out the fact that while we're talking about things that look pretty bad and prove, it's like guilty until proven innocent.
Oh, wow.
What have you done for me lately kind of a deal. So I'm going to start here. So remember, we were looking at this trend line yesterday, and we're like, remember the last time that Bitcoin had this bear flag, or I don't know what you call it when the flag is ascending up, but it's downward. It still looks like a bear flag to me. Maybe there's a different name for it. I wouldn't know. It doesn't really matter. It's what it tells you. But you go in this little up channel, and then it broke last time. And then that's when we got this test down into the 600s. Well, it was doing the exact same thing. What did we just do? And when I say just do, I do mean this morning, you broke that support. So bye-bye, and now we're sort of doing another little consolidation. So to me, as long as it's under 68, like there could be a decent-sized rally in Bitcoin. If it gets to that 68, I'm looking at as a resistance here today. Be trading some IBIT, I would suspect.
I just wanted to send this out here because the whole for no reason part is just incorrect. I know. I just wanted to say, look, there's always reasons for stock movement. And it's just, we talked about Robinhood and the correlation sort of to Bitcoin and to crypto and to the overall feeling of the market, right? I mean, the less money in people's hands and the more jittery they are about investments means less trading. How many of you, we have huge retail watching us, how many trades have you been making over the last 2 or 3 months compared to potentially what you were doing the average 3-month span in 25? So it's just like Robinhood had a huge run up when everything was rosy and, we were hitting, crazy winners on the daily, IPOs, everything last year, right? And now this year it's slowed down a little bit. So it's not to say that we don't think that all this can bounce. I mean, we talked about SoFi, Robinhood, some of the bank stocks as well, but it was just about that comment. I really do think that if Bitcoin was at 80,000 or something, Robinhood would probably be at $80, or something. I don't know. There's not like a crazy correlation that exact, but you know, it's just that's part of the feels. So as some of these more gambling-like assets start to hit the skids a little bit there, you are going to have names like Robinhood get back there down to the downside. So I think that's just part of par for the course. Yep. When you see everything going down. We talked about the XLF going down as well, and you know, IBKR, Charles Schwab. It's not just Robinhood. It's a lot of this. And you know, Brandon said that maybe some of the strength we want to look at today would be, you know, in some of the energy names, like an XOM, like a CVX, you know, XLE, USO. Those are two, you know, more going to follow the price of oil. But XOM right now, it looks like it's going to be at this high opening up here today. Like we're very, very close. Yesterday's level looks like it was 167. I'll have to see if that was actually legit. But, you know, nice little movement upside for XOM. Layering into some bids might be a good idea here today, as oil just keeps on pumping higher. Like the NASDAQ, we highlight this. You know, we came on the air here, you know, and it's just like, okay, see ya. So we got about 15 to 20 minutes of straight downside pressure right now in the NASDAQ. We did get, okay, yesterday, one of the stories that we could play off of here could be Apple. I mean, Apple yesterday was, did it end green, or it was close to flattish on the day when the NASDAQ was down yesterday, here, go to a 5-minute chart. NASDAQ was down 2.38%, you know, and Apple was flattish. We had that big move up on rumors, and it looks like it's going to be confirmed that Siri will be able to play nice with many large language models, which did wind up okay. I didn't even realize you had Apple on your screen. End up with Google. So, you know, Google got hit on that news there yesterday a little bit when we all thought that it was going to be, you know, solely, I don't know if we ever thought that, but we, you know, the news that was pumping out of Apple was that Gemini and Google and Apple were, you know, were once again in bed together there, just like they were with Chrome, where Google would, you know, send a little check or vice versa here for Siri, and they would come up with some sort of a deal. And that was really nice, and that helped rally both Apple and Google to some point. But then yesterday, we get sort of the opposite story there, that we're now going to be playing in a bigger sandbox. So yeah, Google to the downside, and Google at really great levels too. I mean,
relatively cheap too.
What do we want to buy over here?
The thing is, like Apple, look, I'm not saying Apple's having a greatest day, but it's like only down 0.2. Like some things are standing out right now. Like we already mentioned Netflix. I don't know why NEO's not down, whatever. Maybe the Chinese stocks aren't that bad today. And Apple, you just mentioned, only 0.2 down. Uber's only 0.2 down into a 0.7 on the NASDAQ. Nvidia is actually green, believe it or not. Yeah. So there's just a few little things that are worth noting, like some of the destruction. Like Nvidia didn't have a good day either, but some of the destruction was a little bit more distinct in places like AMD. And then we look over at the memory chip, the memory names. Micron, whoa, dark pool print, hello. It's obviously not up 7%, down 1 1/3. Micron, it's nothing to laugh about that this support got lost. I saw someone in the chat saying Robin, who used to have good support levels, now they're all getting busted. Well, when you have a very prolonged up move, right? Like you're going to have, like when you start unwinding, there's levels that get crashed through. Micron took out its big support yesterday. So that's a big one, and when it lost that 370, and you know, like you can look at where you might think it could turn, but that doesn't mean that those levels are going to hold until they prove otherwise. So yeah, you're looking a lot of destruction. Find some relative strength out there. I'm also a little surprised to see Nvidia is actually flat today and slightly up. So maybe there's a little something there. It wasn't really on my radar, but I was shocked about this, Sharif. I thought for sure with another gap up in oil, that, oh yeah, this is going to be one of those days where like these things go absolutely ham. But your battle stock is just diddling in the absolute middle, like doing absolutely nothing. This is a...
Is that Sharif stock?
No, it's a small cap.
Oh, small cap stock.
Small cap oil stock. None of them really... Like, so we sustained an up move basically all day in oil. This thing got destroyed in the afternoon when there was nothing even happening. Like you're holding some of the highs. So it just goes to show they're not holding up all that well as we get this continued bounce.
No, we
have to look at some other small caps.
Right here, I just want to say what happened to CrowdStrike here. And someone said that there might have been a new Claude model leak. Down 8% right now is CrowdStrike. Yeah, not good right here. Sorry, 7% now. I guess we had a bad wick there. I don't know. This pre-market stuff is nuts. And then, you know, just looking at in the space as well. So expecting them all to get hit. I just called up CrowdStrike. Someone called it there in the chat. Palo Alto down 5% right here today as well. And I don't know if, like, new Claude bot, like, I mean, if you're training some sort of a model to build you a cybersecurity thing, I don't know. DKNG there, I just saw crossing, wow, $21. We talked about this the other day, and then this got really hit right back into some key levels. And then just to your point about Netflix, I think that Netflix can run. Actually, I have Netflix written down here. I only have 2 names written on here, and I have actually IBIT long. We'll talk about Bitcoin long, and then Netflix long. So there we go, man. In a day where the market seems to be making that red move one more time, the only things I got written down are longs. And I got Netflix written down right here at 93 bucks. So you guys can go over and tell me what you're trying to trade. But over here, I wrote down already today that, yeah, man, we were going to look at a little bit of a Netflix situation long. So I said volatility seems to be up again here this morning, obviously. So Northwest says you like SPY over here. MSTR is looking, some wallpaper dude is looking at some wallpaper here. He likes MSTR. Watching Nvidia and USO, says Sherman. Casper says keep it real today. OG, yes, my friend. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Looking weak for sure. And a couple of fake Trader TV Sean's commenting as well. So yeah, I really like Netflix. I like IBIT long. And you know, we're going to have, I shouldn't say this, but I think we should have Michael on today. I didn't double check right there. But, you know, good days ahead, man. We've had some great guests this week and given us some good trading ideas as well. But at the end of the day, nobody can tell you what to do. You got to figure it out for yourself. And, you know, I guess we just also should have sold back in November. I mean, it's been a rough first quarter.
ARTL, allegedly.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't buy that yesterday?
No, I didn't buy ARTL yesterday. But Artello Biosciences is going a little bit ham. I'm not even seeing the story on this one yet. Maybe it hasn't been populated, or maybe there isn't one. We'll keep our ear to the ground. But up 100%. What's our float looking like? We'll try to give you that. 735,000 share float. Because why not? You don't actually have to. It's probably done some reverses. Yeah, this has done a reverse split, which would explain it. So it's kind of a reverse split bounce play here. Watch out, since split, 780. $7.80, $8 looks like a bit of.
You know it's picking up a little bit. I'm gonna say hi to everybody here on TikTok right now. 93 viewers, not bad. What's up, Bravely, over here as well, man. There's the TikTok. We're starting to kick it off right there. So we just say in the chat, hi everybody, right there, and it's gonna be a fun day again on TikTok. We want to thank all of our viewers over there watching us, and you know, grab it on TikTok, grab it here on YouTube. Whatever experience floats your boat, we are there. So, super chat. Then let's go then, Andre, man. We are in super chat mode right now.
What we got?
Or not.
Uh-oh.
Okay. There it is. Fang. Yeah, so more oil-related names over here. Yeah, I mean, you like the long in all of these names, and we can look at Diamondback Energy. That is Fang, of course. 204. Many of you are probably surprised that I know that Diamondback name is Fang. Look at this name.
Well, it's one of the best.
Yeah, I know. Oil. I mean, this is just keeps on moving there to the upside. So, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with holding on. And this looks like it's about to break. Oh, no, it's still got a little bit more ways to go up here. That 210 past highs from back in 2024. Not many oil names have, I don't know what was going on there in 24 because not many oil names I don't think have that peak right there. But 210, 212, good little level there. I would say there's no reason, especially as a lot of traders right now are looking for, you know, things to hold, you know, plays. You know, you've really nailed this for the last couple months, that's for sure. So Fang, Diamondback Energy continues to be strong. I mean, I don't know enough about
all the oil charts. I was looking at Oxy today and CVX. It's like it's hard to it would be hard to pull the trigger buying some of those tops.
Oh,
it's
just yeah. If you're in now, it's a little late.
Yeah, like CVX, you need to get that when the Venezuela thing happened. And thank you for the super chat there, Golf. And APD, this is one. It's obviously it's in a nice upward trend, but it's a little bit different. Like if you look at this, this is not blue skies. Every now and then you'll come across something that has one of the most obvious resistance points that Like, you don't have to tell anybody that someone is holding us under 300 bucks. Like, since March of last year, and then going into this false break in August of 300 bucks, and now like a triple top at 300, this does look like a potential breakout. But you know the thing about breakouts, it has to actually push through. Like, you wait for a breakout. You can anticipate a little bit, I suppose, maybe because it's holding some moving averages, like it's holding the 50 period. But you gotta, if you're into it, you got a golden cross going on with APD here. That 300 just looks like a big brick wall. On Fridays, it's usually trouble trying to break those brick walls at big monster optionable levels, especially when they're that big resistance. So, but you got a good look. It is a nice upward trend, kind of thing that you want to keep an eye on when it does, if and when it does eventually get that breakout. We have a lot to cover. You said we're going to have the NOS boss.
Yeah, we will. I double checked. The NOS boss will be in the building.
You know what else it is today?
What?
It's opening day for the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yes, it is.
Who went to the World Series, by the way, in case you didn't know.
I'm at the Raptors game tonight, so it should be a fun one tonight.
It's going to be busy.
Yeah, it will be.
Because the Raptors are at home. The Jays are obviously at home for the opener, and then even the Scepters are playing in town. So, yeah, Toronto's going to be lit tonight, even though it's minus 14.
What?
Well, with the wind chill, it was.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah. I was saying it was cold this morning.
Yeah, it's pretty cold with the wind chill.
Yeah, it's got to get better around here. Yeah, there it is, frozen up.
So from the boys in blue, let's head back to the desk to the boys in white.
Yeah.
Well, that's not really white.
It's sort of.
No, it's like I don't know.
Not white.
No.
It actually looks white, though, yeah. Interesting. Pink. I like it. A couple other things just popping up in front of me right now. There's some Middle East headlines floating around, more rocket launches and whatnot taking place. Currently, I just brought up the market here, absolutely no reaction whatsoever. We're getting to that point where even those types of headlines do not move the index anyways. We're back to basically session lows here, definitely below yesterday. If you zoom out a little bit, there is this low, 662, to watch at some point, maybe today. I mean, there's a couple other headlines. Shout out to our friends over at Intercontinental Exchange, ICE. It's the ticker. I don't know what you want me to do. Closing that $600 million investment into Polymarket. So if you're not familiar with the Intercontinental Exchange, they own the New York Stock Exchange among many, many others. So now they're adding a huge investment here, $600 million into Polymarket. It just kind of shows that the legitimacy of this, first off, and the growth projection.
I've always been kind of astonished by the accuracy of some of these prediction markets, Brendo. They're quite accurate. Whether or not you were talking about the Netflix deal or the IEPA tariffs, they seem to get it right every single time. Let's starting with the election, of course, back in late 24. But yeah, I know ICE more from Sean and Neil's vests that they have on their desk there. Is that a nice vest, Neil? Okay, my mistake.
Ice is in the locker.
But yeah, that is a good deal. And we've seen a lot more of these gambling names, whether it's Flutter or DraftKings, also want to get into the prediction markets. So lucrative, is it?
Yeah, Netflix moving up here, $94 just hearing coming into play. Yeah, back to essentially session highs, as we said, raising prices across the board. Conveniently just ahead of this Ronda Rousey fight coming up.
Oh, yeah, well, there you go, exactly. Yeah. Well, the sports is going to cost them some money. Yeah. As we've seen before with Amazon and the NBA, there's hyperscalers that are all competing for this, and they got a lot of money, so Netflix has to ante up. But I want to bring everybody's attention to this small cap gapper that's really going right now, guys. ARTL, Neil brought this to you. This is really, really going. It's 157%, 875. This one could see 10 shortly, so trade this one carefully, but this one's on the breakout.
And tons of volume behind that as well, I was seeing as well. It's worth noting, we talked about the SpaceX IPO at some point in the short term. Anthropic coming out this morning, kicking the tires on maybe October. Yeah. Which is a little bit, I think, ahead of schedule for what people were saying earlier about Anthropic specifically. I heard December, maybe end of the year kind of thing. So October would be the second huge one, at the latter half of this year.
And they got a bit of a W yesterday, winning, at least at the court of first instance, against the Pentagon, designating them as a supply chain risk. So we'll have to see how that obviously doesn't appeal. This is probably not the end of the story, but at least a W for them locally.
And then, yeah, if you're watching cybersecurity this morning, it looks like, anyways, lots of people talking about this. this Claude Code, new version of Claude Code specifically, sending all the cybersecurity stocks lower this morning.
Oh, Brendo, here's the headline for ARTL. It's coming in now.
Sure.
So they've withdrawn registration for a stock offering. No securities were issued or sold.
That'll do it.
Exactly. So it's kind of the opposite of an offering. There you go, guys.
So we'll keep an eye on ARTL. Let's jump over to Joe for some options action.
All right, guys, good morning and happy Friday. Let's take a look at what we have from an action standpoint in the derivatives world. We're going to kick things off with Meta, another tough day for this social media giant. Now, moving forward, guys, open interest sitting around 7,830 and volume around 10,300. Now, we're far, far away from this point. $610 strike price. These contracts are worth absolutely nothing. And we were looking at some of the at-the-money calls yesterday as well, too. Still worth something, but not very much. They've lost over 70% of their value. So it's been a really tough look here in META. Moving forward, bid in the ask, once again, a dollar spread. But the daily options volume here, the DV, 1.63 million contracts open and closed on META throughout the expiration cycle strike prices. All right, guys, Delta 007, we had to put that one in there. And then sure enough, it's not anything considering we're so far out of the money here this morning and you have little to no gamma exposure, but we do have an increase at the money IV. All right, so Meta not looking too good here, guys. Moving forward, the SPY. Tough session once again here. We had Katinaman with the short on the TQQQs, and the SPY was following as well. Open interest sitting 33,400 there, and then volume 48,400. Now, as for the 660 strike price, guys, relatively tight. But I mean, the bid and the ask is actually pretty wide for a SPY contract, sitting at $5, and your DV, your daily volume, sitting around 13 million open and closed contracts. Your delta sitting at that $4 metric, which isn't substantial whatsoever, and then you almost have little to no gamma exposure. Slight uptick in the implied volatility, but I would look to see a little bit more. I don't think this is anything really out of the ordinary, but if we continue to slide throughout the intraday session and we get that expansion, you'll see an uptick in implied volatility. But 27%, it is slightly elevated, but nothing substantial, as I just mentioned. We can typically see that around 23 to 25%, maybe even in the 20s or lower 20s. But other than that, I'm not too worried just yet because we can use implied volatility as a gauge as well to see, hey, are we looking to climb higher or is there going to be some more potential downside? But we will be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
Sure, and we do expect some I'm sure there's going to be some interesting names on the downgrade side. Maybe you'll get an upgrade in Netflix because everybody on the desk seems to like this one to the long side. It is getting a little bit of a pop. It was already, look, we already knew about this price increase in the movement yesterday, and it respected the volume weighted average price, which I'm going to like if we get any kind of a retest of it. But this looks a little bit better. In addition, we almost forget that they got $2.8 billion after that deal. Sorry, $2.8 billion after the Warner Brothers deal went the other way. So like that was already a net benefit for them they're going to see in the next quarter, in addition to being able to raise prices and generate some revenue. Then you throw on the fact that, well, it's breaking a bit of it's not really a trend, but a pullback from 100 is the best way to put it. It's a pullback from 100, and it's breaking out of that in here today. Like that support at 93 gives you like some trend line support. So I think this is one of the dip and rip kind of stocks that makes a heck of a lot of sense to me. You just have to find relative strength. And if you're looking for longs, I mean, there's going to be small cappers that are always out there. There's going to be energy names abundantly that are going to be strong. Unity had good news. Maybe CCL somehow magically has a really good report this morning. There's going to be other things out there, but this one already standing out and looking to take out some pretty big levels. Hopefully, it'll be able to get into this 96 again, but I want it to dip before it does that. And hey, the good news on the futures, if there's going to be good news, down 0.6%. The NASDAQ just kind of double bottom. It bounced off the low again. We're still in a downtrend, but we've held that low pretty much the last hour and a half or so. So we're not doing great, but at least we haven't plunged and made a fresh low. And there's that old line. If you don't break the low, there's only one place to go.
Yeah, I'm just getting the sticky note out now. Yeah, the number one name on there is going to be IBIT, and then number two is going to be Netflix, and then we have silver on here as well. Silver up 1.2% today. We'll see what happens near the $62 mark here for SLV. So they're up, so that's nice. Silver up, gold up today as well. So, you know, maybe there is a little bit of a bigger flight today to something that they call safety here in gold and silver, but I don't think silver is necessarily a safe asset these days, but gold is supposed to be, in a nice move down there for GLD recently. You don't see these kind of, you know, dramatic moves often. Even if we just go back to here from March, so just this month alone, we actually had that stat that this was the worst month since 2008 for gold, down now 18%. So that's not going to bode well for any of the gold sort of bulls out there, or gold bugs, I guess they call them. 400, we'll see if that wants to hold. Remember, this is GLD, so this is not attached exactly to the price of an ounce here, but right there, GLD, $400 bouncing off. I don't think we had that wick down to 380, but at the end of the day, you're making a move back into the 200 period moving average. Nice to see a little bit of a bounce back here today for GLD. All right, back over the desk, it's Michael Noss time.
Yeah, let's continue the conversation we started back on Monday. If you remember I mean, it was 4 weeks at that point, Michael Noss, we were talking about for the indexes specifically. Yep. And then we said, like, what happens if we dig a little bit deeper and look at sectors specifically? Is there any difference in the actual outcome, you know, of this concept? You may have to redo this over the weekend. You're probably going to have to redo this over the weekend and add another one to the count here, because barring some sort of crazy tweet or something, you know, this is going to be a red week too.
Well, and I think we tried the tweet after the close yesterday, and seems like we don't care anymore. So I don't know what's going to happen. But yeah, to summarize, what I brought on Monday was just a simple strategy of what happens when the SPY is down 4 weeks in a row if you just buy it and hold for a week. And here's just a basic chart with some examples of, you know, you're buying and then you're just selling a little bit later after a little bit of a bounce. And we found that it was a pretty decent win rate. It was around 65%, give or take. I made one tweak from there, which we'll talk about. And then, like we talked about on Monday, Brendan was interesting. What happens if you ran the individual sectors? And I had an assumption that, well, the SPY is mostly large cap tech, so large cap tech's probably going to do great, and maybe everything else is, you know, in the middle or not that interesting. And to spoil the end a bit, I was way off, which is, I think, a really good lesson and a beauty of looking at data and numbers and trying to get kind of feels out of the way. So the next chart I have here, this is what I brought on Monday. This was the basic idea of, hey, if we're down 4 weeks in a row on the SPY and we just buy it and then we sell it next week, what happens? And this is the equity curve. You can see not enough trades that this is like a trading style that would be your bread and butter, but maybe something that you just kind of do on top of everything else that you're doing. If you see this phenomenon happening, because as you can see, it's fairly rare, then you just kind of take a trade if you like the setup or what's going on in the news or whatever it is. Now, what I noticed was, if you look at the chart, it's, you know, 2000, 2008 was kind of rough. Some of the other periods were a little bit rough as well. So I just said, okay, what if we added a trend filter, a very basic trend filter, and saying, okay, we're looking at a weekly chart. So what if we're above the 50-week moving average, which is going to be roughly the 200-day moving average, give or take, you know, calculated a little bit differently. But, you know, again, the 50-week moving average. And the next chart is just what that one simple addition has made. And you can see you make less money. There's less trades overall, but an overall smoother equity curve. And just wanted to show this as a way just to say, okay, sometimes a very simple tweak that makes a lot of sense, I think, to a lot of people out there, right? You don't want to buy 4 weeks down in a row during 2008. You'd rather buy it when we're in a nice uptrend, can really kind of smooth results and smooth equity curves. But now for the experiment. So I thought right away, the next chart here is XLK. So you guys probably heard me Monday. I said, you know, the SPY is mostly tech. So XLK is your tech weighting of the SPY. I said, so this is probably going to move quite similar to what those results were. And you can see how completely wrong I was. The equity curve does nothing until just very, very recently, around 2020 or so. And then it becomes a pretty good trading strategy. But before then, you're talking 50% winners, 55, I think, and just it's not really an equity curve I'd want to trade. You know, you can't be underwater for a decade and then finally make money at the end of that. So the next chart, I went to the complete other end and I said, okay, well, what about XLU? So this is our most boring sector out there. It is utilities, it is gas and electric and water and things that generally people consider defensive assets on the other side of that. And this equity curve looks even better than the S&P 500. And then so I said, okay, well, let's continue to look at boring stuff. So the last chart here is XLP, which is our consumer staples. And this looks great as well. This is, your Coca-Colas, your General Mills, that type of thing. And the fact it's not that I would, necessarily trade these in these sectors. I think I like the S&P 500 as a whole, because then if something catastrophic happens, at least I just bought the S&P 500. And I know at some point, it's probably not going to go to zero. And if it does, I've got other problems than the money I took in that S&P 500 trade. But what's very interesting here to me is that my initial assumption was way wrong. And one of the main benefits of living in a world now where we have the ability to run these tests fairly simply, with tons of different softwares out there, you could use AI to program the back test. You can get data and kind of raw objective measurements very, very simple. So I had an assumption. It was dead wrong. I can completely change my mind and say, well, maybe it's an area that works more in the defensive space. And that allows me now to go down a little bit of a different road than I probably would have gone initially, which I would be looking at the highest beta stocks out there to buy. Well, now maybe I'm going to look at the lowest beta stocks out there to buy if these sectors are 4 weeks down in a row. I don't know if this last chart made it. I made the addition a little bit after I sent it. Oh, perfect. And this is the XLP. So this is a chart as of what we saw as of yesterday. Or as of this morning, sorry. So if this closes red, this is a weekly chart, it closes red, then we are getting this trigger. So for anyone who is interested, we have, based off the historical backtest, a roughly 65% chance that after this fourth red week in the XLP, that we get some sort of a bounce. And this time might be a little bit different because we had this huge surge in the XLP when it came to Claude taking everybody's jobs. So I don't know if this one's going to work a little bit differently, but I just wanted to give kind of one actionable thing from the back test. And Brendan's right. Now I got to go back and I got to say, well, what happens if we're down 5 weeks in a row? Because it looks like that's what's in store for us.
Yeah, barring, some sort of miracle maybe coming today. I mean, it's 65%. It's actually really high. I mean, the other one was 70, 73, 78, something like that.
Yeah.
If you zoom out to the overall market, just remind everyone, what was the percentage, the win-loss ratio on the S&P?
For the S&P 500 as a whole,
yeah,
it was around 70% if you add that trend filter into it.
Okay.
Which, if you think about it, if you just look at a random distribution, most weeks it's going to be like 50% up, 50% down, right? It's give or take. More up than down over time, but not a significant amount. So that's always what you're looking at for your baseline. It's kind of like what I say, if anyone brings you a stat that says, oh, when this happens, the S&P 500's up 70% of the time 1 year later. Well, the S&P 500's always up 70% of the time 1 year later. So we're looking for a baseline, which is about random week to week in the market, and a significant move above that baseline, which it looks like we get when we're down this 4 weeks in a row. Makes sense if you just want to think about why. It's, if you're short and the market goes down 4 weeks in a row, probably going to take some profits. That might lead to a little bit of a short-term bounce.
Something like this XLP, though, I mean, that's a pretty good-looking chart, holding above prior resistance and turning into support at this point. Just kind of outline the concept here again. This is not I'm buying this here and holding it for the next 20 years type of idea, specifically just targeting a bounce.
Yeah, the actual back test I did, and I tried when I brought the test to you guys on Monday, I tried 1 week. So basically you're buying it on Friday if it's closing, and holding it for 1 week. And then I did 2 weeks, and I think I did 4 weeks, and they were all positive. But the further out in time you went, the less positive it was, because by definition, you're counter trend trading. So yeah, you're looking for a very short-term bounce. And I like that you talked about the chart, because that's where I see the biggest benefit of data and systematic trading. Is a lot of people think, when I talk about being a quant and a systematic trader, that we just kind of shut off our brains and blindly follow what we're seeing in the data. But if you think of it more as a synergistic thing, where I have went back and proven that there's a better than 50-50 chance we're going to bounce next week. If you went through that and then you just use the technical analysis skills you already have and knowing what's happening in the news and knowing what's going on, then you may look at something like XLP and say, well, data says there's a 65% chance we're higher next week. I see exactly what you're seeing, Brendan, where we're pulling back to this kind of breakout area that we had. And Staples might be a really kind of comfy place to put some money in based off of what's going on, in the world and in the Middle East. So you take all of these things and you just do a weight of the evidence approach, not just because the numbers say, or not just because the chart says, but the more things that kind of stack up, you go, okay, maybe this is a place that I'm okay risking some money in.
And look, at the end of the day, as you said, in these current conditions, maybe simpler is better for the short term. Trying not to overthink things and trying not to, put too much to work in the short term and take advantage of interesting data points instead. Great stuff. Yeah. Michael Nuss, have a great weekend. We'll talk on Monday.
Talk to you on Monday. Have a good one, guys.
Buy the dip, he says. You know what? But it does make sense. If you have an extended move in any sense in the overall market to the downside, well, if in the long run, everyone always says the market goes up in the long run, there's going to be these bounces. They don't necessarily mean that you've hit a temporary bottom, but they can give you a place to look for some things to flip into the long. And speaking of long, we got a super chat here from a golf franchise again here, if we can. Do y'all think I can get another 30 points out of the LYB long? You're up $23 points. Dollars points, same thing. You say whatever you want. Now overall, well, when you just look at this chart, this actually, I have a monthly chart up, by the way. I don't really know your time frame, but the monthly chart is the one that shows the most sense. Netflix is going to hit 95 any second now. You have this good double bottom on the monthly, but then you look at it, and it's really, it really was holding the 50 period on the monthly, and then it broke. That's when you got the acceleration. So you had support, acceleration down. It's getting into that 50 period. So technically, you obviously want to, you're saying you want to shoot for up here, that 100 level for the resistance. But there is also the 50 to at least consider. But there's nothing wrong with being in the money and having a good problem to have. I've always been one of those, because I don't really swing trade very often, but if I'm in trend break swing trades, I usually play it to the moving average. So if I'm doing it on a monthly time frame, I'd be playing it to, that's usually what I would do. If I see resistance at a major moving average, that means I've kind of bottom picked something. If it's underneath that, it's not really upward trending. So that's usually how I would roll. But I think you got a great one in there for sure. And I don't know if it's going to be on the upgrades and downgrades list, but that stock, LYB, been upgraded the last couple of months.
Good stuff. No, I don't believe it is going to be today, Neil. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. Relatively quiet. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades and some lowering of price targets. Now, Nokia getting his price target lowered and a downgrade here, guys, from outperform to underperform. And that's going to be euro, $6.85 or 6.85 euros there. And then sure enough, Unity releasing that they're going to be coming above prior guidance with a 13% pop roughly on yesterday's close. A big time move in Unity Software, BTIG giving them a price target being lowered from $41 to $39. And then we have Wix.com, price target being lowered from $114 to $91 by JP Morgan. And then we have Vital Farms, Telsey Advisory Group, lowering that price target from $35 to $20, guys. Moving forward, let's take a look at some of the upgrades. TripAdvisor getting the nod here, guys, going from a neutral to a buy by B of A. You're up 3 3/4 roughly. Price target increase from $14 to $15 as well. Now, Cord Energy also getting the nod. Equal weight to overweight by Morgan Stanley. You're positive 1% here this morning. And that price target was increased from $114 to $168. Now, SPX Technologies going from a hold to a buy with a price target of $244. And then we have Teleflex. Teleflex giving them the upgrade. Raymond James giving Teleflex the upgrade. Market perform to outperform with a price target of $128. We're up 1.5% here this morning.
You know what's interesting? The most bullish looking chart, of course, is one that was on the downgrades list because Unity.
Well, they had earnings.
Yeah, with those revised numbers looking pretty good. 14%, it's up. And look, I know Unity hasn't been worthy of the Unity in a very long time, but today, well, at least hopefully today, because if the market goes down forever, it's not going to matter. You got a nice double bottom on the daily at 17. Here, you've already bounced off a prior resistance level in the pre-market at 19 bucks. It's not the greatest in terms of volume. Like it actually has right now a 4-cent spread on a $20 stock. So, you know, liquidity is going to come in at the open, which is fine. But as long as this can hold 19, this is worth a watch because at least you don't have to worry about, you know, does it have relative strength? Like today, like for someone, poor timing, unfortunately, for whomever gives it the downgrade, right? I'm assuming they do that before the revised numbers. I'd have to assume, otherwise it's just bold. But Unity, at least you're getting a sign of strength, you're getting a positive catalyst, and you have, even if we go sideways, right? Like if we have a day where it's more of a chop fest than anything else after yesterday's volatility, at least you're looking at something like that's another reason we're looking at Netflix today. Like Netflix is moving regardless. Unity is going to move regardless. So if we end up with a disappointing sideways choppy kind of day, you at least are going to be in the right space. And if it caught an analyst off guard, then I suppose that's not too bad either.
Just looking here, yeah, Netflix right there is just getting into $95. I mean, yeah, like, again, you write down the sticky note literally at 93.40s right into here, and I put down $93, and now you see Netflix is absolutely a pump right now through. So there it is, Netflix 93 long. Good base early. I mean, it's what I wrote down. You can go find the sticky note at Trader TV Sean. But yeah, good base early, and now it's way off. So there goes Netflix. As people looking to trade something to the long side, it looks like Netflix will be the one to be chosen today. I'm still going to sit back in here in case we do get a little move down, looking to get longer around $93 for Netflix. So that would be a trade for me there. And then also looking at Nvidia short. But again, like I wrote down 173 short right into yesterday's sort of bump there. That's 172.50. We take that. Yeah, so it's funny because the two names that I wrote down on here, we wrote down IBIT. IBIT's not doing anything. But I write down the Nvidia short. That's already printing, and then the Netflix long, which is already printing, and it's kind of just took off without us right here. So let's wait to see what this market winds up doing. Not much going on now, down 0.7. We've already had sort of this dramatic whoosh there, and then when we first boom there, we came on air, that happened, and right now you're looking like you are going to think about anyways breaking this pre-market low, and yeah, then that's going to be a problem. Probably short again today. I think it's going to be another risk-off day unless you can find specific names, and that's what we're going to try to do right here, right now. Quickly into oil, then I'll throw it back over there, see what the guys are up to. The K contract right now was up a couple percentage points earlier, still up 2.5 right now as we, we'll wait to see if there's any sort of an action. We did have Donald Trump yesterday going to April 6th. He's saying he's going to hold off on the infrastructure bombing there in Iraq and Iran. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with all of that talk as 96.50, the low tick right now for oil this morning. So yeah, I think we had Steve on yesterday was talking about how, grabbing some of those, calls into the weekend, puts into the weekend, and then, nibbling on things. So we'll have to wait to see if that holds true here. Hoping for some sort of a good weekend full of better information coming out of the Middle East.
We keep looking for like good information or like relative strength of things that look good. I just saw in the chat, and this is also true, Josh West. Gold doesn't look that bad this morning. Like we're sitting on the lows. Obviously, we're getting a little bit of a bump. While we've been slowly, gently trending down all morning, gold has been battling back up a little bit, and you haven't really seen that. Like whenever we've seen strength in oil, really the reflecting strength that it causes in the dollar has been bad for the metals, unfortunately. And at least today, like maybe we get one of those days where it can buck the trend. That remains to be seen at the open, but I don't know I haven't looked at silver yet. But gold, uptrend, as when the market just hit the NASDAQ just hit the lows again. Actually, silver not as good, still up, but not as good in terms of trending up. So it looks like gold is doing a little bit better than silver, worth keeping an eye on for sure. But yeah, there's I want to go back, just if we can, like backtrack to that the cybersecurity names for a quick little second, because like Crowd in particular, it gets down 6% right now, and just the way that it will happen to line up, if it goes SSR, it's gonna be at the February low. So this has a decent chance to retest that. And you throw it at the Friday, $350 is gonna be a pretty big level regardless. So on the back of the mind, CrowdStrike, SSR, and 350 are kind of lining up here as well. It's not the kind of thing to put on the note. It would take another extreme move, but if you don't think that something can fall 10% when it's already down 6.5, we weren't paying attention to yesterday.
All right, so here we go. Let's get you guys a little active here in the chat. All right, custom poll is now active. All right, option one, you're going to be sitting on cash and just being patient, right? I mean, this is what today's trade. This is just today's trade. You know, what are you guys going to be doing? Sitting on your hands, basically, waiting for some opportunities to get in there, both long or short? Or are you going to be patient and wait for your longs right there? And I have some ideas written down for myself, too. I have IBIT waiting for the long. I'm trying to be patient waiting for the Netflix long. Or are you going to be looking for shorts? And if you're looking for shorts, you know, maybe you're waiting for that Nvidia pop to 173, like I was thinking about. Maybe you're looking at that CrowdStrike as well. So get the votes going right now. This is it. So it looks like we're going a third right now. Pretty good. This leads me to believe that we're pretty mixed right now in what we're thinking about. 29%, 25%, 45%. So it looks like we're actually looking for a little bit of longs rather than the shorts today, guys. So, you know, thanks for getting those votes in there. And again, if you are on TikTok or anywhere you're watching us, Instagram Live, wherever you are, make sure that you do hit your vote. It will count. So put in whatever you've got going on right now, even if you're watching on TikTok radio, which I'm going to call up. I have to load the chat here going on there. Make your votes, whatever you vote for here in TikTok. This is everybody that's here today. Family, Sylvia's here, Mr. Felix is here. Whatever you're doing, man, hit it in TikTok and your vote will count as well. So there it is. Oh, what's up? Melik, who votes 3 right there. He's looking for some shorts over there in TikTok. So TikTok land. Good job there. Thanks, everybody, for getting this vote going. So right now, it's sitting on cash or looking for longs right there. 75% of our audience either sitting on cash or looking for longs. The shorts don't got the votes yet there today, guys. We'll put that vote back up there in a little while and see where we can go with that poll. But there it is, man. Thanks for hitting those buttons and letting everybody know, you know, what you guys are looking for. So cash and longs today winning the day. So it should be interesting.
No one ever wants to short the lows. It's one of those, it's not a popular.
It's just looking for shorts. You know,
yeah, it's tough because it's tough because I think a lot of times if you're day trading, I like SMCI for a short, but I like Netflix for a long. You know, like you'll have a little bit of that going on. And then maybe you like the USO. So you know, as long as you have an idea of like where you see strength, where you see weakness, I think you will be absolutely fine. By the way, that ARTL just hit $9. It's still going absolutely ham. Not only did it break out, it just bounced off VWAP. So holding above VWAP, that's what Sharif will like, and that's what Luis will not like, and then getting back into 9. So there's going to be something for everybody today, because maybe you're a small cap trader, and then you know you like this thing long, or maybe you're bold enough to actually like it for a short. Not sure if that's going to be one that people will like for the short side, but hey, to each their own. Sharif, even you short small cappers now sometimes.
Even you.
I'm trying, Neil. Kind of sometimes tough to get your hands on them right in time, but yeah, been giving it a try, especially when they set up, Brendo.
I mean, the market just goes down every day. You got to like stop swimming against the flow.
And Luis pointed out, like when he comes on the midday, he's like, most of these small cap gappers, when you look at them statistically, they will go green to red. So, you know, shorting is statistically advantageous.
Yeah, and trying to have something. I was talking to him about that, trying to have something for the entire day almost because of that simple percentage number. Worth noting, market trying to bounce here off session lows. We did make a new low through 642 there on the SPY, but trying to bounce a little bit back to the upside. I don't know if this means anything, but just another fun random fact for the market. As per Bespoke on X, Bespoke Invest, great follow. Yesterday was the 9th red Thursday in a row.
Okay.
I guess in a downtrend, that's not really that surprising.
Interesting.
But 9 Thursdays, not necessarily the week, It's only been 4 or 5 weeks, but 9 Thursdays in a row.
Yeah, I'd like to know, is Friday green? Do people like to leave off the week on a green note? Yeah. I find personally, just from trading-wise, Thursday is always my worst day. It's kind of like right at the tail end of the week. You don't have, the weekend tomorrow, so there's still another day. Yeah. I find Thursday to be the toughest day for me personally.
Market not liking it right now. Thursday's not the day to buy, apparently, anyways, at this point. I was kind of similar. I was watching an interview with Howard Marks of Oaktree last night, and he actually threw out an interesting stat. I have no data to back this up, so his word, not mine. But he was essentially saying that if you buy the S&P 500, historically, you buy the S&P 500 going back to the beginning of time, when the PE is 23 or above, the average 10-year return thereafter is 2 to minus 2%. As of the close yesterday, we're at 26.
So not yet.
On the S&P 500. So, I mean, if you do the math, it's 23%, I think, to go downside still, which, is probably not even going to happen. I mean, the market's expensive, but obviously not the only thing that matters in this conversation at this point, but I thought that was interesting.
No, but that's interesting. You and I have talked about this multiple times. We both buy indexes, and we were both trying to be strategic about where we pick up the index. Some people, they get in on the first red day of the week, or they need a certain percentage off highs for them to hit the buy button. So I've always found this to be a bit more nuanced, right? Everybody's got their own strategy, but yeah, it's interesting. A lot of analysts have been saying we're richly valued at these multiples. Whether you're looking at the Mag 7 or you're looking at the market in general, it's richly valued.
I mean, it's been that way for a few years now. That's nothing new, but I thought that was interesting from him. Nvidia also just starting to bounce here. A little bit of volume coming back in. It's not really doing a heck of a lot, but bounced off session lows, trying to get back to the upside. Yesterday was really ugly for Nvidia specifically. Was holding up a little bit better than the rest this morning, but trying to fade here.
Look at this range. I mean, if we can put this up, Andre, this range, we have been in this range, Brenda, I want to say since July, late July, early August of 2025. We're at the 200 period right now, and we're at the lower end of the range. So if you feel Nvidia holds up at these levels, well, it held up before at this 170-ish, high 160-ish level. I mean, on this morning with Morgan Brennan on Morning Call, that she had a technical analyst on this morning, is basically saying we are at that critical level of support on Nvidia. It has to hold here. It's at the 200 exponential. I don't know where the simple is, but that range is pretty obvious, and we're going on a year of holding this range.
It's
almost in July.
Tough when the market is the key, maybe from a technical standpoint going forward. This did absolutely nothing for the stock, but it's worth noting AAL back to the lows here as well. You've been raving about WestJet in this country because of Starlink and the in-flight experience. Another one about to connect, it looks like, as well. So AAL in talks with both Starlink and Amazon's Leo to revamp their in-flight internet experience. You're off to the sunny south next week. Yes. Is it a WestJet flight?
It's a WestJet flight, and I made absolutely certain of that, Brendo. I wasn't going to accept anything else. No, quite frankly, I don't want to keep raving about it, but it's fantastic. The latency is not what you would expect. It's pretty quick. The speed is ridiculous. You have no buffering whatsoever in the videos. And the beautiful thing is about YouTube, you catch that 20-minute, 30-minute video, a bunch of those, all of a sudden you're home. Separately, I just wanted to say, I was looking at Starlink yesterday just for informational purposes to see if I wanted to get Starlink in my area, what it would cost me. 400 megabits, that's about half the speed that I have with Rogers. I have a gig, right? So, but still pretty good, right? It'll cost me $125 a month, which isn't that's dissimilar.
That's normal,
Exactly, than what I'm paying. Moreover, I get a free travel one as well, which is like a $400 value, meaning, if you go anywhere up north, the cottage, and there's plenty of places like that in Canada, you're connected. Yeah, it's not bad.
Interesting. Not bad. So AAL, potentially going to upgrade if you're planning a flight in the next couple of months here, maybe the internet experience, because quite frankly, every other airline is just absolute garbage at this point for the point in time we're at with technology. Like, come on. It's dial-up at best.
You can barely even get a message through. Like, you're sitting there waiting for the delivered, message on the bottom. It's
like, how are they all not doing this at this point?
I don't know.
It's crazy. So, I mean, AAL not moving on that, but interesting, guys, going forward.
I looked at Starlink as well. I'm getting the 1.5 gigabyte fiber in my house, and it's $80 a month. So until we get a little cheaper on Starlink, I think Starlink has advantages because you can travel. You can buy like something to travel with it and create like little hotspots with it and everything like that. So I think that part's pretty cool, especially if that's something you can do. You know, traveling with the kids in the car or whatever, and you know, we just hotspot our phones.
Or if you don't,
we have unlimited data, but. Yeah, here in North America, we're probably pretty.
My sister-in-law was
spoiled.
like 6 hours. It's like it's deep. They literally call it Deep River. Like if a place is called a Deep River, it's probably far away from most of humanity. But no, but they use Starlink and it's fantastic and it's great for them. I think it's a really cool product. We were just talking about a startup. Talking about launching things into air. There's an actual startup that is launching that aims to launch mirrors into air, into orbit, and then refract sunlight to locations on demand. Like you would ask for sunlight in your location, and then 30 minutes later you would get it. Like the things that are happening are all very cool. But if we're going, you know, if we're kind of bringing this sort of back, I know you were looking at AAPL there just a second ago, but. Yeah, this isn't looking good, but that's probably not the travel or kind of name that we're going to be looking at today.
Nvidia, everything's getting
in 15 minutes. Well, I shouldn't say in 15 minutes because I don't know when they're going to report. It's usually between now and 9, somewhere in the next 15 minutes, CCL should be reporting. And we just hit another fresh low, and the NASDAQ just happened, S&P as well.
Everything's falling. Nvidia's going to break 170.
You're already down 2.5 here. Like, this is unthreatened. Like, we don't know what's going to happen. Maybe CCL is a good report. It'd be nice to be able to talk about the numbers here, but watch out for this. If there's a travel name worth watching today, to me, it's going to be CCL after earnings, especially if it threatens this flat bottom here. But just nothing is holding up. Right now. I mean, Netflix is making the hold. US old holding up pretty nicely, but that's not really helping most people's portfolios. Another down day, it looks like, heading into this open. It's already 9 o'clock, though, so look, we have our watch list to go through. We're going to have the free watch list, I should say, to get through. And as I said, in sometime in the next 10, 15 minutes, we'll get some earnings from CCL, and I expect some volatility there. Obviously, it's a little crazy to try and trade that in that first 15 minutes. And then remember, they'll have their call during the open. But I would expect some volatility. NCLH should move around as well. And they're going to be in play. They're in play regardless because of oil and what's going on in the Middle East. But yeah, it's going to be a big one, I expect. I could see 7 to 10% back and forth on CCL for a few minutes at least. But let's head on back to the desk, talk about these futures that are tanking again.
I don't really have anything good to say, sadly. SPY, it's obviously on a breakdown. There's no more consolidation at the top. We lost the November lows, and there's really, quite frankly, no area of support unless you look at that 620 area. That was the area that we put in August as an area low. Below that, we're looking at 610 as the other kind of flat top that we couldn't break through in late January, early February of last year. This is the daily chart on the SPY, guys. We're below the 200. We've broken below the 200, the November area low. We're looking at 620 as a general area of support. Probably not on the day, of course, but this is what the chart is showing on the daily.
Yeah, I mean, most daily charts yesterday were not good at all. If you haven't done so yet, grab the watch list. Link is below. Second link in the description down below will get you to the sign-up page that you need, an email address, and you can get your homework done for you. We send that to you every single morning, and then you come join us at 8 o'clock. Meta was absolutely broken yesterday, to say the least. Well, I was trying to find, there it is, 550. There was a tiny bounce right at about lunchtime, I guess, and then we just gave that up too. And then it came back to 550 right at the end of the day. But this is, I mean, dare I say, fundamentally bad for this company.
Yeah. People are making comparisons. I don't know how I feel about these comparisons quite yet until you see a bit more. But they're making comparisons to the litigation in the 90s with the tobacco industry. And we know what that did to the tobacco industry for like 2 decades before they were able to shift. So look, I'm not going to start off with the bad one first. Just quickly here, Meta's ramping up their CapEx for their West Texas data center. They were going to spend $1.5 billion. Now they're going to spend $10 billion. You can look at that however you want. Is it more risk with aggressive CapEx and possible headwinds? But that's what they announced. They want to get to about 1 gigawatt. The other one, the other story that really kind of set Meta down yesterday is now 2 back-to-back jury verdicts found Meta liable for harms related to its platform. The first one is, of course, a New Mexico jury awarding $375 million in damages for a case tied to a minor. The LA case awarded $6 million linking social media use to mental health harm. The real risk here is the scalability of future claims, not the individual verdict size. There's going to be thousands and thousands of these that come to market, or not come to market, but actually come to court unless there's some sort of appellate decision that kind of reverses the original court's decision and kind of puts a bit of a calming on that. We'll have to wait and see. This is going to be a multi-year overhang.
Yeah, tough precedent set with these. 32% off highs now, guys, for Meta.
Yeah, and you can imagine this is not exactly the day or the environment that you wanted to hear $10 billion in CapEx spend. So, I mean, the good news is it's already gotten flushed pretty bad, I suppose. So it's going to be very difficult for it to have a day as poorly as it did yesterday. That's not a very good headline. Meta's guilty till proven innocent. There's nothing worth. When it comes to levels, there's really nothing worth looking at that are coming in here today. Although on the monthly chart, I drew this up by some point. I don't remember which day this week. It doesn't really matter. But on the monthly chart, because we're coming into the end of the month, like next week we'll be in a new fresh month. Meta has this going on a monthly chart, which is holding some higher lows. And we're basically right at that precipice. We're sitting at 539. So we're under the trend line on the monthly. If the month closed today, you'd be breaking this trend line. Although next month would be the confirmation. That happens. $440 is the moving average here. $440 is the next key level. And if you think it's crazy that Meta gets down to that price, then you don't remember when Meta was the cat's meow at 300, and then a year later was at $100. Like, it is possible. It can happen. And this is what I'm watching. If you can't bounce here on the monthly, then I'm expecting another leg down here in Meta. Day trade, it's not necessarily on the radar today, but you're at a critical point here to end the month.
Yeah, Nvidia is about to break. We're going to talk about Nvidia soon, but it's about to break 170 right there. Not a great level there. But yeah, Meta now down 10% in 2 days. I mean, down 8% yesterday, down 1.5% today. Yeah, if this all happened yesterday, this would be SSR, believe it or not. So there's the break there on Meta. And yeah, I would just say wait. We talked about where we would be, and maybe we could let's do this vote one more time and we'll get it, and then we'll cancel this in 5 minutes. Let us know what you're doing right now in the chat, right? I mean, you probably already voted. Vote again. What are we trying to do today? And this is what we just talked about on the day. I gotta get him to remove this chat mention detection thing there. All right, so today's poll is, are we waiting to be patient, like maybe not doing anything today at all? Are we looking for longs, or are we looking for shorts? And if you're looking for shorts, I think that right now, Meta, so put in the vote right here, and then we'll wrap this thing up very, very soon, because it looks like right there, cash and longs seem to be what's winning out right now. It's 75% of the vote right now. 3/4 of you would rather sort of either look to go long, which is nice positivity there, or be in cash. Not too many people looking for shorts. But yeah, for Meta, I think if you're looking for the short, this would be a good place to start. Your 200 periods up there at 544, that looks pretty good to me, actually. Yesterday's low that held is where we may get back up to and find some more resistance. So I'm thinking like, yeah, up there, and we can get there right off the open, right? A nice little relief rally. We've seen the market do that. 544 there for Meta. For me, I would prefer to short Nvidia. I just think it's a little cleaner, but Meta has a great opportunity to get back in. Yesterday, here's VWAP. You didn't even see VWAP at all after the first half hour. It was see you later. And right now, if we get an opportunity to see it in that first half hour, it's probably a short. So, there's the 200 period, the 50 period is this pink, and it just followed it all the way, all afternoon, and finally broke it at about 3 o'clock. And then we started to trend a little bit higher there. So as long as we're still underneath, we do have the imbalances coming out at 925. That should influence the price a little bit there on Meta. But for me right now, yeah, 544 short into VWAP. No point in trying to go long here. It's underneath the market right now. And unless the market completely turns around, I think people will come for Meta's head one more time. So yeah, let's go back over the desk and talk about a position or stock number 2 here, oil. We'll go figure out how we're going to trade that.
All right, President Trump spent most of the day yesterday, or most of his cabinet meeting anyways, trying to talk down the market or talk down the tension in the overall market based on what's happening over in the Middle East unsuccessfully. I just had to bring up crude here. There's crude on a daily chart. Back to, what is that, 97-ish right now for crude futures anyways. If you go over to Brent, however, it had more of a move. There's Brent back to 104.15, 104.20 right now. So 3 days in a row straight back to the upside here. Market's not buying any of this talk back and forth.
Exactly, and it's moving up. Higher oil prices are, despite the fact that President Trump announced that 10-day extension, right, where he won't bomb the energy infrastructure. According to him, this was as a result of good negotiations with the Iranians, and despite the Iranians saying something to a different effect, according to President Trump, they are negotiating. But here's the deal. President Trump also indicated that 10 oil tankers passed through the Strait, suggesting partial normalization. Prior to that, he had quantified them at 8. Later, it was said it was 10. The move is being framed as a gesture from Iran to show their willingness to negotiate. Analysts warned, though, Brendo, that the oil market shifted from buffered to fragile, meaning less capacity to absorb shocks. And we always know that it's about 20% of the world's oil that goes through there, but we never really quantified it in terms of barrels per day.
Yeah.
Now we know it's about 17.8 million barrels per day that flow through the Strait, and since it's been closed, 500 million barrels haven't made their way out of there.
Huge disruption. And then even this morning, I mean, there's comments suggesting even this morning that Iran was coming out suggesting that anyone trying was, fair game. Any ships that tried to get through were fair game, to a point where there was multiple container ships, I was reading, that had turned around and gone back. So it doesn't sound like there's any sort of resolution for this yet, guys.
Yeah, and some of the larger fear too is if some of these oil rich nations cannot get those tankers out, then storage capacities are only so big. What happens if they have to start ramping back production because they don't have the storage, if this prolongs? That's where you get those, whenever people talk, or you'll hear analysts and you'll hear governments do their worst case scenarios with the 175 and 200 oil, that's the scenario they're talking about if things drag on too far. But if we're looking at brass tacks today, well, USO just made a fresh high, so, I mean, are you surprised? The NASDAQ just hit fresh lows and USO is breaking out. And some have asked why not look at B&O. Like Brent, the ETF for Brent is not, it's just not liquid, to be honest with you. It's very illiquid here to trade, but you can look at B&O if you want to look at Brent as an ETF to be able to track. I'm looking at Oxy in particular. It's got 1 or 2 good pushes till we're right back up to some of I call it the Berkshire or the Buffett tops, where they were always buying it in the low to mid 50s, and then it would kind of top out here at 66 to 68. We're one good push away from that. And then with the momentum going, these guys have been rallying since earnings. It was a good earnings breakout and then dip into 50. Like, it was structurally good regardless of all of this. And you're seeing obviously you're seeing another bit of a gap up. What's interesting about it is yesterday, oddly clean structure yesterday, looking back at this. And again, if you were looking short things, like I was looking at SMCI short and Bitcoin short, you could have also been looking energy long, I suppose, and maybe you would have spotted this. Pull back into the prior high, double bottom. Maybe not the first, but the double bottom. When it does this little double bottom action and starts trending up, there's lots of places to have caught that trend. And if we get a gentle grind trade on oil, then I prefer Oxy for that kind of trend. But it is a wait for the first half an hour. If it sets up something similar, and you can find this trend, whether you find it at VWAP somewhere or whether you just sort of observe a trend line. Either way, Oxy would be the vehicle that I tend to like if we get another slow grind on USO.
Yeah, Gworev, we did. I did mention that at the beginning of the year that this would be a very, very rough opportunity or rough year for the Mag 7. So I know we're talking about oil right there, but there it is, Gworev. Yeah, I mean, that was, I didn't do anything about it. I just didn't buy anything. So that's at least good. As we still sit on that, we haven't really done any buying. We bought some SP 500. We talked about that. And we bought some Marvell before earnings, but we didn't actually layer into too many of these tech names. But we're talking about oil right now. So I was going to say just looking at USO, that's really the only thing that I trade in this space. We talked about XOM at all-time highs. That could be definitely something. We talked about FANG trying to break that 211. That's like another really good call over there. Let me look at FANG actually, because we did get a super chat from that. And we're close, I don't know. Like I said, I went back and, XOM, like all these other levels aren't here from 2024, but Diamondback Energy looking like, again, if you're in this name and you're coming up to some of these highs, you may want to just trim a little bit because you probably will get a little bit of a, pushback from this high, but nice move there for FANG, up 0.75%. And what an awesome mover this has been over the last month, right? Straight to the upside. If you go all the way back to the beginning of March, you're down here at 164, you're up to 205 right now. So FANG, Diamondback Energy continues to work it out. And then, I think, dip buying on XOM, I think can work today. Not too much volume hitting right now. We can check the scanners for XOM, but this has been a great monthly chart as well, needless to say, as there it goes. You want to talk about FANG, where they were back in March, but even this name, 147 up to 165, a great little run over the last 2 weeks for XOM. Like really, almost no down days other than when we had some sort of shock on the news front, but continues to work higher. I don't think you have any reason to get out of any of these ETFs right now. It doesn't seem like things are getting in better. The NASDAQ and the S&P 500 are telling that story as well, as we're near lows right now to open up the day. XLE just continues to make its march. Man, glad we bought some, yeah, that's right. Glad we bought some of that off of this $50 break, which was right into here, and it's just been straight up. Look at this last 2 weeks. One red day, and I'm not even sure that is, and it's just been absolutely marching to the high side. So I would say stay strong and long anything in the oil space because this does not seem like it's ending anytime soon. So yeah, nothing wrong with trimming, and if you want to get into some cash, like this would be the space now to think about getting some cash to put it into if you want some of these tech names that have been so beat up. But I don't think we're in late innings yet. I think you can hold on to oil and maybe make that trade late next week out of oil and into something more beat up. But for right now, oil seems like the safe play, and might as well stay there. I know, getting out of some XLE and into Google isn't. I've seen worse trades than that as well. Tesla underneath 370, Nvidia trying to bounce off that one. Well, we have Nvidia coming up next. Nvidia coming off that 170 right now. We'll see if it can wind up holding that. Let's go back over the desk. We'll talk about some chip space. Then we've got Netflix and Unity, and then this market will open up.
Carnival flying around here, guys. Numbers are out. The initial look looks pretty good. They also approved a $2.5 billion buyback. For CCL, initial move was downside, absolutely flush, but we're heading higher right now. Achieving record first quarter operating results and record bookings across the board. So it did get all the way down here to 24. Trying to test 25 right now, back higher on what appears to be a beat for CCL. Not a huge reaction though, to be honest. Let's go to some of these memory stocks once again. Trying to get back higher right now for Micron. Then we'll talk about Netflix. SanDisk, kind of doing the same.
Yeah, this Turbo Quant's quite interesting. So I was reading a little bit about it yesterday because this had such a big move. So you get 8 times the speed, and apparently even though it's compressing it to no end, 0 loss. So all the actual information you went in with into the compression actually finds its way out, which is interesting. Apparently, not much of a tech guy, but apparently that's important in the tech space, Brendo. But there's 2 schools of thought here. One that says, look, this is going to hurt the memory names because they're not going to need to sell as much product, right? But there's another school of thought that says, no, we're going to sell more because we're going to be able to scale more. So for example, if you only could afford, let's just say 50 pieces of RAM, now all of a sudden they're a little bit cheaper because you don't need as much of them. You're going to build twice the capacity that you were building at before. So two different schools of thoughts, nobody in agreement at the moment.
2 days in a row, not good here for any of these. SNDK, another one, bouncing. We're not back to 600 yet, but that ended up being the bottom yesterday for SanDisk.
Yeah, and for Micron actually just went green, by the way. Well, the market's still at the low. So there's some kind of a light, not at the end of maybe not at the end of the tunnel, but at least early on this morning. No, it's pretty bad because that 370 level. Here, well, I'll just go back on the daily. This is what I'm talking about here. Like this 370 support. Once you lost that, it signals a pretty clear trend break, and even a bounce today, like it gets into, if it comes right back into that 370 to 75 and just simply fails it, then all you might do is trap some people into the long side of the trade. I think that's the area to watch. If it's a flat bottom break there, then that to me is where the resistance is today on Micron. But it is interesting that it is a little bit relatively strong. Let's see, is SNDK going green as well? Now, yeah, the thing about SanDisk is it's really only losing the 50 period now. So maybe it's got a little bit more weakness. It's bouncing with the market here, a slight bounce, I should say, in the market. But I just think it's a little bit more clear the levels on Micron than they are over here on SNDK. It's that 370 to 75 area. That's where the resistance should end up being key on this Friday.
Yeah, I mean, we said that we'd talk a little bit about Nvidia there. Yeah, I mean, look, I've called the downside in Micron for a long time and been wrong. Maybe we're finally there. I don't know if it's worth, testing that short. I think if the market's going to fall apart, Micron is sitting on a lot of gains. And people could, like I said, man, take your profits where they lie and then, think about it again later, because Micron can easily give back a decent percentage and already is doing that. So, yeah, look, there goes Nvidia. I mean, this is the problem with Nvidia right now, and it's teetering, right? I mean, it keeps on wanting to break lower. Unfortunately, this is now 2 days in a row where we bounced off that 200 period moving average and now come back in and looking to get shorter today. Down 0.76 in a market that's also down 0.7. The interesting thing to me right now is that if you look to see what the Nasdaq's doing, you're actually bumping up right now. Google. Nvidia's bumping this second, but this has been like about a 10-minute move higher here, and Nvidia said no thank you at all to that. So yeah, man, VWAP, anything like this, 171, 171.50. I do believe sitting on your hands for the first couple minutes might be worth it. Yesterday, if you look at what the TQs did yesterday, they actually rallied, and that's what was able to get me here. I can show you if I can find it on here. The sticky note is now out. We got some ideas on there. I have Nvidia 173 short, but again, we write that down at 730. It's going to be a little different action. Oh yeah, by the way, the war here, I just put this out on my account. This is the US dollar. War pushes Iranian US dollar towards the year's biggest monthly gain. Now, it's only on the year, so we're only in March, but there it goes, man. The US dollar obviously running on, the cost of this war is going to be a lot, I would assume. Oh, that's it. Okay, so here it is right here. So this is what we did yesterday. Okay, this is what we did yesterday. The market opened up, and we actually went short pretty early off of VWAP. Then we shorted it into the high. We actually get stopped out there. Then we just waited for it to base, and it didn't actually base to the top side until about 10 o'clock, and then we just tanked all day. So, I mean, it turned out to be, quite the short trade there yesterday on the TQs, but it didn't actually start until 10 o'clock. So, looking to see if that kind of action happens again here. You're getting a little bit of a rally now in the market. So for me, it's wait and fade this weak name. Nvidia is not going up with this market right here. If we do get back up, I wrote down 173, but let's look at 171, 171.50, where your 200 period moving average is. So yeah, Nvidia today pretty weak, and I'm assuming AMD was near that $200 mark. Nice bounce off of that as well. So, you see the difference here. AMD only almost green, actually, especially if the Nasdaq goes. This will probably go green, and Nvidia not. So even on the daily, man, like Nvidia's broken below most of these levels. AMD is actually holding above its 200 period moving average. So a tale of two different names right here. People are looking to support AMD right now a little bit more than Nvidia. So very, very interesting thing there. All right, 7 minutes left. We'll get 2 more minutes until the NASDAQ imbalances. And right now we'll go check out what's going on with Netflix. Hopefully it's dropping into that 93 area.
Worth noting Carnival as well, if anyone cares or is watching. Carnival right back down to 24.50. They lowered their full year 2026 guidance.
Exactly.
Was 248 to 221 down to 236. So that has this thing now red. So CCL still flying around here a little bit as well. Yeah, let's talk about Netflix. Big move yesterday, big move here this morning so far. Coming back in a little bit right now, but get ready to pay more for your Netflix again.
Across all tiered subscription plans, Brendo, with increases of a minimum $1. So here are the deal. The ad-supported tier jumping from $7.99 to $8.99. The standard plan, that goes to $19.99 from $17.99. And the biggest move is on the premium. Well, same thing actually as the standard, from $24.99 to $26.99. Extra member pricing also is increased. So if you want to share it, you're also going to have to pay more for that. Management does continue to justify the price hikes, though, as necessary to fund the massive content investment and platform expansion. We were talking about them getting into sports. Sports are super expensive, as we know. They're also leaning into live events and video podcasts. They expect to spend $20 billion on content this year. That's up by $2 billion from what they spent in 25. They spent 18 in 25. Higher content spend, though, according to the company, is a key lever to support subscriber growth and justify pricing power. They also expect, Brendo, ad revenue to double this year. We know that they've really been kind of pushing that ad tier plan because the more you watch, the more they get paid. They expect their revenue to double in 2026, which shows, you know, a bit of a hybrid model now. They're looking for subs and ad dollars.
I was just checking. We're right around the corner from earnings season, by the way, once again, in a couple weeks. They report April 16th, so not even that far down the road here for Netflix earnings. $12.05 billion was the revenue last year. And then you add this on top of that, so should be a nice little uptick, guys. But 2 days in a row looks good here for Netflix.
A double bounce. They're going to add revenue by increasing prices, and they got almost $3 billion for free for the break of the WBD deal. Now, look, whether or not it gets down in, like this morning, I was basically, like we had that turnaround yesterday when everyone knew it was the pricing story in yesterday's move that caused it. And you see where the volume came in, and it was holding support at 92.8. And then when the news volume hit, it was at 93.3. So that's the target area for a dip. That said, look at the way this was oscillating all day. Like huge reversals and long trend, big reversals and big spikes up. So I think this is lending itself to like a very good mean reversion type of stock. So any downtrend, any clear downtrend break, I'm going to take a shot at, even if it doesn't get into the support levels here on Netflix. And you know, where do you think it might get to? Whoops. That $100 level, if you see, like first resistance is gonna be at 96 and change, but if you see $100, that's an auto ring the register. That's a big double top. Well, it would end up being a big double top if it were to get there. Just respect the fact that when the Warner Brothers deal went the way of Paramount Skydance, that was the reversal, and the top was very distinctly at $100. So I think that's what you're shooting for.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. I think if, you know, it's easy to sort of pick a bottom here. I've already picked it out and I wrote down 93, but again, like, you know, we're writing that down when we're getting in here today. And we're going live at 8 o'clock. This thing was at $93. So it is on my note today to go long Netflix at 93. And we talked about the reason why is that we want to support this situation. I mean, I think a rise in the price, I don't think anybody's going to cancel. And if they are, fine. I mean, I think they'll make it up with, you know, a $2 raise on a $20 product. I mean, if 1 out of every 10 people cancels, it's net 0. So I think that would be fine by them. And yeah, we talked about more live content coming through. I think that's going to be key for them. Live is getting more and more expensive. Everything's getting more expensive these days. So, you know, adding a couple bucks to your Netflix payment isn't going to hurt the majority of people out there. And I think that the market is realizing that. Plus, they can now put that $87 billion to work somewhere else, what they're not doing now with Warner Brothers. And they can sort of let that settle. But yeah, there it goes, man. Nothing but upside. Here. We're going to have to wait. If the market does fall in, then maybe we can catch some Netflix at some point. But there's that, Nvidia coming with a buy. So there it goes, shooting up a little bit now for Netflix. So maybe, you know, maybe those of you that did vote earlier on this poll, maybe you guys are right, right there. And, you know,
It
that's
just flipped.
Did it just flip? Yeah, but I mean, it's trying to go up. We'll see if it's right. Sit on cash, vote right now. What are we doing today in the trade? And then we'll lock this up in 2 minutes. It'll be over with. Sit on your hands and be patient. Wait for either a flush or a rip to make a move. Wait for longs or wait for shorts. For me, I'm going to be more early looking for shorts to see if we can fade something. And then if the market does kick up, then we can easily switch it up and get into the longs. We'd have a negative P&L by that time, though. Google right there with a buy as well. That's trying to go, wow, 276 for Google, pretty low now. But yeah, AAL, we've been talking about some of the travel names early today too, and that's going to the downside. So, all right, we'll get back over to the desk. One more Unity. Oops, I just closed my chart.
Been a buy.
One more Unity.
Just shot 4%.
Oh, yeah, there it is right there. A bid on Unity at the top of our imbalance board. There's Nvidia again. All right, back over to the desk and we'll get ready to go.
Yeah, I just took out the highs and then some for you this morning. Don't zoom out, however, because you'll get a very different look at what this stock has done of late. I guess 21, really, 2150 is the high on a daily chart, but I mean, we're right back into resistance again.
This was a really good guide, especially, Brendo, 505 to 508 million for Q1 revenue, well above the 480 to 490. Also adjusted EBITDA far ahead of what the market expected, 130 to 135 million. The street was looking for 105 to 110, and management really saying this was driven by Unity Vector. Vector is kind of a key lever here, apparently improving ad targeting and performance, and they're kind of sunsetting the old ad network that they had called Iron Source Ads Network. That ends April 30th, and all focus will be on Vector.
We'll see how things shape up today, guys. Might need some help, but yeah, like 20, I guess 2150, 22, and then we're into that gap on a daily chart here for Unity.
Definitely having a good one today, even though it got a downgrade. I hate to be the person that downgraded it. I'm watching some SMCI because I want some continuation, but got to be patient because the market's trying to blast as we open it right about now. So that's one thing we didn't get to. There was more bad news with SMCI, which we'll get to at some point. But I'm looking at this obvious resistance at 2270 for a bit of a pop and fade. Initial move, nowhere on oil. Pretty much nothing on the NASDAQ. If you're looking over at that Unity, it already, oh boy, that's not good. Unity has already lost a bid. So there is the break of the aftermarket high, and it's back underneath 20. That just dropped 6 or 7% in an absolute heartbeat. So watch out. That's a failed breakout right there on Unity. Start the open.
Yeah, maybe the market wants to go a little bit. Just waiting here. I'm going to wait for Nvidia. I'm waiting at 171. Maybe we get that. We talked about those levels. We'll try it. If it breaks like 171.50, we can clear out if we wind up getting Nvidia. And again, I don't want to, like, we're 1 minute in here. So, you know, we won't change our opinion, but we will still look for some shorts. Just got to get it up there into 171 to see if that winds up hitting. SLV, we didn't talk too much about it, but I was looking for a short there. It's on the note today. I'm looking for a short at $62. We almost got up into there. So I am sitting there at $62. I'm actually going to change it, 61.80. We'll see. We'll put an offer there on silver and see if we can wait to get that one. Apple made a move maybe right off the open, or was that just, yeah, it's a little bit of a bump there off the open, now fading back in. Oh, man, it's too bad. Like, we didn't want to get short the NASDAQ right away, but I am trying to look at 41. Now the 200 period's down to 40.75, and we're starting to fade out just a little bit right now, and I guess that Nvidia, maybe we should have took that pop. Oh, no, it's still here. Okay. Still looking for 171 on Nvidia, not doing anything. A strong name in the space. We noticed yesterday, Marvell took out $100. It's up today, so in a market that's down 0.7, Marvell up 0.6. Right there, that's a 1.5 point difference right now between the market and my good friend Marvell. So
AMD's not strong today.
AMD's not strong, yeah. So Nvidia and AMD both today trying to hold bids, but doesn't look like it.
AMD just bounced almost exactly off that 200 level. That could, if it loses 200, it could be in a world of hurt. USO, if you're watching USO or BNO or Brent, there's really nothing happening. Energy, it's pulled off some of the highs, but nothing too crazy. Bitcoin is still weak. It just hit the low. It might be doing that thing. Like yesterday, it was a very like chop, and then it fell apart. Like it wasn't even holding under VWAP until almost like 11 o'clock when it was very clear that it was an obvious short. So maybe let it pop up, maybe like VWAP first and then try a little something later. Netflix, well, you can stick a fork in 93.
That's not
It
coming.
always says we're not getting 93 today. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah,
Kind of pointless to make that bet right now because I just looked over and saw that it just popped into 95.5. So yeah, gonna have to look for another entry area, I suppose, here on Netflix. That looks incredibly strong. But if the market's coming down, maybe SMCI, no, that's not even pressing up anymore. So this was pressing into a resistance level, SMCI, and that's not gonna get there. It's already back at some of these lows. Thought we'd have enough juice to get like an early bounce that there'd be some fades into. At least that's what it looked like going into the open.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing too much here. We do have Michigan consumer sentiment at 10 o'clock coming right now. So Nvidia's not doing anything, but what is doing something is Tesla, and it's going lower. So there goes Tesla right now, down 1.6% and getting uglier as we speak right now. So I'm almost off a cliff. I think that's about right. Now making those moves down. ARTL was your small cap runner. Artello now halted. Finally to the upside, up 168%. Yeah, it looks like it's halted at 850, right now 885. Looks like the opening print will come in and around 885, but just halted now ARTL at 932 and 24 seconds. So that's a name to look at there today if you are interested in playing small cap names that are halting around a bit. All right, man, the Nasdaq's taking out the lows, and as we thought, it didn't get into. I was sitting here, man, at 40.75. We talked about the 200 period moving average. Does not get it. Stupid me. Could have maybe shorted the 50 period break right there to the downside. But there we go. Now breaking the day's low on the TQQs. You know, we're always waiting for something to bump higher, but maybe it's just play the short right now. The Nasdaq's only down 1%. I mean, we could get a lot lower now, and then maybe get out if we do take that 50 period moving average. Nvidia has also broken down, so let's try it. I'll try some. I just punched some 07s there. Might have been stupid. I wish we would have got 08s. But there it is. And now we're going to be short here, just a unit and a half for now. You know, I'm going to try to play this maybe up to 40.50, kind of where these highs have been. You know, VWAP's going to be there by the time it comes up, so we can almost reload it if it does get to that area. 40.37's also right there. 40.30 maybe for a reload as well, or just to add to the position, not a reload. That would be a good trade. But here we go, man. I mean, you got to have some sort of conviction, and just thinking the futures were going to go down. We take that trade. Not the ideal spot, but at least we have something on now if and when this market comes back in, and here it's coming already. So, you know, we'll take off 10% if we can get a 96 fill for that dime, and then we'll wait to see a little bit lower. But so far, so good. That's one stock in, and Tesla is continuing, man. I mean, maybe.
Chat on Tesla.
Oh, do we? Okay. I was gonna say maybe this is the spot that we should have just shorted instead of the futures, because Tesla helping this whole market get to the downside.
Yeah, it's definitely helping. And Lunch 911 says, caught the Tesla down. Thank you, everyone. Well, it's definitely taking everything down. Well, it's not leading the market down, but it's certainly one of the worst ones out there. Still trying to grab some SMCI. Man, that's looking pretty weak. My backup plan was Intel, and the backup plan, this is at VWAP. So the backup plan was always, it's usually, if I can find something structurally that I really like for a short, this is at the volume weighted average price, and SMCI is not. So I end up likely taking this. I am also trying to pick up IBIT. Sell IBIT. Pick up would mean go long. I don't want to get the wrong idea there. I'm also trying to get into IBIT, which is Bitcoin, but I just canceled VWAP. Because before we were looking at the volume weighted average price for that high, I say forget that and maybe look at these lower highs in here. Just the first available pop if we can get it. SMCI is gonzo now. Bye-bye, 21.6, that's already at the lows. SMCI is down 3% already, Adara.
I think this is worth noting, though it's certainly not news per se. I'm seeing lots of talk this morning about how the Nasdaq has apparently now officially fallen 10% from its highs. That means if we close at this area or lower, the Nasdaq will officially be in correction territory. Back to you.
I'll get ready.
We talked about yesterday.
I thought it was 10% yesterday, but apparently it's now today. So that's okay. From the official. Yeah, it's fine from the official lows there. Maybe it was the first time it's opened up 10% lower. But we took a little bit. We did get a 96 fill there. We can get, I mean, I am willing to get out of this. Remember, if we do break the highs here at 40.60, I'm just going to put my stop in right now. And then we could get a report about anything at any time. So we're trying to be very, very careful with exactly what we're doing right now. So I am going to get a little bit more short if we can get into 40.25, which is our 50 period moving average. So it's coming up to that rate now, hopefully. Yeah, hopefully we can get that. Did you hear something?
Well, no, it was just it was two Chinese.
Oh.
Yeah, it was basically two Chinese.
What's going on with the Chinese?
Ships got turned away this
Okay.
morning. So they remember saying like some might be getting through. Well, a couple that are flying the quote-unquote right flag, whatever, did not. You would think that would send us lower, but we're actually going higher as we speak.
Yeah, that's strange. I mean, I just got more short there.
Yeah,
so
because I interpret
maybe
that
this
as
comes
not
out soon.
a good thing. But the market's
Where's
definitely
VWAP there
taking us
anyways?
higher here. Like we're right back under some of those lows. Like we're gonna take out that. Well, VWAP, I don't care about VWAP until it's like 15 minutes in, but the volume weighted average price where most of the pre-market volume was is gonna be the out. So I'll slap the fail on that early short. That actually headline, it sounded like it would be negative and it's taking us higher. All right, that actually might give an opportunity for SMCI. The thing I liked a little bit better. That's still languishing a bit here. So I'm going to go back to what I thought was number one, is that's coming into VWAP. Let's throw up VNU Super Chat here.
Okay.
Any thoughts on crowd? Look, I haven't read this article. There was an article out about Claude, the new Claude, and that's taking all of the.
I'm assuming it's coming back. I haven't looked.
It's CrowdStrike. Well, with the market coming, I would make an assumption that it is too, but. Yeah, it's still down 6%.
Oh, is it?
It is
Okay.
coming back a little bit. No, again, I haven't read the article, but it was a Claude article, a new version of Claude, which the last time it basically took a huge dent in all the cybersecurity names, and CrowdStrike got the brunt of it again here, down 6%. Palo Alto down as well, but I think CrowdStrike, I believe, was leading the way relative to the two there.
I was going to say, I wonder if CrowdStrike CEO George Kurtz is going to come out and say, hey, I experimented and it's okay. We can't make my company with Claude, which is, guys, if you don't know, a real thing that he said last time. I'm not, I'm joking, but also he actually said this.
I really hope that he doesn't make that mistake again. Because it came off as, it came off as desperate. Like you're just.
Yeah. For sure. Not a great look there, but I think it's fine. I mean, I think it's part of his tongue in cheek, right? I mean, I don't think. Yeah,
The post did not come off as tongue-in-cheek, I'll say that.
Okay, well, the thing about it is the stock obviously rebounded huge from 340. Like, this is when the whole panic situation had happened right there, whoosh to the downside there. And then not only did it, it took out, that 420 level, got all the way up to 450 again. And now it's just been on it's like, not good from there, man. You're almost down like 15% or so from those levels there in just a couple weeks. So despite that story coming out today, it does seem like, there's going to be some.
Netflix is on 93 votes.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, so Netflix, Neil would have lost $1 there. Maybe I should have taken it. But I wanted to come back into 93 anyways. I'm sitting there for a bid. If Netflix does come in, I think we can try that for sure down there. It's funny because the market's actually rebounding quite nice. I'm in the short.
Down.
Remember, I'm out of that short at 40.60 if you're in with me. Maybe we do break, but we're at the 50 period right now. And you can see Netflix is nowhere near the 50 period. If anything, it is making that move down. I think traders today selling the winners there, right? They found Netflix. It was a winner. They're selling it. I think Marvell probably could be going to the downside as well. Nah, not really.
I think Netflix is in that group of it's like the safe haven from AI kind of thing. So when tech gets its wings under it, maybe Netflix isn't as good. And when we're selling everything that's like software and tech, then Netflix is.
Where's Nvidia?
That's the only thing I can come up with because we saw it yesterday. Like it was strong when everything else is weak, so it could be a little bit of that. I wonder what Apple would be doing then in that environment. Well, then Apple's just going with the market. But Apple's at the high when the market's only just now bouncing off some of those. So Apple's up 0.5%. Like you don't have to look too far to be able to figure out where the actual winners are overall. In tech, I should say. I shouldn't say in the market. There's lots of winners everywhere. But if you're looking in tech, Apple has been holding up so much better. Look at the daily chart. It's the only daily chart that doesn't stink in most of the Mag 7. Not most of the Mag 7. It's the only one that doesn't stink in all of the Mag 7. Apple.
Yeah, probably about right there.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at it, you have Microsoft's bad, Meta's bad.
Terrible.
Google's bad. I mean, Google.
We haven't even looked at Amazon.
By the way, right now, the futures, we haven't looked at. Amazon has this sort of story this morning. Okay, so the TQs and the NASDAQ right here, makes a high. We just got into flat for our trade, so having to wait for it, right? I mean, getting short early, we were able to take a little bit out. We have reloaded it at these areas underneath VWAP. We're going to try to use VWAP and this high as sort of our no moss spot. So if we do break above VWAP and we do break above this 200 period moving average, then we're going to stop out. But I am still going to try to get a little bit more. And I'm right now sitting at 48. So maybe I should go a little bit lower into 40 right now for the TQs just to make sure we do get some. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not going to, hurt too bad the price that we get here. So, we'll get a little bit more aggressive with where we're going to sit with our order. We'll go to 40, 44 and see if we do get a little bit of a bump up. But there it is, now back to positive land here on this trade. If we're going to go 1-to-1, remember our stop was going to be like a break of 60 or so, so we're looking for about 40 cents. So if we could take something out around O's where we've bounced off of, that would be our first stage. And then more significant, if we can get 90s or 85, something like that on the TQs. But that's a minute away now.
By the way, Artello is now
that's what I was just going to look. It halted upside? No, go ahead.
200% to the upside. Artello Biosciences, sheesh, Neil. 210% halted at 991. It's got a tap of 10, which if you can run that in the 100 meters, and congratulations to you. We talked about this a lot earlier, and at the end of the day, sometimes these small cappers, the best price you can get is in the pre-market, and that obviously is going to be the case, at least for now. But always take your profit when you get a chance to. These kinds of names do not usually hang around for a long time. We know how that story goes, but it looks like a fantastic one. Assume 5-minute halt until proven otherwise. We did have a couple that were like all-day 10-minute halts on one of the ones yesterday, but typically it'll be open in about 5 minutes. So SMCI is trying to get back into the low of the day here. Going to try to reload this one at VWAP and then play that trend down. What is not trend down yet? Well, it's just not. I shouldn't say yet because who knows? Well, it is trend down. But what is bouncing right now is IBIT coming back into the volume-weighted average price. Now, I didn't short this one at VWAP because that would have been pre-market. But as it comes into the volume-weighted average price here, going to look for a bit of a curl on IBIT. It's not there just yet. And worth tracking, like USO's not doing anything. Like it's got that slight, okay, made the low at the open, and now it's headed higher, which that could easily have us in that slow grind mess that we had yesterday where it was slow grind and consolidation. And when it finally broke, it was a slow grind up as well. Nothing crazy without any headlines here in USO, which can be a good thing. If it just shows us one trend all day long, you go in the other direction in most of the market, I should say. I'm
almost hit here. This is another trade that we have on SLV. I'm just actually going to take this fill at 80s right into here. I kind of, we started the day downside on silver a little bit. It was always up today, but into this area, I was just sort of thinking a 62 short, maybe something to look at for SLV. So we'll try it on this most recent bump up. You can see it's been an area, I mean, it's not even 62, it's more like the 6180 or so type space right there, 62 and change. If we do break above that, then we can and will get out of this silver trade. We'll average it a little bit more. I have another offer at 61.90, and then a break of 62, and we'll get out. So some of the shorts right now just not really printing out. We only have one fill on the Qs and on the TQQs, and it's just not doing much there. Okay, so Fridays. Hey, what's up, HY Trader? Fridays close war. So TQs. Down 7% this weekend, you think? So if it's the TQs, is that what you mean by that? So that means the NASDAQ would be down around like 2.5% or so. Talks progressing. Trump pauses Iran strike to April. Are you saying plus 6%? No. Okay, it's 6 month TQQs. Yeah, for sure. Fuse futures bouncing Tuesday. Everything's fine. 4 weeks of this yo-yo exhausting. So I probably have to reread that to get the whole gist of it.
It feels like it's more of like a recap from last Friday's close.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's. Look, the yo-yo action is absolutely insane. I get it.
It's like, it drives you nuts, right?
It does, because it's headline to headline. Like, I remember like the financial crisis too. It was the same thing. Like you'd come in the morning and it's like, okay, well, what ridiculous bad news are we going to hear today, and who's getting bailed out? But the difference is that was all generally in one direction.
Yeah.
Here, like you're getting it back and forth, which can be a little bit frustrating. I think all you can do is almost trying to group things into what still makes sense based on like the original thesis that you might have had for your trading and what doesn't. So like immediately was able to observe, okay, well, Intel didn't when it broke higher, and SMCI, like it's got a false break of a high, it's got a lower high, so it still looks relatively weak. And on the other end of it, hey, they've got their own bad news, so maybe they can just do what they did yesterday or had been doing most days since, which is be nasty. So again, I know it can be tricky, but also just keep your ground to oil. There's nothing wrong with if you only wait for something big to happen. You know, like your overall idea is, I'm just gonna wait until maybe there's a big news story, and maybe you catch like a trend break in like USO. Who knows? Like you might be able to catch like one of these trade bottoms. Like you could do nothing on energy, and then if you got this trend break here at 1040 on USO, that just trended higher all day long. That requires a lot of patience to do. IBIT was like that yesterday. Like the short really came in at 11 o'clock. It was one of the things, I was trying it all morning long, and it really wasn't any good until 11 o'clock. And then it was an all-day short. So just extra patience required, I think, in this market. There's nothing you can do about it.
Here's a note that we got, too. It's like, I missed whatever that one was. It's okay to be wrong, just don't stay wrong, right? I mean, I love exactly. That. So, I mean, it's like, and I wrote that in the chat. It's like, perfect, that's exactly right. Okay, so on that note, there we go, man. We take a 20-cent hit on silver. You know, we tried that top take there. You know, I don't think, I mean, first of all, the chat wins again, because right there in that poll that we had up, earlier, right? I mean, you guys are pretty undefeated right there, right? We said for longs, push it. That was the winning. I'll end it now. We'll get another vote going soon, but there it was, man. Winner, look for longs right there. So you guys nailed that one with 95 votes, and it was actually more than that when we first started. So, you know, the market is definitely pushing highs right now into this initial 10-minute or 20-minute now opening run. So there it goes. We get stopped out at silver. Maybe that's the top, but I don't know. Like you had said there, Carl, don't stick in a trade for too long if it's wrong. And we break through 62. That's the level that we wrote down. So we got out at 62.05 on that break a little higher. Like I get short in front of levels and I get out, you know, just a little after the levels hit, right? And so that's the way I'm trading all of that. So silver now out. So we go 0 for 1 on that one. And we are waiting to see what happens here with the TQs, right? I mean, we just touched out near VWAP. We got a little more short there. Our average price is 26. Our stop is 60 break, which is the 200 period moving average. Here it comes back in just a little bit. And of course, look what happens to silver. You know, right back down in. Could have saved me 15 cents right there. But for now, we're going to
biggest volume candle on USO is happening since the open.
Okay.
It's not huge though, but it's just enough of a, you know what?
Oh, damn
Check
you,
that.
silver.
My bad, because I'm looking at my black chart must have a dark pool that's causing it. I'll have to do some filters on my black chart because there wasn't a volume spike, but we are back up at the highs.
Okay.
So we are back up at the highs, but it wasn't on a volume. So you're getting USO back in through the top. That's always going to mean, that's usually going to mean we're heading back in. So all I did is reload SMCI VWAP. So VWAP's holding. Now you just need to make some fresh lows because for now, this is still
what a shame.
A wick bottom and trying to break higher. So you need this to get underneath 21.6, like past that 1% mark and start holding out down here and then tankage or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, the USO continues to go, so that's going higher and higher and higher.
Higher and higher.
Which does mean the market's going to come in. Intel's still looking strong. That's why we got away from it.
Higher.
This doesn't look like a short again just yet. IBIT's at the lows. Shoot, that didn't get into, that didn't quite get high enough there on IBIT. But Bitcoin back into the low of the day. I think we're at 66.
Oh boy.
60, 66, and ETH back under 2,000.
All right. Bang. Let's go, man. Spin the money. We're having a great day, but it's like, we just took out the very top on silver there. And now look where it is, right back into VWAP. So we actually have the high tick there on SLV, but like we keep saying, man, traders got to trade. And yeah, we just had to punch out there. We actually put that up, right? It's okay to be wrong, just don't stay wrong. I don't think we were wrong, but it was hard when it pushes the envelope there and we get stopped out. But it's all good, man. We're almost at our daily goal right here with this. Despite losing there on SLV, here we go, man. Hit me at O's. I'm at O's right now. There it is, man. We get hit at O's. And now the move is happening for us for real. Nice move down right now on the TQs. Oh, man, that silver's going to haunt me for a minute. What's up, Adara?
Just one headline here coming through. Not sure if this is why we're dropping, but I think worth mentioning regardless. Iran saying that their steel plants in Isfahan have been targeted by U.S. and Israeli strikes. So again, some steel plants being struck here in the Middle East, it sounds like. We have just 8 minutes now until the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print. I'll see you then, unless there's more news.
Well, they said no oil infrastructure. I guess that didn't mean not steel, and that's going to send USO back into the highs. But again, we're headline to headline, and it always seems like that's what happens here. The market does not want to head back in. If we bounce off the lows, I'm going to drop out of SMCI, but watch out Micron. Micron, one of the strongest names out there, those memory chips, that just got a heavy turnaround. So what was strong is now all of a sudden looking weak. Apple was looking good. Still, okay. Topping tail candle here for Apple, still up 0.7%, but it does look like it is making the harsh reversal now. Yeah, it's not looking overly constructive, everybody. And Meta, I know not many people are going to be trading Meta, but worth mentioning, when we were bouncing, Meta was never actually bouncing. So you saw Apple just bouncing, you saw Micron just bouncing. Meta was absolutely never, ever bouncing. That stock is so broken.
Strategy is not broken, that is for sure, man. Yeah, we're putting up some numbers today again. There goes the TQs, man, all the way to the downside. All we did was just support what we thought would work, and it has. So far, so good. Are we going to get, worse? Not sure. We do have University of Michigan, so be careful with anything University of Michigan related there. Yeah, just over 5 minutes right now, and those numbers will come out. But again, like up to VWAP, it's funny. Like I am happy. Don't get me wrong. It's just like I hate being, we only had 2 trades today, and it's just like getting stopped out there on silver. We'll be back into it. I'm not going to worry about it. Let's worry about this stock right now, the name that we do have. Look, we had talked about it today that, we were looking for bids, offers on certain things. Obviously, the NASDAQ to the downside. We actually made some, talk about the NASDAQ earlier and thought that, with Nvidia losing a bid today, down to 169. It's funny because I was at 171 here. I mean, it's a good thing we didn't take that and get stopped out, but that's going to the downside. So that's, not making me happy, but definitely helping out with the NASDAQ. Yesterday we had Google get some bad news from Apple, potentially, or not potentially, but, looking at other alternatives other than with ChatGPT and Gemini and all of that. So Google down 1.26% today as well. Its good friend Apple, we can have a quick little look there. 254, that's actually upside. Crypto's getting, oh boy, oh my God right now. Yeah, there we go, man. We are now pumping it out, man. The Qs are really falling down. You know what, Silver, you can go to hell in a handbag, man, real quick right there. Look at Silver. And by the way, we do have Netflix now. This may be no good, but there's the fill up there at 93 change. So that's coming in. Oh man, we have a monster right now, guys, in the TQs. We got a lot of shares on board right there, and this is absolutely falling in. So yeah, silver, well, we missed that trade, but like we said, man, we got to be here. We got to trade, and that was too bad. It hit our level. We got stopped out. We got to be disciplined with that, but that's okay. We'll put this back in our pocket right now and hopefully get going with the TQs. Another low fill right there, 70 cents in the money. We got to watch out for this Netflix though, because we're short. I'm actually going to punch out a little bit of Netflix here for flattish, and then just take a little bit of profit on this name. Not sure we like this hold anymore on NFLX. And I'm trading with bigger shares, so I don't necessarily want to be sitting here and getting smoked. Like, we can win on the TQs and lose on Netflix. Don't really want to do that. So we'll wait to see if it breaks through 93. It looks like that's coming in right now.
Yeah, Netflix, my only plan is to revert long. There's no, I'm not catching falling knives. It did multiple trend reversions yesterday. Did it off the open, but it was pretty clear when it would do one, and then you could have it a little bit late, or in here it did a bit of a trend break. So I want to see that happen pretty cleanly. As we press through the lows, the only question is SMCI want to break through that low of the day. The refill at VWAP has been pretty clean, so if it bounces, I know where we want to jump back in. Bitcoin just continues to get smoked. ETH continues to get smoked. Tesla is now down at 360. Sorry about the wick. That's down 2.5%. We just continue to go lower and lower. I believe there's a couple of halts. It's an EIQ from yesterday is halted. ARTL also. Artello halted again, now up 270% at 1172, 1250 tap. Artello is now, it's almost a double up from when we first brought this one to you. Getting pretty close. So if there's strength in small cappers. That's for sure.
What kind of a day are we even having? Okay, there goes Netflix right now. Boom. All the way up into 30s right there. So here we go. We'll take a fill up here if we can get it. Nice move there for Netflix, but we did get out of some of our position. Yes, sir. As you guys know, there it is, man. We're on one today. What a good day to trade. One more time. You never know where your bread's going to be buttered. We talked about that. There's Netflix. But the thing is, man, Netflix, we talked about where we wanted that price, right? It's on, this is it right here. The number one trade, we didn't get IBIT yet. Netflix, 93 long. There it is, man, it's 50 cents. Neil, you can have this one trade and you done right now. So that's a money trade there. I'm mad about silver, but what can we do? We're at 2 times our daily goal now and it's 10 o'clock. So boom. And we would almost be at 4 times if we still had this silver, but we do not. So there, that goes to the downside. Let's just keep on watching out for the market, right? Market now down 1.3%, looking to get a little uglier here today as we continue that move down. I hope everyone's having a great time. Thank you to everybody watching right now. Okay, there we go. Getting out on TikTok, ARTL, if you guys are still somewhat trading this, it's going to halt to the downside right now, $10.80. Halt down, just happening right there. But 99 problems. Today, halts aren't one because right now we are cruising on this Netflix, and I'm just going to punch a little bit more out here as we get some 95 or some 35s, still waiting at 40s. So far, so good here today. Let this market bleed down. We are short and doing quite well there today. And it's just what a week it's been, man. I mean, every day this week, it seems like we've been hitting these monster bangers. And, you just got to, kind of understand the market that we're in, right? I mean, we know that volatility is definitely increased. And I know when we had Obi on the show and stuff, it's like you look for these holds, man. The minute the VIX starts spiking and you get into these 20s, or almost, was it 29 or something today? You definitely get some opportunities to capture bigger moves. So there it is, man, on the TQs. So far, so good there. What a good week. Thumbs up, man. Looks like your SMCI too, $22. Hopefully that's going to be a good level. But the market right now, nonstop, ever since we went short, like we just have been bleeding off that VWAP. So yeah, so far so good down there in and around those levels. We just got 93.40s.
We have Michigan sentiment coming out right now.
Yeah, so we have it in 20 seconds. So let's go over to Adara right now. And congratulations everybody this morning.
15 seconds away from the final University of Michigan consumer sentiment print for the month of March. Forecast 54, prior 55.5. So we are expecting a drop. 5-year and 1-year inflation expectations we're expecting actually higher than the prior print. Let's see what we get when these numbers go live. Just waiting for this to populate. Okay, give me a second here. We've got University of Michigan 1-year inflation 3.6%. So that's higher than the forecast. Sorry, 3.8%, above the forecast of 3.6% and the prior print of 3.4%. Going to wait for the rest of these. I apologize here, guys. 3.2% here for the 5-year. So 3.2% in line with estimates for the 5-year inflation expectation. 1 year is going to be above estimates and the sentiment below estimates. So basically people expecting higher near-term inflation and they're a little bit less enthusiastic right now about the economy. Here is the NASDAQ dropping lower, though right now maybe a little bit of a bottoming tail look here for the Qs. Let's talk NFLX. We know Sean's been involved in this name. This one actually was a rare positive name yesterday. Basically what happened was they, first it's reported, then they later announced they are going to be raising some of their prices. Oppenheimer raising its price target for Netflix in turn. This tech weakness, though, other than names like Netflix, does continue. Meta, of course, on watch after not 1, but 2 liability trial results here not in their favor. In social media, we also had CrowdStrike and some of these other names in the cybersecurity space to the downside amidst more fears that Claude and other AI platforms could potentially overtake them. So lots on watch here in the tech space, but do make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content we have for you every single day. Let's see what Sean and Neil are trading.
Or throw a comment on TikTok as well for all of our viewers that are following us in there. I've seen a few nice comments and we appreciate everybody. But you know what? This last hour, or this next hour, I should say, brought to you by our good friends over at Trade the Pool. Why? Because the markets have been pretty active lately. You might have noticed. And though for traders, that's going to create volatility and opportunity. More setups, more momentum. But to take advantage of those conditions, you need 2 things. You need discipline and you need access to capital. Pretty important. And that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your personal account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up that personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code you see on screen right now and get 10% off. Shout out to Trade the Pool. Thank you for Mitch coming on. Thank you to we get Steve coming on as well. So fantastic guest. We are actually getting a little bit of a, okay, watch what's going on in USO here, bit of a dip back down. It might break trend. So this bar actually looks like it wants to break the trend line here. If it does close, that's a good place to scalp out of the short, at least for now, because that's one of the things that happened. Like, it was all trend down off of the open and then eventually broke it at about 10:30. But if this breaks this upward trend that we're seeing in oil, it's usually been a bit of a reversal signal. Can always jump back into some trades. Come on, catch that bid, close back above. That's what you want to see. If you're looking at individual oil names, Oxy still pretty strong. It's holding above VWAP, but I said you got to wait till something distinct is happening in USO. I don't think you're at that point yet. And then the small capper battle, this looks like junk. This is not going up with oil. So if oil goes down, this might actually be some low-hanging fruit to the downside. It's not even bouncing anymore. That's how weak it is, unfortunately. So got to track that USO, which is catching a little bit of a bid here. So I think it's going to hold this trend line, which can set us up for some reload opportunities, at least I think. And maybe give me a chance to get into this intel. Again, it's underneath VWAP. The first shot didn't work under VWAP, but the second one can. Just don't want USO to be crashing through VWAP when you're entering a short position.
Yeah. Okay, so Netflix did come back down in. I mean, we were, did quite well to get out of it where we did. I only have 10% left now. So unfortunately, we did, when the market was coming in there, it's like believe in yourself a little bit, which we do, obviously. But, we did get out as this was starting to I didn't even think, I was just like, nah, man, we don't want it. This market's coming in too much. And Netflix does give you that major level there at 93. I'm not going to reload it, but we did get it. This is pretty much most of the outs were right here between 30s to 40s. And then for some reason, I was just sitting at 50 and they gave us that fill. That was the highest. We got as high as about 60 there. I'm going to try. I don't have any, I have an offer at 70s right there, up near the 200 period. So maybe that is our next area where we wind up getting filled on Netflix. I mean, that's what I'm going to wait for right now. So if it's there, it's there. If not, we'll be patient with that trade on Netflix. And then we've been emptying out our clip over here as well, obviously, as we just been In this 1 minute, I bought 5 times right there. Just a little nervous that maybe we were getting a little carried away here with this move down. Nvidia has been leading the way lower. It's 168 and it's trying to bounce. Tesla did get that big push lower as well, down into 360. Looks like the low of 360, 130s there. Nice little bounce back for Netflix as well. So, for Tesla, good job over on that one.
Actually, you know what's leading the way lower? You haven't mentioned yet?
Meta?
ARM is down 7.6%. To put in perspective,
don't own that one.
It has now come, it's right back to when the news came out. So look, it's just back to a couple of days ago, but you have to remember this stock was up 15 or 16% on Wednesday, I believe. Yeah, it was Wednesday. So crazy move down, and ARM giving up the entirety of the move, almost the entirety of the move therefore. And look, on the daily chart, it still doesn't even look all that bad, but looking pretty nasty for him. So leading the way to the downside today, it seems like, unless I'm missing a name, it's going to be ARM. I like what's going on with USO for now because it's catching that bid on the higher low, but it hasn't resolved. Like, we catch a bid. If the next leg is down, that's a break of the trend, and it could be a signal to exit out of that SMCI short. I didn't reload it underneath VWAP here. It didn't quite press in, so I wanted to see what happened with the USO. But as long as we hold that trend line, I think we can start getting back into that bad boy. Did I hear Adara? Was that correct? No? Okay, my bad. But, yeah, my bad. There is still that, ARTL.
Yep.
Artello bias.
The halted.
So obviously this will end up being a 10-minute halt if you've been paying attention. So the up halts, instantly
Google's going
back into a down halt here. The tap is $10. It's halted at 1080. So this one might be, I'm not saying it's done, but it's got its first pullback of the day and looking like it's going to come back at least into this $10 area according to the tap. Should be open in 1 minute, everybody, if you happen to be trading. We always say you got to take your profit when you get a chance.
Yeah, that's and right now we
still
get
be in the money though.
Yeah, oh yeah, and even silver came back up. I'll address that in just a minute. Right there, there's the cash coming in on Netflix again, man. So, you know, there we go, man. We've paid for our monthly subscription, so that's good. Nice move up there for Netflix as they increase prices, and all we do is increase our share size to pay for that monthly subscription. And here comes, we said we're gonna wait at 93.69 for that. It just gave you another reload, by the way, at 93. So, you know, if you guys are looking for some trade ideas, and, you know, that's the thing that everyone's looking for, right, is sort of that little hand-holding situation. We're doing that. Oh, there it is. What's up, Bears? Right there, but there's Netflix right there, 93 long. I mean, we wrote that down. We talked about why we like that level. We talked about it earlier today. If it comes in, we want to take it. Be very, very patient with it. That's exactly what we did, man. And it comes to 93 not once but twice and hits that. So there it is, man. There's the trade right there for you on Netflix. And we also, of course, we don't have the TQs any sort of levels written on. For the TQs here today, but you know, this has been our number. This was the only trade I made yesterday, was a short right around this time, and there today as well. As we just get that fill there at 65. Wow, what a move lower there. Still waiting for Netflix, and yeah, there's silver, man. Someone said, "Oh, you're gonna get revenge on silver?" And no, because I didn't read it right. You know, I don't need to get back into it. This is a decent level right here for SLV. I still like the short. But look, guys, we are absolutely bleeding down. We've now hit our, we've already talked about it. We've hit our goals. It's been a big, successful day. It's been a huge week. Although, obviously, the portfolio is not doing that well, the market, you know, will figure that part out. I'm not dip buying anything. I know there was some, you know, talk yesterday of maybe some lows coming in. I don't think, I mean, we talked about that with... not Brian. Oh, yeah, was it Brian? Yeah,
Steve.
Yeah,
no, Brian. We've mentioned
and Steve.
Well,
Brian
we
was
talked about with
Tuesday.
Brian on Tuesday, but because everyone's every guest can be talking about the same thing.
Yeah,
this market pullback. So
it's like people thinking about what levels are key there, and you get another 1% down today. So yuck on that one. IBIT. I mean, you know, we had that short written down, but right now crypto just continues. Oh, you're shorted now.
It
so
just hit the third point of a trend line, which is the only problem is it's not. This is not an A because it's not at the volume weighted average price, which I'd like a little bit better. Because remember, yesterday I just zoomed the wrong direction. Yesterday it was about 10:30 when we lost VWAP here, consolidated under VWAP, and it was even like this little like longer trend break. Everything was lined up for that VWAP short that ended up being kind of the one. This is a bit different. This is just 3 points well under, maybe play it, scalp into the low of the day kind of deal here for IBIT. And then remember, it's not even IBIT or Bitcoin that's been the worst. ETH has been taking it on the chin even worse than Bitcoin. It's down 3, IBIT's down. Oh, they're the same today.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Usually it's been ETH a little bit worse, but you're coming into some big levels for them as well, whether you're watching BMNR or whatnot. And yeah, for that USO, if you're continuing to track oil, which if you like the short, it's going right back and bouncing off the highs. It seems like we might just have one of these kind of days where you just grind higher on oil prices. And if that's the case, I know Oxy has looked pretty good. Let's have a look in on that. That's just pulled clean. Look at that wick into VWAP. Pretty good on Oxy.
Yeah.
There.
Well, that's VWAP? Okay.
Yeah, but that's a pretty deep candle. Still, Oxy looking incredibly strong. I like that one for sure. And Jacques is saying, look at the short interest in USO.
What? Why?
Short interest. The problem
I never thought about looking at that.
Yeah, but like it's the short interest on an ETF that follows the commodity. How much does that really tell us? Because what's going on in the futures markets is going to dictate a lot of price action as well. I would think that's tricky. I haven't looked, and it's not that we can't look. It's just I don't know how big of a
call it up. Maybe it's big. I don't think that matters because we don't know how people are using it to hedge. I mean,
exactly. It's based on a commodity, and that makes it very tricky to read too much into technical data like that. Sorry, I'm just trying to find it on my...
No, I mean, I agree. That's the whole discussion that we're having there. I think that is...
I don't have data on it.
Oh, it doesn't give it on Benzinga? Oh, okay. Well, I'm not going to look either. We can check out FinViz, but I just don't have that open right now. That's a good spot to look for short interest in anything. Okay, so just quickly. So you got to have an out, right? I mean, as this market's starting to go higher, we just got some more bids down there at the day's low. I mean, look what we've been doing. It's not by fluke that we've been catching these bids there. You know, we just came back into the lows of these candles and we just sat there. So it's just like right now I'm going to put another bid. I don't know if this is going to hit. It seems like we're getting a little excited right now about this market. But I'm going to put another bid mid 80s to catch the low on this candle if we can get that good. But yeah, I've already put the stop in and I was like, if we get back up breaking right now, that 50 period moving average. I mean, yesterday on the TQs, we actually didn't break it till about noon, right? And so that gave me a little bit of a pause for concern there today, as it looks like right now we might break it. So I want to get out if we do break that $40.10 spot. And, you know, we'll give a little bit back, obviously, if that's what winds up happening. So, you know, we got to wait. I don't know.
Oh, USO's breaking. It's breaking.
Is it? Okay,
down.
I was going to say, I don't know if today was going to be that big day like we all had sort of hoped for. Not hoped for, but was thinking about there in the market. USO's breaking down, so that would mean the market, of course, breaking high.
Yeah, this is actually looking like a trend break to me now on USO. Distinctly.
Yeah.
I tightened my stop on SMCI. SMCI is bouncing off VWAP or bouncing upwardly off VWAP. But USO has kind of broken this trend a little bit, which did signal to me that maybe that's a spot to get out. What? Trim. That's like the other side of it. Just decide to trim and then reevaluate if that's going to be the case.
We got that low bit.
I didn't reload SMCI here, even though it seems like an obvious one. If this closed under VWAP, this candle here with a topping tail, I'll go for the reload with the tight stop. But you got to watch out what's going on with oil. If oil decides to make any kind of a flush, which I didn't think was going to happen. I thought you get a trend break because some kind of a tweet came out or a truth or, heck, if I think the president would be moving the market when it comes to oil. If that's not going to be the case, I don't want to overreact. So trimmed a little bit of IBIT there as I just saw this breaking that trend, and that's about it. In the chat, Shadow Rap says Micron long right now.
Might be right.
You know what? That's a stock that we talked about this yesterday. The forward PE is 6 on Micron. And I say that almost laughing. It's a stock that's had a forward PE in the single digits plenty of times. I mean, quite often it's had single-digit Ps, but not during this memory crisis. Not at all. So this is distinctly different. And I still think this is, I don't care if it's up 2%. If it can't crack 370 today or 370 to 375, this stock is still in trouble. Like all you're doing is pulling a little bit of yesterday back. Sometimes you get that 2-3% bounce day, you start feeling good about it, and then you forget the fact you were down twice that before. So you got to keep that in mind when it comes to Micron and just how bad it's been the last week and a half. This rally hasn't done much of anything yet.
All right, so like we just talked about it on the sticky note again, the top trade idea for me today as an individual stock was Netflix, and there it is, man, now 85 cents in the money on this dip buy into 93 bucks. So there it goes, man, 93, nice move higher, 93 to 94 bucks. Right there on Netflix. So we are going to empty out the clip a little bit up here again on this name. And yeah, just go yeehaw on that one. $93 into that. It's on the sticky note. Go find it at Trader TV Sean. And by the way, although the Qs, we talked about, you know, where we wanted to put that bid. We put it right there. We got it at 83. It does come back in. It does go down into 76 again. So let's just hold out, man. Maybe the move is not where we think it is, and maybe it does pull back just a little bit right now. As Neil mentioned there, potential break in USO trend, but we're going to just hold on to this, and we do have our stop already breaking right here, $40.10. We'll get stopped out if that does happen, but we got pretty good there as we just have a piece back in. I only have 25% left. So we did pretty good getting out, but yeah, well, we won't even lose on this last piece. I mean, we're short at 40/40s. So, you know, if that winds up happening, good. It looks like a good out on Netflix there on VWAP, so that will play so far there. And then just a quick back look on SLV. There it goes. We said we weren't going to get our revenge on that short, and I'm glad that we didn't. You know, sometimes if you make a wrong read, that is completely fine as well. And then Nvidia we had written down as a local short. That's still low. So ARTL was your halting stock of the day, Artello, and that is going lower right now as well. So nice move up to 12. Looks like 1 halt, 2 halt, 3 halts, 4, and now making, will there be more? We shall see here on Otello as it's Coming back in though, but still up 183%. What was the news on this one again? The cancel? Was it just the cancel of the offering?
They were going to do an offering, and then they canceled the offering. That's the only thing I'm aware of on Artel. If there's something else, you know what Dara's going to find it if there is. But unfortunately, fortunately,
that's it. That's all.
That's everything. There you go. Thanks, Dara. Thanks for the confirmation. But we just broke through VWAP, downside USO, upside on SMCI. So it's still like it's under our entry price, but that's still the volume weighted average price because we're trending down is going to also trend down. It can be a re-entry if it closes back underneath, but I need to see it close back underneath. Otherwise, no good. Oddly enough, IBIT is not going up, so that's actually coming right back into the downside. Given the fact that we're falling in oil, I'll take the low of the day if we can get it, just because the market seems like it's turning for me. If you get a chance to grab the bottom before that happens, oops, I just put that at the wrong penny. If you get a chance to grab the bottom before that happens, I think you almost want to. And we're going to go back over and show you what was just happening. There's USO. You're at that precipice here. If we lose the bid, that's a bigger confirmation that we could be getting that turn. But this is exactly where you want to bounce, would be off that volume weighted average price. So come on, USO, give us the goods.
All right, we have a super chat there if you want to put it up there. A venture dog, it looks like LA right there. So he's going to talk about silver a little bit here. There it is. Thank you. Yeah, I'll take a coffee too. Thanks. Yeah. Okay, so thank you, Sean. I started watching SLV after you got out. Good. Got the pullback long and the break through the high of the day to go hike with the 13 dogs. Sirens. Make sure you get some of those little baggies with you, if you know what I'm saying. That's a lot of animals there. So, yeah, shout out to you and congratulations. So there it is, man. Yeah, you saw me get rinsed out of it, I guess, right there, and then bought the dip. Good level there, honestly. Like, that's what I was saying. You know, just because I'm thinking short doesn't necessarily mean that is going to be, you know, the rite of passage there. And it looks like today, yeah, the long was right. And again, like, this is part of it, right? There's the low. We have, like, sort of a higher low there, right? And then a higher low there, and then another higher low, and then boom. So this is why, like, I don't look at technicals like that to the extent, because I'm just trying to trade off feel and bigger support and resistance levels. But that one right there, you know, making new highs, or sorry, lower highs, is definitely something to look at. So congratulations on that one, Adventure Dogs LA. I hope it's going good over there in LA. And yeah, you know what kind of, not the little baggies that maybe you guys are thinking, you know, I'm talking about the, you know, the other kind of bags. Coming through there. So, all right, let's go over to Adara for some small cap recap, and then I'm going to review the broader market.
Let's take a look at some of today's most interesting or biggest small cap movers. We're started here with HKIT, this high-tech global penny stock right now trading around 13 cents. News on this one is actually, I guess, that their global sales agreement with Maxim was terminated by Maxim. The stock seeming to like this for whatever reason. $3.5 million market cap, 6 million share float. Let's move on here to ONCO. This is OnKinetics, this name that has rallied in the past. A little bit off pre-market highs. No news on this. We do have a $3 million market cap, 580,000 share float, 9% short float. Last but not least, ARTL, Artello Biosciences, as mentioned here. The story for ARTL involves a withdrawing of an SEC filing. Basically, what's going to happen now is they are not going to be doing the stock offering, I guess, that we thought they would, or selling some stock rather. So market cap here, $7.5 million, float of 700,000 shares. Back to you.
Adara, for all of that. We want to give a big shout out to everybody watching us live on TikTok, everybody watching us live here on YouTube. Shout out. Hopefully you guys are doing good there today on your Friday. It's always a nice day, no matter what the weather, and although it's pretty cold here in Toronto for a Friday tonight, we're excited. We've got the Jays going on today. We've got the Raptors. I'm going to be at one, Neil will be at the other, and we're going to have a lot of fun today, that is for sure. But okay, Amazon down 2.7%. Yuck. Google, I mean, it's not, you know what, considering where the market is right now, we're not that bad, are we? The Qs right now down 1%, so many of these stocks are kind of floating around as well, trying to figure themselves out. AVO, AMD down, Cisco down 2.7%. some of the strength that we saw Target yesterday with a little bit of strength there. Today it's Amazon that's down. That's not going to be a retail story today. There's Target up 1.86%, so we really like that stock. Walmart 1.5% as well. So some of the retail sides are starting to go. Energy names. We got that super chat earlier about energy, and it was like kind of like stay the course on energy. By the way, Netflix right now close to day's high right there for Netflix. But some of the energy names continue to rock. That's been a great trade for sure. Eli Lilly breaking about, I don't know, is it broken through $900 there? Eli Lilly. Oh, I got to get, here, what is that? How do I get that sheet up? There it is right there. So Eli Lilly right now, yeah, 892. Whoa. Yuckity yuck right there for Eli Lilly as that's all the way back in again. And the financials, again, yuck, man, just not doing well today in the space. So, down pretty good.
Issues aren't going.
No, and that's what we're saying. Just because the war is on, we do focus obviously on energy and on all of that. But yeah, there's some weakness definitely in various spaces. And one of them you may not expect it, and that's financials. And look at Robinhood. Holy crap, man, down another 5% today. It just keeps on bleeding lower and lower and lower.
I think SoFi is like 4.
Yeah, and look, yesterday I called Robinhood $50. I mean, I don't, and it's not that I called that's where it's going. I mean, if you have one more day like today, you'll be at 60, and now it's down 6% and going lower. And the only reason I said that is we've had just such an epic move up when everything was all rosy, right? I mean, this is Bitcoin's high. This is the market's high back in October, November, and Robinhood enjoyed that. So obviously, you can't sort of have one without the other. If the market's going to be weak, and we do so. Private credit, that's going to be more financials, not Robinhood story. But as Bitcoin, Ethereum, and when's the last time I even showed you guys that whole chart of all the crypto names, right? It's been a minute. So, just...
Oh, it doesn't look very good.
I think it's lost that interest. So I just looked back into here. It was just kind of like this little break area was $50. And then you could have gone 50 to 150. So there's a lot of juice in Robinhood. There's no doubt that this name will once again be great again. It's just a matter of when. So, Webull, SoFi, some of these fintech names just have been crappy. And look, okay, so
that, by the way, Bitcoin just broke the lows.
And I was going to say the market, in surprise to me, I didn't expect to get all the way back here as well. But there goes the TQs right back into the lows.
HOD.
USO is HOD.
High of the day. Just now.
HOD, high of day. Okay. Yeah. So there it is, man. That makes perfect sense for me. There it is, man. The money bag happening right here on the TQs one more time there today. So I only have now we're down into, let's call it about 15% left. So let's just hold this for the rest of the day now. We did get that break of the 50-period moving average, but fortunately, we don't use it as the exact level. Remember, we were saying 40-10s, so we did almost get stopped out there, but that's why you got to have your stops in, right? And we'll just have that key area and still see if it's a negotiated spot there as well. And then Netflix, we didn't get anything out at that last move up, but now that we've seen View up a couple times, that's now at 88, so we'll put an offer at 85, get out of half of what we have left and see how far Netflix wants to run if this market does truly want to go higher.
Yeah, so I did look, obviously IBIT hit the low of the day, and there was a sharp reversal in USO, which it seemed like it was breaking down, and it broke back up, so that would have been the wrong decision to get out. But now there's a distinct trend line, which I'm going to fade, which would mean short pops into. I'm going to save it on the 3 minutes so I don't lose that trend line. SMCI, okay, that's actually holding up here. However, SMCI's got a similar thing going on, which I got to pay attention to. That now has also a bit of a three-pointer right into the volume-weighted average price. I might re-enter that trade. Your ARTL for Artello. Yeah, it counts. You know what? This bounced off the halt level. So the initial halt level at $8.50, $8.50, I should say, not the time. That's where we found a bit of a bid. So that and VWAP are holding. It still looks pretty good. So maybe it's not dead. Sometimes that first down halt, you think it's going to be all done. We just had well, let's just throw the super chat up here if we can, Andre. Or I can do it. That's fine. Thanks. Son of Daniel Cheese Tycoon. Hey, I'm invested in your cheese dispensary idea. I think it's.
I was an early investor. I actually cashed out.
You cashed out?
Yeah, well, I thought that peak was at its highest.
I made the mistake of
private credit,
mortgaging everything and going in.
Yeah, it's a big mistake.
You're having a very green day today, but every time I start to think about going long, Admiral Akbar pops into my head and says, "What did he say?" It's a trap. That's what he says. He's got something like he's got. Well, you know what he has to say. Yeah, I don't know what makes you go long yet, right? Like it's even when I thought a second ago. Well, it was a few minutes ago, that we're losing volume weighted average price and oil was going to go lower and blah, 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 blah. Look at the reversal off of VWAP. Well, that didn't happen. I mean, at all. Like, it's the complete opposite. So I'm with you, man. Like, we're in a market where we're saying guilty until proven innocent, which is exactly how justice does not work, but in the market, that's how it does work. Mm-hmm. No, it's just true. I think it's a better way of saying the trend is your friend. That's how you try to think about it. Like the trend hasn't broken. Thankfully, look, Intel was the losing one today. It broke trend. I was up getting a coffee and I maybe missed it by about 10, 15 cents, but I was able to get something here as it broke the support level. This is gonna, this will be one of those, well, we might have missed it early, but I remember yesterday, if you picked it up anywhere, it eventually was an all-day trend. The only thing going though, is we just got the low, and this is the low of the week, and then there's one more down here at 43 even. 43 is a huge level for Intel on the daily. Like, see it how it holds the line, and it's a Friday, and it's 1%. So I just feel like that's going to be a spot to look for a bounce. Big optionable levels, big support here on Intel. But yesterday I was saying I have some concerns about this. Look at how the resistance has been shifting from in and around 47, 48, to, now we can't seem to creep past the 50-period moving average. I think that's starting to look, I mean, it's already not looking that great, but it's starting to look a little bit worse. I'm worried about a flat bottom break here at 42 on Intel. I'm not talking about that as a day trade. I'm talking about like if you hold Intel shares, because I trimmed some more at that 50 period, thinking if it gets bad, this thing could see the 200 period, which is, like, that's a good 20% lower here on Intel.
It's definitely not looking great.
Well, I mean, what is?
That was what I was going to say. What also is if you're battling with some of these prices, it's because you're not sure what to do with your positions, and I think it's just one of those things where we had that super chat there about looking long. I mean, if you're looking for a resource, man, I mean, this was we put it right there. Netflix. This is forget about it, but this is a big trade today. You're talking about a dollar club right there from 93 up to 94, and it wasn't hard to find. We talked about it. Everybody over here liked it, and I took it. So it came right in there. It came actually in twice. So what you actually have to do, and we say this all the time, fortune favors the bold. I mean, I did have to step in there and take it, and it's just like, I did get out, and I even put that on my post there on the board, right, when we put it up there on Twitter. I said I did get out of some. I was nervous when this made a move back in. We actually got out of like half of this for like 10 cents or not even, and then it popped. So it is kind of like plug your nose and hold it and hope for the best, and that's what happened there with Netflix, and now I only have 5% left. So a bunch of outs there. I told you, the big out for me was in and around this 50 area. Like the market was still coming in and I couldn't believe it. So, but the real big trade, and the same thing as yesterday, and we just do it on back-to-back days. And I think just to answer, more questions about trading and about the mentality of trading is, something works for you yesterday, you can get right back into that same thing again here today. And that's, we actually timed out yesterday short on the TQs around the same time, right? We were short this time yesterday, and then it just printed all night, all day into the close. So, we're still going to try to hold this. I'm still going to, like I mentioned before, man, we only have about 15% left. So we'll try to hold against this 40-10 area. But I do have some bids. I have a bid at 55. So breaking the low, we're at the low right now. If we can break that low, then I'll wait for 10 cents underneath, right? What that low right now is 58. So we'll try to get a 55, and then we'll see if we bleed after that and where we go from there. So, so far so good there on the downside for the TQs, and so it's printing out for that one. A name that was strong. Yeah, no, I was just gonna say. Okay, good. We'll get to those super chats. Name that was strong yesterday was Apple. So Apple up there today again.
Yeah, I'll throw it back. I was pulling it back so you could say that about Apple, but
that's okay. Yeah, let's go.
It was K-Derm in the chat.
K-Derm.
I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Apologies if I'm not. Why is Battle not moving?
K-Derm.
But crude is ripping. I think the problem becomes, and this is symptomatic. Like this happened every single time we get these major oil shocks, and you have these small cappers which just go parabolic because they have low floats and they have big short floats and all that stuff. And when the conflict starts, they go absolutely ham, and the shorts get squeezed, and then you catch the back end of the trade. And remember, well, what's the actual net benefit to them for these higher crude prices? When this all started, like in January, this was a $1.50 stock. When volume picked up, this was $3.80. This is up from when the conflict started, still, what, 50, 60% if you just bought it at the start of the conflict. 60%. So it just doesn't have as much juice because when you start thinking you're at the tail end of it, these things usually go back to where they are. Now, I was surprised. I actually thought that maybe it would be doing more than this, but yesterday was a pretty big hint because oil kept up its uptrend all day long, and this made fresh lows all afternoon. That's why we're calling it broken. I was ready to, like, it's one of these. If USO loses the bid, it's one of these that I want to be short because they're already incredibly weak. It's not the same as being long Occidental or Devon Energy or Diamondback, as you were talking about before. Whether if it's Battle, if it's TPET, they're just not the same breed. And there was one more super chat, I believe, we want to get to. Oh, it was Adam James abroad. There's actually two, sorry. Boots on the ground over the weekend, but Trump will say something at 4:05 today and then again at 7:55 Sunday, just like he tried to yesterday, 10 minutes after the close. I wouldn't be surprised if we get comments trying to boost the market if we continue to trend like this. The real question is, will it do anything? You know. And hey guys, hey to you as well. Up? Thank you for the super chat there. Our ARK is FX.
ARK is FX.
Hello. So we love the easy messages, just nothing else in there. We appreciate you, whether you're coming in from YouTube, whether you're coming in from TikTok. We appreciate all the viewers for sure. Twitch, wherever it might be. Rumble, if we're up on Rumble yet? But
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if we're up on Rumble yet. X, of course, we're there, and we mentioned
X,
TikTok,
Twitch,
and
TikTok
X.
seems to be the favors over there. All right, AMZN. We saw, oops, that's Blue Ocean. AMZN right here. There it is. Click it over. Oh, come on, Blue Ocean. Get rid of that chart. There we'll look to see. Just make sure we got some bids out here for TQQs. Look at this. Ugh. Netflix as well. I mean, first of all, the whole market. I mean, we're at the lows right now. So Amazon getting hit again, down another 3% there today. And I felt like we had talked about this before. You know, at this level for Amazon, I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to pick something up here for Amazon. But we've seen Google lose the bid, right? We've seen Meta lose the bid. We've seen Microsoft lose the bid. So when we talk about the Mag 7, Amazon probably not immune to losing said bid as well. I mean, Google, I thought 280 was going to be a buy zone for me. Chart change, down 1%, and maybe that might be correct. I mean, there might be some buyers in and around here because with the market downside and other Mag 7 names down more than 1%, it's actually Google trying to battle a little bit back off of that 275 marker. So maybe that's the level that everyone's now looking at, 275 or so for Google. There as well, Meli. What is that Meli Libre or whatever that is? Mercado Libre there. 52-week low, yeah.
Split?
No, it's $1,600.
I don't know.
There. Didn't people say, wasn't that the Amazon of South America or something there? So, yeah, it's really strong there in Brazil. So it is South America there. 52-week lows. I mean, that's you can have it up on the chart.
Yeah, I got it up. It's actually breaking down right now. Look, I don't think anybody trades this thing. We trade here, but tunnel continues. Mad Max. We have a Mad Max graphic. I don't know. Oh, maybe I don't have it.
Oh, I have the Lambo.
Yeah. You've got it. That's our Mad Max, not the Mad Max you're probably thinking of because you're probably thinking of the classic movie. No, Mercado Libre. But the thing about breaking these 52-week lows, you broke trend a while ago. You could make the argument that here is I'd say you broke the trend in here because you would draw this easy peasy, right? Like, well, you can do better than that, but you broke the trend somewhere in here and then tried to get back to 50 period or the 200 period and lost it. And then there was your confirmation, and now it's dumbfest. And when you're, again, guilty till proven innocent, being at a key price level for support sometimes doesn't matter in this kind of a pattern. Because when you have this long of a trend up, I don't care how good the company is, when it starts to break down, some big money starts to come out, and like institutions want to get their money out, and blah, 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 blah. Or at least trim, I shouldn't say get out, trim is the better way to think about it. And then the bottom, it can be very elusive. If you're trying to guess at it. So this is another one. Still kind of silly they wouldn't split.
Yeah.
I don't understand the reticence for some of these companies to split. Like, what's the downside? To me, it's only upside in that you maybe get a little bit more attention in the options market for retail. Which
that was always the idea, and then all of a sudden you could start to do, tokenized trading and this and that. So I don't know if like partial shares is going to be a thing or not, and could help save many of those companies from splitting. But
I think it's cool being a $1,600 stock.
I don't know, because like
you don't get any extra points for it.
Right, so I was going to say, like, that story is old now. Like, who really cares about the price of the stocks anymore? But yeah, definitely a good story there with MELI. And if you do like the story, I mean, probably something worth having a look at. As we just heard from Andre, it is a popular site there in South America. So, but again, with the market and everything sort of trying to bleed downside a little bit, no names seem to be too safe with that anymore. Vistra.
There's a bull market. Yep,
there is, man. Netflix, Vista Energy.
That's the wrong bull graphic. See, we have higher quality. That's
okay. Good. Yeah. Hit the higher.
Yeah, that's the higher quality for obvious reasons. The old one was challenged. Let's just say. But Vistra looking very good. I bet you. Well, I shouldn't make the assumption, because you make assumptions. You better make a you know what.
Yep,
hey, GEV's actually down 1%. So maybe not. GV had been relatively strong most of the way up, but now a little bit of catch up for some of the other bad boys. Vistra looking. This has felt like it was not doing what it should have been doing for a long time. If I'm being real with you, and holding the low looks good here. I like this name. I prefer GV. And I own GEV, but I felt this one wasn't getting its juice. The problem I think was the valuation here, and maybe that's still going to be an issue. But it is relatively strong. We just hit 43, and again, this is just me, but this is a target on Intel. I even said in the note, if it gets down to $43 on a Friday, look for a potential bounce there. So it does hit that low as the market heads lower. SMCI is not really doing what I want. Why is SMCI so strong all of a sudden? I pivoted over to Intel because it broke that trend back in, and then SMCI, which was the one, is still kind of struggling to get there. I think now it looks a little bit better under VWAP. So now I'm going to re-enter short off VWAP if I get any kind of a pop. But the shorts just keep winning.
Yeah, man. Face slapper, cash register, no matter what graphic you hit, right there. This is what's been happening. And there goes the TQs, man. New lows. We talked about bidding 55s. We get it right there. It breaks back down below. And yeah, man, the hits just keep on coming right now to the NASDAQ. So hopefully you guys are short. And we've been short all day today. And, with good reason, we continue to hold on to that short as crude continues to go higher. There's been some talk there. I mean, you know what? The boots on the ground can't get on the ground until another week or so anyways. And that's pretty much why, is what I'm seeing from the chat, why a lot of people think Trump delayed that, till April the 6th, when they believe that they'll be more ready for, combat or whatever winds up happening there. Of course, in the Middle East, we hope for the best resolve possible at this point. But yeah, the market's still going lower. And the thing is, man, no longs, no cry. We have Netflix there, and it just touched again at VWAP. So we do take, yet again, man, another piece out right there of VWAP and go hee-haw to that one, because Netflix has been an absolute banger. If anything, man, Apple right now, I don't know, we just lost our position board. We'll try to get that figured out for you guys. Again, I can just probably bid something here and get it right back. Yep. Okay, so Apple right now might be at a buy zone. I just want to give you guys that look. We're finally back into the 200 period moving average there for Apple. So if you are interested in said play, Apple could be looking for something right now in and around this 253 zone. So, you could catch a bid there. Generally, we do buy bids off of 200 period moving averages. So, maybe something there for you guys looking to dip buy. Apple could be a play, and I actually don't mind the level that's at right now on your 1 minute chart for AAPL. Again, a strong name, actually up today. Unreal that we have anything that's even up today. It's Apple, it's Netflix, it's and pretty much that's it.
All the
and then you had Vistra up a little bit as well. So
if it's oil related, you're probably fine.
Look, man, I hope everyone's enjoying. I hope everyone, despite looking at your 401ks. I hope everyone's enjoying the show. It's been another big day, and we want to thank you guys for watching. So I'm going to go 2 for 3 Netflix. The only loss that we have is a quick one on silver right there, which managed to really work out for us, but look what's happening now. So shout out to the gentleman that was rolling around in his gold thong bikini holding long silver calls. And he had tweeted us yesterday, super chatted us yesterday and this morning. And congratulations to the long silver, and enjoy your day on the beach. Dara, it's 10:40. Let's go over and see what she's up to at the big desk.
There is actually some strength to be found in this market, so we'll start there. Industrial services to the upside, energy minerals sharply to the upside, of course, in tandem with oil. Consumer non-durables doing quite well as well. You've got some of these tobacco names, Altria up 2.5%, Philip Morris up just over 1%. Utilities doing well too. You've got CEG Constellation up over 3% here, so that's kind of an AI data center related play as well. Nice name to look at. Other than those sectors, it's really hard to find any strength. Finance, basically right across the board here. Health tech, with the exception of Johnson & Johnson, to the downside. Intuitive Surgical down nearly 3%. DHR Danaher down 2.5%. Producer manufacturing quite weak. Transportation quite weak. You've got DoorDash and Uber both to the downside. Consumer durables red. Health services red as a group. I couldn't find any news on the sector, so it just looks like a market-wide move. Commercial services weak. Retail trade to the downside with the exception of Walmart. And of course, these tech companies. I mean, the only great name that's standing out across these two tech sectors is really Micron, up 1.5%. SanDisk also up about 2.33%. And Ciena up 2.33% as well. So some of these kind of optical and or memory plays seem to be faring better than their peers within tech. Back to you.
AT&T, not bad. There's just not a heck of a lot. I was sort of looking through as well. My goodness, the credit card companies, 2.5 each to the downside. The worst stock, well, at least, look, the worst stock on my quote board, and my quote board is not indicative of what's the worst in the market, but it's Coinbase in mine, and it's 7% down. And it's into the void as well. Coinbase is headed for a huge double bottom at 140. If it can bounce there, great, but you better hope and pray that Bitcoin doesn't lose 50,000, or Coinbase is going to have single digits on it. And if we continue this trend, I think Bitcoin seems like on the daily chart that we're headed to that 50,000 mark, at least based on the pattern that we're seeing. But I want to try this reload on trend lines. We're getting a slight bounce in the market. Stop me if I said this before, because another high got made in oil and then a slight pullback. So it's dip and rip and dip and rip. And that just means if that continues, then short the pops on things that are trending. The next available pop that I'm looking at, because Intel doesn't seem like it wants to, is going to be IBIT, as it's trying to catch a bid here, come back into the trend line, take it short. I'm willing to reverse this at some point if there's an all-day trend. That's fair. I don't mind it at all. But Bitcoin has been diving for a while. Like, you throw this up, you tell me. What does that look good to you? Anybody? Look bullish? Keep zooming out. How far do we zoom out on a 15-minute? Still not looking very good. Then you go to a daily chart. Yeah, it looks bad. That looks really bad. This is what happened the last time we lost one of these like bottom channels that we were in. Bitcoin only fell from 90, and within a couple of weeks we were at 65. So, you know, if it repeats that pattern, 50K doesn't even seem that crazy. Like, if it does what it did last time, it would be more than 50K that it goes down to. Yeah. So I think that would be almost a relief if this resulted in only 50,000.
Bitcoin on the way up, and then everyone just goes shh on the way down. We'll see how far it goes from here, as I'm still long BTC as well. But yeah, definitely not a huge part of the portfolio. Never really had been, so pretty okay with it, but definitely want to pick some more up. I think there's some value, obviously, in Bitcoin at some point. It's how low is low, right?
The thing that's weird to me is because logic, like the whole logic for a lot of people is like it's the whole money's getting printed forever, so the fact there'll only be 21 million of it. Mm-hmm. If that's the thesis and nothing else, like you're not talking about utility and you're not talking about it as a hedge or safe, then why wouldn't you only be buying dips? Like I'm only ever, if it's upward trending, only buying the support level. If it's downward trending, only buying the next leg down, because like you chase trends up because you think there could be explosive growth and blah, blah, and this and that. But if it's really just this thing that you think at some point in the future, people will realize we've printed too much money, and then it's like, yeah, only so much of this. Then you only want it when it's giving you that dip down. It never makes sense to me to buy highs. No, yeah. Exactly. But you know what? You buy those dips and it looks bad for a while, and you just kind of weather the storm. But trending,
That's what people
you
have been
short it
doing.
as a day trader, and that's all you can do. And by the way, our good friend, well, I don't know if it's our good friend,
Yep.
but it's somebody's good friend who hopefully had this one this morning.
Bye-bye, TQQ.
Artelis? Right, that's something like that. Artello. That's holding VWAP. This is still very, very strong. But there is a seller in here at that 10 to 1050 level that's been winning for a while. So this is still not very tradable. I find that there's probably traders that can do something with this. See how it's giving you actual trade, not going halt to halt. This is just utter nonsense that it's doing. Because if it breaks 850, like where are you getting now? Like 750 on a halt down, you might get trapped. It's going from halt to halt as we currently speak. So, but it's still holding out pretty good. Like if you're holding this one from the pre-market, definitely hasn't fallen apart just yet.
Yeah, just I mean that's a good one, but you could just also just take real trades today. I mean, you know, like just looking and trying to figure out where you actually think the market's going. I mean, all of us sat. This is why I think we've been having a good week. It's like it's just been red. You know, like every day we wait for these pops. We actually talked about that this morning. It's like I even called up, it's the exact same trade we had yesterday on the Qs, right? We had this exact trade yesterday and it was a banger. So we do it again today and it's happening. Like we shorted, this was the early morning yesterday in the TQs, right? We shorted that. This was the early morning the day before in the TQs. We shorted that. This is today's move. We're short. You know, like it's not, trading is difficult. You don't have to make it rocket science. You know, you try to pick your way, pick your direction. And we had that with Steve yesterday. I asked him, what's your process, man? And it was all about like, you know, figure out the direction, then look for something, you know? And that's like exactly what we've been doing, man. I only have 3 ideas today and, you know, just sitting in them and waiting to see if they want to work out. That Apple does not, I mean, we just looked at that breaking through. Remember, it was at that 200 period there on, and this is what I mean about having an opinion. Like that was there at the 200 period right there on the 1 minute chart. Generally speaking, that would be a buy, but because the day is so red, I'm not sitting in there and buying that, right? We had to take the risk and wait for that take on Netflix. And not only am I like, you know, hopefully doing as we preach here, but also hopefully getting the message across. Like once this came in, I was nervous. We were in the short, the market was coming in. So I did bleed out of this a little, all for profits, but we did get out of that because we were nervous. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You know, and then it came up to VWAP and we were able to clean it out. And the same thing with the TQs. We said, you know, if this breaks back down below, we wanted to get some out. So we're getting more and more out right there. We did have 15% left. We now have 10% left. And it's trying to break right now the 50 period. Yesterday, we didn't break the 50 period until about noon. Maybe we're going to do it a little bit earlier today, heading into the weekend. So I'm going to put my stop and then wrap this baby up very, very soon, man. Let's get out of half of what we have left if we break this area right there of 80, and then we'll deal with the rest of it. I got 10 minutes and I'm out of here, and then we're back at 2. So 39, right now 82s. We'll do that, and we'll put out, how much shares? Okay, how many shares? We'll get out of 50%. So it looks like right now it's going to stop me out, and this is not algorithmic trading. This is just hands off. So what's going to do right now is there it goes, sends out that trade. We get out of half right there, and now we don't have to worry about this next little move higher. We'll just wait to see how high Netflix wants to go now off of those levels. My guy Marvell today, we can have a quick look at that. Like we had said earlier, a lot of these names today are going to get hit back into the downside, especially names that have been strong, right? Marvell is a good spot to go in there. If you're nervous, why not take advantage of the last couple of days, get into some cash and wait for lower bids, right? And I think that that's what happened there with Marvell today. And, you know, I'm surprised it didn't happen to Target, actually. Target now taking out new highs. There's just a lot of people not in this name. So we love Target, man. Target, I am long Target at like $84 or something like that. And it's not even that long ago when we were all talking about it. And so there it goes. I said it even maybe switching out of Target and into some Walmart. Glad we didn't do that. Target right now printing, and Walmart, I don't know, a very small dividend, if anything. Target quite a large one. So definitely like that position as opposed to Walmart for right now. It's a Dara with money talks, and then we'll figure out what's for lunch, and then we'll talk about that, you know, and then Joe's gonna have to give his rating later on in the day, and we'll go from there. So
I got a bad feeling about lunch.
Yeah, me too. It hasn't.
Something
Yeah, it hasn't been tilapia in a minute, so we'll see if that's what's going to come through today. But yay, look, we'll go through this update that actually matters, and then we'll do what's for lunch after that and have some fun in the last 10 minutes, Adara.
Let's take a look at this U.S. dollar. This is actually kind of interesting here. We had this high from Monday, 101.15. Today, we touch it literally on the dot. Then we push back lower. We're back below the 100 level after briefly breaking it. Let's talk about this University of Michigan consumer sentiment print, which is by far biggest data we had today, and I would even argue all week. Now, this is really interesting because there's a lot of different messages kind of being conveyed by the different aspects of this print. University of Michigan consumer sentiment itself, final print for March, 53.3. So that's lower than the estimate of 54 and below the prior 55.5. So that basically implies, I guess, a little bit less enthusiasm from consumers than we were expecting. But then we get to the inflation prints, which are really interesting. 1-year inflation expectations for March, 3.8%. Now, that is going to be above the estimate of 3.6 and the prior print of 3.4. But then you get to the 5-year inflation expectation print here. 3.2% was the print compared to the prior, exactly in line here with the prior 3.2% and below the estimate of 3.5%. So long story short, we are seeing higher 1-year inflation than we were expecting, but 5-year inflation, a little bit maybe less worrisome than we were thinking was going to be the case here. So interesting look for that consumer sentiment print, and I think definitely worth breaking down. I did check the CME Fed Watch tool. We are still expecting rates to be held throughout the year. Back to you.
I'm getting a poll ready because I saw someone in the chat like, what's the market going to finish at? Well, I'm going to fire something up, which gives us a chance to give a few options in here because we can actually do this the right way. So I'm going to type it live for everybody in here. And it's simply, where will the SPY close today? Let's go with the S&P because I think, that's when people say the market, we look at the Qs because I think that's, for a lot of traders, that's momentum and such. But we'll talk about the SPY here. So we'll go green, any shape of green. 0.0001% or a bajillion percent to the upside as long as it's V-shaped. That'll be 1. 2 will be down between flat and 1%. Down 1 to 2% will be 3, and I will add a 4th option, which is down 2% or more, and we'll start the voting right about now. So 1 is green, any shape of green for the SPY. Down 0 to 1%, we're going to go with we'll say I'm kind of feeling the 2 myself, but I'm going to go with the 1 to 2% because I don't think we'll get past the 2%. So I'm going to type in 3 for myself. You guys do whatever you want, and we'll see what ends up starting to lead the way. I don't know why. Something's going wrong here, Fabian. It's not, because I'm seeing the chat go ham, and it's not populating. So maybe we'll get this one fixed. We can get this one going. I didn't break it, Fabian. I didn't break it.
I mean, the proof is in the pudding. But we're going to go to what's for lunch as we get that all figured out.
As long as it's not tilapia.
Right now, it is not tilapia. So today's flag is one that we've either had, and I've never mentioned, well, we've been mentioning the flag different since I don't remember mentioning the flag of Hungary there today. So very, very interesting flag there.
Budapest is a great city, by the way.
Yes, it is, man. I've been to Budapest. I went to Budapest as a very young one, opening up and training traders, and actually start as when real trading had basically no offices around the world. They sent this guy around the world to help open up some offices, and the very first stop was Hungary. So shout out to Hungary, right there, real trading. That was over 20 years ago. Man, am I old. All right, today should be a good one, man, I think. I don't know, we'll wait. Pork stroganoff there today. I don't know.
Pork.
Buttered, pork stroganoff. Buttered egg noodles, roasted veg, and chef's choice salad. The unfortunate thing is I'm not on the pork menu, so we'll have to wait to see what's going on there. Lunch.
You don't eat pork?
I do. I love pork. Yesterday we had some great, great sausage, man. I did wind up going to Farm Boy. We had a maple chipotle and cheddar bacon. No, a couple times here the pork has not been pork-like. So I backed away from that. And so we'll see. Hopefully, I mean, whatever. If it's any good today, we'll get back on it. I'm off the tilapia and off the pork around here. So, but love it. Love pork, man. I had sausage this morning, man. We had some nice.
But why the no pork here? That's what I'm curious.
Oh, it was one day I couldn't even. I can't remember what day it was. It was like
That's fair.
Thank you very much. And I still remember the one day that Brendan was eating. It was pork here. And I didn't have it, so I asked him how it was, and he said he thought it was chicken. So, okay, all right, it's 10:56 right now.
That's questionable.
Yeah, exactly. So shout out to everybody having chicken-flavored pork around these joints. All right, so Netflix does go right back into 93 again. Was any of you brave enough to take it? It goes right into 93 and right back up to 93.50. So Netflix still working out for us there. Quick check back in on gold and silver as we get ready for the midday show. Our flagship show goes off in 3 minutes. Gold right there up 3.3%. Ed still making new highs as this day continues long for the commodities. We did empty out of half of our TQQ position. That next stop is at 40.10s, and then we're out. That's GLD. Silver right now as well. This is the only trade that we have a bobo on today, and small one, of course. And there it goes right there on silver. Short, 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 and out. Then it absolutely collapsed, and we were like beside ourselves, and then it just ripped up, and I was even asked, are we getting back in? And I said, no mas. We did not read it properly the first time. I'm not going to take a shot again at silver, and there it goes, man. Shout out to the dude in the gold thong making a whole bunch of cash today in silver. So that's going to be a good one.
That's what he said.
And congratulations to you for having that one on there.
Sharif's laughing, but
Sharif's laughing because he also has on his gold thong, but you just can't see that right now. Oh, my bad on that one. That's just a little private between me and Sharif, right there. All right, so IBIT, nice bottom again at 37. And the funny thing is, of course, man, 37 long. I mean, at least today we followed our plans, man. We got Netflix at the level that we wanted to. But to be honest with you, IBIT Joe does not get down to 37. It got to 37.20. So not good enough for me, but that was a level that we looked at. And the reason why I liked IBIT down here, and I'll just show it to you and then we'll throw it back over, was based on, I just call up a 30-minute chart or whatever on IBIT to go back to the beginning of the year. And I wrote it down, beginning of the month. I wrote it down on the note today, on the sticky note, that we were going to go IBIT. Oh, maybe I need to zoom way back out. There it is right there. This is 37. So this goes back to the beginning of the month. So that was a spot. We zoomed all the way out to find that, and then we wrote that exactly on our note. So hopefully you guys are over there on that. There's IBIT, 37 long. There's Netflix long. There's silver, 62 area short. We tried and was wrong. Got out to 62.05 on that one. But there's IBIT, 37 long. Back to March lows here. If we dump on options worries, fine. We want to be there for that. Be patient. I still think it's there. So, and oh my God. Look what I even wrote before this. Bottom could be before this level. Oh, man. Okay, I need, Joe, I need you to create that bot that just takes all of these trades, no problem. But there it is, man. IBIT, 30-minute chart back to its monthly lows of 37 and change. One more minute left, and then we go back over there. So those are my trades today. Netflix long, obviously this TQ short, and then the silver dump off. So good day there today. Nice to end a Friday positively anyways.
Yeah, exactly. I've only had 3 shorts today, but IBIT's not going to be a reload because it just broke the trend. So like the all day, it's not an all day trend because it's just the all morning trend, but that just broke. So it's a wait for VWAP or wait for a 37.8 if we're still going to even like it. But I can't get away from this downward trending until something distinct happens. If you're just going to do this, what we did yesterday in USO, that gentle glide higher, then it's fine what's still setting up as the short. Now, SMCI doesn't look like it as much anymore. It's really holding the line here very well. We didn't make any fresh lows when the market was breaking fresh lows, so the early short was the only one that worked. Intel didn't work early, then did after. That's holding on a little bit better, so I think Intel at VWAP is going to look good. If we can break this consolidation down and oil doesn't do anything crazy, that's going to make sense to me. Before we throw over to the midday, Skilo wishes they were a little bit taller, wishes they were a baller.
Yeah.
Good, and you would call her. Wish I had a rabbit in a hat. Anyways, asking if Tesla is crashing. You know, oddly enough, Tesla is just back above VWAP here. So of all the things, like, so just to give you an idea, the reason it matters is, well, the market ain't at VWAP, not even close. But Tesla is a little bit relatively strong. So sometimes you can be a percent greater than the overall market down, but your short-term momentum is better than the market right now. It's making some higher lows. That said, it's still down 1.8%. We're going to throw over to our good friend Joey Options and Sharif the Professor. We'll be back at 2 o'clock after we have some, well, I guess I'm going to have the pork.
I don't know. I mean, I'm going to see it. I want to actually have it. I'll probably take some. Well,
yeah, you're gonna have.
Yeah. Last time with chicken tasting.
It's going to be good.
See you, everybody.
Peace.
Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, there it is. Good morning and greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif, and it is a nice sunny day outside. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it's a little nippy, but I can go for the nippy.
Did you see the temperature on Monday?
Sun. No. I don't really care what the temperature is next week. You know why, Joey?
All right.
I'm gone, Zeno.
Right,
I'll be here Monday, but then I won't be. So shout out to Mr. Leahy. Shout out to Bryanston. We got Tariq. Shout out to Blackhawk Bot Ricks. Successfully joined the chat. Jay Coingy, what's going on? Right back at you. We're waiting for everybody to come on in from the other stream. Brendan, Free Fall Friday. I remember a guy that used to say that all the time. Mr. Inglewood, Too Rich Granny, 420 Bud Monster. It's been a minute since I seen you, man.
Oh, man.
Commodity King, Don Sharifo. What's going on, brother? Lemon family. Mike P.D. right up. Buffalo Soldier Son, Mr. Love Shack. He be doing that love thing. Derek Thompson, Brown Lightning. Who else? We got Notorious Dingleberg and YV7584. Ichiro is in the freaking house. Let's go with Sean, and we're going to go up to Adara.
Yeah, just letting you guys know, we're getting some Fed speak. It is not of the most, positive nature, so I just want to let you guys know. Basically, Fed's barking saying that regardless of what happened with oil, there was already stalling in the inflation process regardless. So he's saying that even if the Middle East conflict hadn't happened, there would still be inflation concerns. Further adding that the pace and uncertainty with regards to AI is making a lot of Fed members uneasy. So not just him, but apparently a lot of Fed members. So cautious comments coming out of Fed's Barkin, who also says he'll be watching inflation and expectations data carefully. Now, it's also worth noting we're going to be getting Fed's Pulse and Daily at 11:30 a.m. Back to you.
We got Adam. Shout out to Donkey Trader. What's up, Joseph? I see you, son. Who else we got? I've arrived, says K8PF. Shout out to Jay Lee. I made a $5 winner this morning covering my TQQs. I'm assuming you're talking about $5 a share, baby. We got Wendy's Tendies who says, careful, boys. All the tough guys are out today. All right, man. Shout out to everybody. Pat Christie's in the house. He said, Myron said 4 cuts this year. No one knows. Chris Onion. We got, who else, man? Let's say what's up to Pizza Pie and one more, Joey.
Pizza Pie.
Angelo. Shout out to Angelo. Hope everybody's having a fantastic morning. Happy Friday. And what's going on, brother?
What's up, Pizza Gang? Long time no see, man. Glad to see you guys in the chat. Hope everyone's having a fantastic session. Silver is really on the move here, guys. And we're starting to find somewhat of a rebound here. A nice curl over off the lows, especially on the SPY. But to start the day, we definitely have been onto the a little bit of a slide here. So I mean, hey, it is what it is. Let's pull up our trades. Let's get right into things. Now, IBIT didn't work out for us how we wanted it to, but that's okay. We get out exactly when we wanted. But then this trade, NVDL, oh my Lanta, it's just like, hey, what is going on here, right? Like, should have re-engaged, but we didn't. And sure enough, we pay the good old price. Would have been almost $1 ski right there. As when I know my boy Katina Man likes that club. I think everybody around here likes that club. But aside from that, we take that small loss on it. And then sure enough, as soon as it was breaking that support, I'm like, I have to be cautious in case we do have an all-day fader. But that doesn't seem to be the case as of yet. I want to see how we react around the volume-weighted average price. Aside from that, guys, let's pull this up and see what we got going on. Settings I control, OS change to avoid display, whatever. So yeah, I'm just running my my algos actually. So that's why we're in this account here. I'll show you guys a couple more things later on in the day. But you know, we have the SPY in the corner of our eye, the Qs, NVDA, silver. We're looking at Bitcoin. I think we're going to crack 60, just the way that things are looking right now. And I mean, it's very identical what we experienced through that other leg, right? Look at this price action. It's twinning at this point, and then you can see that it's really starting to pick up the momentum to the downside, and sure enough, here it is, guys. So watch out for that crack of 60. Other than that, we're going to be patient. It's Friday. I think there's going to be a couple more opportunities here throughout the session, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Sit on our hands for a little bit, guys.
All right, we're in our ARTL over here. It's got support at 10, resistance, I want to say, at 1140. There's most of the there's only been one closing print above 11 lately. unless you're looking at earlier. The high of the previous candle, 1138. There it goes into 45. We get the first print at 48. Our 2R here is 37, 1237. So we're going to take off a little bit more towards 12. So we're going to go 1188. We're going to see if we can get up there. It's 50, 65, 69, 70, looking for 88. Let's see if the continuation goes. Halt limit up is 14, okay? There it is. There we go. We get the print at 88. Now we're looking for continuation above 12. So waiting, nothing to do here. No, absolutely nothing for me to do other than wait to see what kind of resistance we have at 12. We have prior bar high breach. We have a higher low. So if we're going to get resistance, it's going to be for the whole dollar at 12. However, I need to bring your attention to the 950 and the 955 candle. Those are the two candles that breach the high of the day. So let's go ahead. We're going to wait at 12. I said my 1R is 37. That can't be right there. I don't think that that's actually accurate. I got, oh, because my stop, that's why. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead. I'm gonna wait at 1230. So it's gonna necessitate a $12 breach. There's 12, huge selling at 12. Big selling at 12. Continuing to watch, zero things for me to do. Then there it is, boom. Bang. There it is. Nice move up. Limit up. This is limit up here, 1241. 1241 limit up. We need a couple of more seconds at this level. I would say maybe more than a couple. I think it's typically 10 that we need to stay at this level. 3, 2, 1. There's a gray out. Okay, so good trade to start to show. Let's see what else we get here on ARTL. It's obviously the best of the bunch, very clearly. There's really not much else going other than ARTL. Shout out to Case. I see you, girl. I see you, Case. I know you were calling ARTL yesterday. Happy Friday to you as well, Case. Hope you're printing up multiple storms. We typically look at the same thing, her and I. So let's see what Case has under. What do you got there, John? Oh,
that was for our girl, Casey.
So we are halted up ART frickin' L. High a day. 1245, we're at 1241. The tap, Joey, just flashed 1409. Now it's coming down a little bit more to earth. 1293 now, which obviously is a breach of the high of the day. But this one's all gas, no brakes. Be careful with this one, though. What I liked about this one, I had to take more risk than I typically would have on ARTL. So let me make my case to you guys here. So when I got in, I got it on 1118. That was my entry price, all right? And what I saw on this candle, which is the 5-minute candle at 11, that it had an exact low of $10. So I was like, look, there's clearly a buyer at $10. You don't hold up accidentally at the whole dollar unless somebody has a big boy buy order. There, so I was like, all right, come hell or high water. We get stopped out. It's going to be a $1 loss. I fixed it. I fixed my risk calculator for that exact parameter. And, we took the risk, and here it goes. So 1245, Joey, let's keep an eye out on this one. We've got 5 minutes from 11:07:52 before this one opens up.
All right, beautiful stuff. I think it's looking pretty weak here today, guys, to be honest with you. So what does that mean? We're going to have to go with the flow. I can use 40 as a stop right now on the TQQs. If we break through that, then I think we can have an opportunity to head a little bit higher and punch through the volume-weighted average price. So it's just a matter of time. Let's be patient and wait for those levels to come into play and those targets that we want to potentially engage at. And I think that it wouldn't be bad. So, I mean, 40, a little bit higher than 40, I would need to have a stop. Just kind of calculating in my head, share-wise. And it looks like we're going to slide. So, not going to fight the trend anymore today. Yesterday, you guys seen me in the chat. Sean put it in there. He's like, what are we going to end up, red or green? I was spamming the chat with those twos, but unfortunately that hasn't been the case so far. And if you look at the daily, where we opened up, it kind of makes sense, right? It only counts once, so I was spamming the chat, and my vote only count once, but that's okay. At least I got my message. I got my message across, Sharif. Is it correct? Absolutely not, but that's just the nature of this beast. And we'll start 0 for 2 on today. But you know what's going on, man? You back a dog into a corner, and what does it typically do, Sharif? It wants to bite, and that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna find some high quality opportunities.
Too Fast, Too Furious, when they go to the club. What was that guy named? That Argentinian drug lord guy. I forget his name. He is Ramon or some, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah. We'll go with
right?
Ramon, yeah.
Yeah, no, sorry. But anyway, they go to the club, and he invites Tyrese, and may he rest in peace, Paul Walker, right?
Yeah.
And he has that metal bucket. He's got the metal bucket, and then he's got the rat. And then he's got that crooked cop who he wants him to buy a window so he can smuggle his money out of the trailer park where he has the money hidden in the wall. So the cops are watching that trailer park, so he needs a window where the cops off.
Yeah.
And so he wants this crooked cop to get him that window. So he takes the rat, he lifts up the dude's stomach, he puts the rat on the stomach.
And they put the bucket.
And then they put the bucket, and then they heat up the bucket. And he's like, the rat can only go one way, baby.
Exactly. I remember that.
So don't corner a rat either, Joe.
So don't corner or put it in a bucket with some heat on it, apparently. Joe, how can you not know that show? What do you mean? I know fact.
Everybody knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly what he's talking about now.
Yeah.
That's in a couple of movies as well, too, I believe.
Is it?
Yeah, I think they're putting the rat in the bucket, and then they heat the bucket up. It's just,
that was the first time that I've seen it.
Old torture method there. So, I mean, that's ancient torture.
Game of Thrones apparently says John Del Segno.
They do that there in Game of Thrones. I mean, we got the rat talk. Shout out Master Splinter. But at the end of the day, we're a dog. Let's see if we can get something going. There goes the NASDAQ to the downside, guys.
All right, Jay, I see you, son. Jay's like SLV's rockety. So, Jay Lee's who I'm talking to here. So what I'm going to be looking at, Jay, is ZSL. Neil, is this pay for shorts? Is ZSL? Usually, okay. All right, we'll have a look at this in a bit because we're getting into some technical levels. So, Jay, if I get in to Silv, it's going to be on, pardon me? It is. Thank you, Neil. It is pay for short, so I'll have to make that decision shortly. But this one is absolutely bleeding, which is obviously meaning that silver is up big. So SLV up almost 6%, 592. I think. Did we open up there on? We are halted up again on ARTL. That didn't take long. I look away for 1 second, and we're halted up. Okay, we're halted up 1365, guys. Tap's 1394, so about 20 or 30 pennies, pardon me, above that level. So we have another 5 minutes to talk about silver over here. So this is interesting because silver could have this magnetic move, I want to say, down into about 24.25 to 24. Take a gander at the lows there that we had on Wednesday. The lows there obviously seem to hold up above 24 before they started making this higher low pattern. So yeah, if we continue to sell off in this way, I think that we are probably on the way to 24. I want to say a range, 24.5 to 24. So you got a 50 penny buy range because I don't really see much else standing in front of this short. This is really bleeding. Jay, I was looking at this at 26. I was like, okay, it's got a couple of topping tail candles. I got some time to figure out a short into ZSL. And then I got distracted with the ARTL. I mean, you can't really blame me for that. But there it goes into the low of the day. 25.31 is the low. It's down 11 4/5 now. So this one is an excellent one, Jay. Thank you for pointing this one out. Cool brioche. GVH is moving. Bovin already brought that to my attention. And there it goes into the high of the day, $1.58. That takes out yesterday's high on GVH at $1.56. And then you see the selling come in aggressively. There's a lot moving today, guys, and we're also going to have to go to Adara.
Interesting headline here that could potentially be market moving depending on what unfolds. I'm seeing reports that Iran's response to the U.S. peace proposal is expected today. Now, we know we already got some kind of response from Iran yesterday, so it's kind of interesting to see what exactly this will entail. But apparently they will be officially replying to the U.S. and that reported 15-point peace framework. This is being reported by CBS News.
Thank you, Adara, for that. That's interesting. They're going to officially respond, Joey. They haven't been officially responding.
They haven't been officially responding.
Yeah.
NASDAQ really selling here. I want to get a little bit involved, but nothing too much here because I want to add some more just in case it comes back closer to 40. As soon as I enter, it probably will. But let's rock and roll. Let's get a little bit a party going here as it slides. Really small to start. To be honest with you, and this could bite me in the butt. Because I want to add literally 10 times the amount of shares that I have currently on right now. Yeah.
He's feeling violent today.
I'm not feeling violent. I'm just trying to put on the share.
Violence is good, Joey.
Controlled violence is amazing, and it's beautiful, and it comes in the form of the Ultimate Fighting Championship.
There's my man.
Yeah, exactly, and we like that. Some big fights this weekend. I don't know if there's anything big on boxing this weekend, Sharif, but that's the thing. We need more consistency in the boxing world. Anyways, guys, combat sports UFC is my thing, so it is my boys Ryan O'Day. There we are. We're getting engaged a little bit here in the TQQ's 39.68. I'll pull back again. I don't have very many shares on this. I'm willing to average up into this previous pivot and see if we can get a little bit closer of a price, and then that's when we'll just boom, any form of rejection, we get that slow curl over, and sure enough, what we're gonna get going on is we're gonna 10x it up and try to put on that big boy position, because we did take a couple losses that ended up working out for us on Nvidia, but that is what if history, and we're not about that. So Nvidia a loss, IBIT a loss. Let's see if we can get the trip cues rolling here.
All right, man.
Oh, sorry, one more thing. What's Unity up to here today?
It was up in the
It was up. It was up.
Did
you see it on the post yesterday? It was up like 12%. Now it's not really doing
after
it.
earnings, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
of course.
Yes.
I didn't see.
Oh no, it wasn't earnings. It was yeah, exactly, the preliminary.
Preliminary earnings.
Yeah.
Understood. Thank you. All right, there goes GVH into another high of day. We're long 58. We wet the beak at 62. There's 64, Buvin. Where you at, Buvin? Let's go. Come on, Buvin. I need you with me on this one. Casey, where are you at? I'm going to need you to punch in big. I know you're trading big over there. Let's go. We're looking for a move into $0.75. I stop out below prior bar low, which is $1.45. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Simultaneously, we're waiting for ARTL to open up. Earliest this will be open 1:18:15. It is 11:18:15. Pardon me. It is now 11:18 on the dot. So we've got another, I would say, 30 seconds or so. What did I say the time was? Oh no, it's going to open up like in 5 seconds. All right, let's see. Let's see if it opens up. ARTL, looking for the open at 5. There it is. All right, new high a day, 14.96. Where are the buyers? Looking for a big buyer to come in on the, what's it called? The bid. There's a buyer between the third to the half. That's gone. 13. Oh, no, this is going to halt down, Joey. 12.79. 12.79, halt down. 12.79 halt down. Here we are. It's in the halt parameter. We need another 5 seconds in this way. Let's see if it's a false halt. We've done 44.67 million shares halted. We are halted down now on ARTL. Oh my days. The volatility is very, very aggressive today. So back to GVH while we wait for this one to open up again. GVH is still holding trend. I'm displeased, though, that it wasn't able to continue into the 60s. We're a penny out of the money. We've taken a couple of shares here, but nothing to write home about. We're looking for a bigger move into $0.75. It's holding trend. As long as it holds trend, it remains. I remain long, but we're going to have to keep an eye out on that one. And then I also wanted to mention one I didn't say anything about yet because I didn't really bring in the side charts. But I'm looking at ADMA, and I'm going to call this Adama. And the reason I'm going to call it Adama is because I showed you guys that soccer player who has no business playing soccer, right? Adama Traore. Y'all know who he is. Anyway, the real ones will know. What?
The jacked guy?
The jack dude.
Is that who it is?
Yeah, and he says, if you believe, he says he doesn't work out. This dude is just, he's nuts. Makes me look bad.
He is,
anyway, so ADMA, Adama, this seems to me to be an ascending wedge pattern, okay? This is looking like flat top breakish. So my suggestion for anybody looking to trade this is to pick this up off, that trend line right there, right? So look for a move at least lower. That way you have a closer out, right? So if you're picking it up at 946 instead of 956, your out would be prior area low, which would be this red candle right there, the 1045 candle, the low of which is 936. So you would risk 10 pennies. Now, you may not get that opportunity, mind you, but ADMA, Adama, definitely one that I'm looking at there. We'll see if this one actually kind of does its thing. NXTT says, cool brioche. Let's bring in the side chart over here and take a look at NXTT. Not bad, not bad. Volume is dropping off markedly, but I don't mind the pattern, okay? Especially if you can try to maneuver back into 2. NXTT, the ticker, we're certainly going to keep an eye out on that. Who am I going to replace here? MSTZ, unlikely to trade this. So we're going to put in NXTT. Thank you for that, Cool Brioche. I don't mind that chart pattern. Definitely one that I can work with, especially if it starts respecting trend, but we're going to have to see if that's the case first, though, Joey.
All right, good luck. Interesting. Oh, sorry, I didn't even mean to hide that there. Wendy's, to be honest with you. But no, man, if you're on gear, you can't just pump gear and then expect to get jacked. You still have to work out, man. I don't think it works.
Substantially easier if you're using hormones. Substantially.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. I'm not saying that, but you still have to physically exercise. You can't just be like, hey, let me get on this cycle and then think you're gonna get jacked.
Is he talking about Adama?
No.
Because they test those soccer players consistently.
For sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, you still have to work out at some point. Joe, you got to shave that. Oh, come on, Adam, man, leave me alone a little bit. You guys got to leave me alone with that. What are your thoughts on Rousey Carnett?
So mean.
I might. Yeah, he's guy's cold, man. Hey, I know you want me to join the club. No, he just wants me to be like him. He wants me to join the bald team, which I was a part of. But we'll see, man. We're gonna allow this to grow for a couple more months, and then we'll take it from there, right? Let's see if we can grow anything back. Can you please tell me? Oh, I don't even know. You remove that and using free weights. Okay. Never use gym machines. Hate those. Never develop any support muscle, ligament, etc. Okay. Good. Joe, no, I'm not at all, man. I've never, man. Lifetime natty, for sure. But anyways, aside from
that's Mickey Mouse stuff, my boy.
What does that mean?
That kind of stuff. That's pure Mickey Mouse.
What does that mean?
That means it's BS.
Me, I'm a lifetime natty?
No. You? Yeah. No, man. I'm talking about if you go down that road.
Yeah.
That's some Mickey Mouse stuff.
Oh, yeah. You think? Yeah.
I personally have views.
You don't like that. You don't like it.
No, of course not.
Yeah, of course not. For all the dudes that are working hard.
No, not about that. You're talking about heart. You're talking about
all the health
hypertension.
Issues.
Can I say one thing, dude? Did I tell you that I see all these advertisements on the TTC now for psychostimulants mimicked or hidden as ADHD diagnosis?
Oh, really?
It's like they're just gonna throw
Adderall
pseudo speed your way.
Adderall
Yeah. Hey, come take an online, clinic, whatever. Some clinician meets you online, does like this pseudo test.
Yeah.
Right?
Like
all
how
of a sudden you've got Adderall and Vyvanse coming in the mail, bro.
That's just like when remember when the weed dispensaries were illegal? You just go there and you'd have that little conversation with the doctor.
It's getting crazy.
Oh, market's really moving here. Volatility spike, guys. We're in this. We're gonna hop out long. I'm really happy that we started slow, but a massive volatility spike. Maybe this can be a good opportunity for us to fade. Came back into that pivot price, no issue. So I like this. The chance of it selling off there, I think, are in our favor. We're gonna wait for Adara. What did she have for us?
No, I don't think she said anything, brother.
Someone said
no, super chat.
Oh, super chat. Oh, okay.
Why is the ask $50 on ARTL? I don't see that. Oh, right there. Yeah. That's just, it plays games. It messes up when we're halted. But that's not the truth, Adam. Like, just look right there. You'll see it always on my screen. I know it's super small, and I do apologize, but that's a beautiful thing about YouTube. You can zoom in. 12.10. The theoretical auction price is saying $12.10, and we are halted at $12.79. So at least for the moment, we're slated to open lower. So I realize that, but it does get a little bit wonky. But that's not something that I use. I don't use level 1. So those big numbers on the top there, that's level 1. I'll always look at the first row of level 2. That way I can kind of get a bit of a better picture. We're going up to Adara.
USO dropping here, as you can see. Wow, as Joe was mentioning there, the market's popping. CBS reporters saying on X that White House officials are, quote, cautiously hopeful that the latest negotiations with Iran are making progress. That's really all this was. There's some cautious hope, to use their words, that we could get some kind of progress here with Iran. Now, at the same time, Politico reporting that U.S. warning that Iran war might delay some weapon shipments. So just a lot going on here with Iran. Again, the big headline, though, White House officials saying they're hoping there could be some progress here in these new Iran negotiations.
Yeah, I was reading something about that this morning, that the U.S. was looking at diverting aid that they sent to Ukraine into the Middle East, so which would be interesting. I don't know if it's the right time to aggravate Ukraine a bit more, because they seem to know a lot about drone warfare, and you may need them now.
Yeah, unfortunately, they have the experience. Do you see what they have? You see what they have on the highways now?
What?
You see what they have on?
Nets?
Yeah,
that's old. Yeah.
Even
I
so,
saw those,
it's pretty crazy.
Well, you have to. You got to respond. And then, do you know what's going on in the Middle East right now? Nobody can use GPS. Because of all the GPS jamming. Right? So it's like someone was showing this video, like he's in front of the Burj Khalifa, and it says like he's in the middle of like the Hormuz Strait.
Oh, really?
And he's not, obviously,
That's
right?
crazy.
Yeah, everybody else's GPS getting jammed.
What are they called? The blockers?
Jammers.
But get all the COD heads in all the Call of Duty heads. What is it when you block the other team's radar and stuff like that? Put it in the chat. We'll figure that out here momentarily. All right, guys, right back into things. Volume spike.
Spoofers?
EMP. There you go. The EMP. There it is. There we go.
Electromagnetic pulse.
The EMPs. The EMPs block everything up.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, there it is, guys.
Right away.
Yeah,
I love it.
EMPs. All right, guys. TQs. If we get in right now, it's at a better entry, but I don't want to go against the volume just yet. We continue to climb a little bit higher, 40-10, just game planning with you guys here. But then we get that curl over, sure enough. Man, we can have a good short here on the day, because what we've noticed over the past week or so is that these volatility pops eventually get faded. And why not stick with that narrative? If it doesn't work out, so be it. We still have plenty of risk on the day, and we're going to have some quality opportunities, I believe. So, yeah, good stuff. What's up, Ethan? What's up, Ethan? Prasad, much appreciated. But you got to love everybody here, especially my boy to the right of me, and then obviously Neil and Sean, Adara, Fabian, he was going to show me something, but I had to do something real quick. And then obviously Assassino and Ramin, Brendo, everyone, we got to love them.
Well, slow down there. You said Ram?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, well.
I was just the public transy.
Is she on the way?
I don't know.
I see public transit.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Love Ram. Get it, Ram. She's feeling better now. I can cut tease. I stopped teasing her for a little bit, Joey. Because, she was a little under the weather. You don't know how people are going to take it when,
Yeah.
But, guys, Adama is on the way here. ADMA, I'm keeping a close eye on this one. I'm looking at going long. I'm getting in at the highs, which isn't my favorite move, but I never really got an opportunity to get it in the 50s or 40s. Continuing to watch here. This feels very strong. I think I should get in half the position in case this drops and give I know, right, T-Money? I'm calling this Adama Traore. I don't care. I think I'm going to get in half the position, and then if it clears it directly, I'm going to get in, I'll get in more, above the $0.75. That is assuming that it goes. GVH is coming down. If it loses 45, I'm out. So it's coming down pretty aggressively. It's lost prior bar low, so this one is losing trend. The 10 EMA on the 5 is showing 45. So if it holds up, I won't get stopped out. If it loses it, I'm out. So this doesn't look good for GVH here, quite frankly. It looks like it's setting up for a Christmas tree retracement, which is not what I'm going for, right? We're not looking for that big move up and then an equally aggressive move down. ARTL is open, says Bovin. Holding up above 12, Bovin. The 10 EMA on the 5, it's losing it. It's losing it in a hurry. Here comes 11. It's going to halt down. 11.19 halt. That's the parameter. So that's where we're going to hold if we stay at this level for another few seconds. So ARTL giving it up in a freaking hurry, man. It was essentially a $15 high, and we are halted again on ARTL. So, yeah, a lot of volatility here, both to the upside and the downside. Let's keep an eye on the trades we've got on. I've got GVH, and this one is close to stopping me out. If it loses 45, I'm out. And then I got into half the position here into Adama Traore because I'm going to be looking for another move down into the mid-50s, ideally 55, 56, 54, whatever, in that area for another add. If it doesn't give me that opportunity, I add above that 75 penny area. So we'll see which one of those manifests first. Joey, what do you got?
Good stuff. Yeah, I'm talking to my boy Mike Peter Ryder. Hopefully you listen to that stuff. Can you please tell me when ONC halt stops? Thank you. Yeah, absolutely, man. We can do any of that stuff for you. I'll put it up here for you. ONCO. Anything for you guys. Halted. We got that halt right now, guys. I'll let you know as soon as it opens up. What is it? What index is it on? Because then maybe I can give you a top as well. We can pull that up here right now. Considering, right? It's you always want to put your tools to use. ONCO. Tap, $2.81. We closed at 307 right there, so not too bad of a look. Climbing a little bit higher on the NASDAQ. Let's wait for that curl over, and then maybe we can go with the flow. But one thing to note here, guys, this is a pretty firm base. I like it, right? This is, maybe we're gonna turn around and continue to the top side on today's session. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna let it climb higher. If we come back and retest, then maybe we kind of get that all-day grind, and that's kind of the narrative that I'm looking for, and we're going to remain hopeful on that. No way am I chasing silver all the way up here. That just doesn't make any sense to me, and nor is it a logical trade. Your risk to reward isn't there, in my opinion, unless you're willing to go smaller size and allow it to grind high. But there goes the NASDAQ. I'm glad that we started really, really small on that short, because headline-sensitive market, look at it rip to the top side, considering we are down 50, almost 60 cents from our previous entry.
Just before we go to Adara, great call out, Darwin. SST's making a move. It's into the high of the day. 280 is the high. It's showing 65. It's up 93%. Thanks for this, Darwin. Great move here. Be careful with this one, though. Possible support at the fifth to $0.25 Adara.
We're going to get to crypto. I quickly want to mention as well here some more comments coming in from the Fed, and also with regards to the Middle East. CBS reporter Jennifer Jacobs, who said that White House officials were again cautiously hopeful that these talks with Iran are going well. She also said that apparently Pakistan is in direct contact with Iran's security establishment, not just their foreign ministry. Now, this is significant because we know Pakistan is reportedly the intermediary between U.S. and Iran for these talks, which, again, if they could happen, are very likely to happen in Pakistan. So that's why this is significant. Also, Fed's Paulson talking. She's saying that there's no sign the labor market's contributing to inflation. Long-term inflation expectations might be more fragile, and inflation levels are still too high. So the second kind of cautious Fed speaker we've had so far today. Fed's daily also set to start speaking at any moment. Bitcoin at a really interesting level here. I've mentioned on the daily chart earlier this week that we continue to have these higher lows from that drop on February 6th. Now, as of today, that's no longer the case. We broke below that higher low we made on Monday, Sunday to Monday here of this week, around that 67.4 level. Right now, low of day is going to be 65.70. Right now, again, 66.3. So we're back above that 66 level, but we've officially made a lower low here on the daily chart for Bitcoin. On the weekly, we're actually poised for our second straight red week. Now, let's talk about this options expiry here for Bitcoin, because this is going to be of interest. This was actually mentioned on our Trader TV Live watch list. You can grab that there as well. A couple different sources, including, as the watch list mentioned, Bloomberg, reporting that Deribit, which is, of course, a exchange. On Deribit, there's going to be roughly $13 to $14 billion worth of Bitcoin options expiring today. So a lot of people are saying that this could be kind of an interesting catalyst for Bitcoin, because it's unclear if Bitcoin's been a little bit stagnant, perhaps, according to some analysts, heading into this event. So they're saying that when this event happens, volatility in crypto, specifically Bitcoin, could skyrocket. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Back to you.
All right. Good stuff. What do you got going on over there?
I've got a couple of positions, brother, so I'm just keeping an eye on them, looking at getting into possibly SST. ADMA made another area high, but SST feels like this one's really on its horse and ready to hit the $3 area. So I'm trying to figure out a way into it. Current bar low, it's a topping tail, so it's always concerning getting in here. Current bar low is 235. The current price, well, at least last time I looked here, 255. So we're about 20 pennies from prior bar. So as I mentioned, 235, so it will be 234. Keeping an eye out on this one. Let's see what this one looks on the 5-second chart. Yeah, putting in some lower highs. Area high there is 270. So even though the high of the day is 280, they're selling at 270. So I'm on the lookout for there, brother. So I'm looking to execute. I'll send it to you just for so I can keep my eye on this one. Yeah.
All right, BBC 157, my boy. Okay, Patrick DeVille, it's a peptide. I'm not familiar with that stuff or anything along those lines. So you're saying it's like the Wolverine drug? Something along those lines. I don't know if they're good for you. The chance of us being able to get it here are probably pretty slim. But I'm going to be honest with you. So, guys, I mean, it's Friday. We'll have a little side conversation and then get right back into these markets if we see anything. So, essentially, the first time I tore my ACL, the weakness within my knee and the stability didn't come back for quite some time. And I went through extensive physiotherapy. This time around, significantly stronger. They did a stabilization procedure, which I think helped. And I also didn't get the nerve block. I don't think that has anything to do with it. But this recovery feels significantly stronger, and I'm moving at a faster pace than my previous one. But I've also been doing a lot of work on my own as well. So I just thought I'd share that with you guys. I don't know if it matters or if anybody really cares at that point.
Everybody cares,
but that's just the honesty. So second time around, I hope to not do it again, to be honest with you. I really want to play hockey. Because it's my muse, right? It's that thing where you can just go out there and you can rage and you can let out all that built-up energy over time that you may not necessarily get out at the gym or doing other things or punching people in the face like in boxing. But yeah, that's what I got going on. All right, guys, right back into things. We care, but thanks, Texas boy. I like
we do.
I like everyone, man. We care. Thanks, George, man. You guys are all love you all. All right, so yeah, some topping signals here on SLV. But dare you short this thing? I mean, look at all this buying pressure. We could have a defined risk. The trend is just so strong, and I don't necessarily love doing those things, but if the signals are displaying themselves, why not take a little bit of stab? We can, a little bit of an opportunity and a chance here, because, I mean, if I'm wrong, we know where we're wrong. And if it wants to continue to do what it's doing and put on a buy program on today's session, that's fine. So let's get involved just a tiny bit here. Where's my risk? 50 cents. No problemo. We go super small size, roughly what we were putting on there in the TQQs, looking for that short. Maybe you get somewhat of a curl over and aggressive pullback in silver. But if the buy program remains, there could be a good opportunity as well if I have to take the stop out, or if I'm fortunate enough to take some profits and it looks like we're going to turn around in price, we can do a dip buy more shares back than what we're going to potentially short, and then maybe get that continuation in today's trend. And okay, pull them up there, Assassino. On the grand scheme of things, a nice bounce off that support level. So, I mean, strong day. There's a bunch of things correlating with potential buy program. So let's just get involved, especially in a stock that's moving relatively well. Number one, just an FYI from yesterday, MTZ Long is a part of the engineering of the new Alaska LNG pipeline. Also, Sats owns a stake in SpaceX. Okay, let's pull up those two names. Hold that up there for a couple of seconds there, Assassino, if you don't mind, because I am going to pull up both of those tickers and we're going to take a look. So MTZ and see how it's performing. Mastech on the NYSE. One. Okay, not very liquid, but up and to the right. That's what we want to see. What do we have on the daily? Wow. Okay. I mean, it's funny to think, like, I think we get so fixated on the fact that the tech trade, everything to do with hyperscalers and everything else, but there's so many other opportunities outside of that, and that's something that I believe I need to work on as well too. 219% from the previous tiers tantrum. So a double of your money on a name that we don't even really typically talk about, nor do I even know. Moving forward, what is SATS? Very good call-outs there. EchoStar Corp. Sharif would know this one. I think you've talked about EchoStar before.
Yeah, man. It brings back memories of childhood, man. Having those big satellite dishes that move, the black ones in the backyard.
Well, how about these memories here, Sharif, before we send it back over to you? June 6, 2025, 624%. I don't know if there's been a split or anything along those lines, but multiple massive gap up. That is some big-time movement in SATS.
All right, guys, SST is doing its thing here. It's popping up and it's dropping down. It's holding trend, so there's no kind of reason for me to get out. But there is clearly a seller at 80. That's a couple of times now it's kind of looked at that level and rejected it, so that is a bit of a problem. So be on the lookout for that. I'm continuing to hold. I've got 63s. It's showing me 61s. This is the smallest position that I have of the three. I see the tags, guys. I'm sorry, I won't be able to respond until I'm done these trades because I really have to focus on all of them. And GVH, we're in the money on this one. There was clearly a seller at 50. I perceive this one to be holding trend. I'll feel a lot better if we get above that 56, 57 area, because that will break the kind of the lower high setup. 55 coming in, big position here on GVH. There's 56, looking for the move into 58, 59, not forthcoming at the moment. Also keeping an eye on SST, yeah. A drop below the $0.50 ends the trade. Why is it not triggering? Why is it not triggering? There it is. It triggers late. Back to GVH. Into 57 it goes. Bigger position on this one. Definitely need to focus on this one more. Looking for a big move here, Bovin. I know that you're still involved in this probably. There's my man, Bovin. ARTL open. Okay, Bovin's looking at ARTL. I'm going to have to focus on GVH. I'm looking for a move to test high of day. Now you can see we kind of had a whole bunch of closing prints on the 1. Reject 58. So if we get 57, 58 rejections, that could be the start of a lower high. Flipping to the 5-second chart, trying to gauge resistance. There is 59. There's 60. There's the frickin' print. Let's go up to the high side. 61, Joey. We're holding.
Okay.
Let's see if we can get a little bit more. We're making it back on that GVH trade that we got stopped out of. 61 coming in. 62 now. Let's take a bit of a beak wetter here. Small shares saving the majority for the big move up. 63, 64 now. Can we get another high a day? Let's see. Are they going to come in? They come in hot here. They're coming in hot, Joey. But that's fine. We're going to post at 68. No, that's blasphemous. I moved it up.
You moved it up.
To 69. Get it, Assassino. So
boy.
good trade here on Guva. Let's see if this one continues to run. We can make a little bit more money on this one. Definitely looking for a bigger move. Adama, ADMA, let's not forget about that one. That one is disappointing me a little bit, but it's coming into a good entry point for me, which is the 10 EMA. I'm going to wait in the mid to high 50s, but I also want to keep my eye here on GVH. We're still holding shares on this one, and it certainly hasn't resolved. We got a a perfunctory breach here of the high of the day was 6.4. Now we got 6.5. I'm going to need a little bit more. I don't mean to be greedy or anything like that, but we're looking for the $0.75 here, right? You're not going to just get up into a random area of 65 and tell me it's all over. Like, that's crazy talk. Let's go. Come on, GVH. Let's get the buying back going. Let's get up into 75. Let's keep an eye on this one. Let's see what it has to offer. Adama Traore. Let's go. We're going to add a little bit here into the winger. Man, this guy, he's kind of like a journeyman. I'm not going to lie to you. He's been in a lot of clubs, Wolverhampton, Fulham. Where else, guys? Obviously, Barcelona. Did he have a couple of stints at Fulham? West Ham. The dude's been everywhere. I mean, I feel bad for the guy. I would have given him, a bit more of an opportunity. Managers, I feel like, didn't really use him the right way anyway. No, I don't, Stubborn. That's funny.
Sports.
Sports. Shout out to OG Wisdom. Thank you for the 37, pardon me. It looks like Durham's there, giving back some profits for the BTC short 66K hit. Sorry about that, brother. Hope you print up more storms. But I
think you meant like 66K, like the level on Bitcoin, maybe?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
Yeah. Because, well, I don't know. Is he short? Is he long? I have no idea. I just have to focus on the trades at the moment. So sorry, guys. I just saw it in passing. What do you got, Joey?
Yeah, all right, for sure. Yeah, I think we'll. OG Wisdom giving back profits. That's okay. That means you still have some, which is positive, man. Right? So, guys, we need to do a meetup in.
What's happening here?
Why? What happened?
What are those noises?
I don't know.
Yeah, like, why so many?
Okay. Because I agree. What's wrong with that?
All right, hold on here now. Where is it? Give me a second now. All right, that's what.
This is ugly on GVH here, man.
That was me. All right, guys, enough is enough. Let's go. We're going back to IBIT. Let's see if we can get this short rocket and rolling to see if that's going to work. I like the inverted hammer candle on the 5-minute. If we break through the volume-weighted average price, then we're going to really get this party started. If it breaks up higher, then we just get out of dodge at that previous pivot, okay? So that's going to be the narrative. I went full throttle on this one. Willing to give it a little bit of room. 70 is where I'm going to have to get out approximately and give it 13 cents or so, all right? So moving forward with that,
dumbass.
I don't have anything else really. I mean, we did get that curl over in the NASDAQ, but I wasn't patient enough in order to, I didn't pull the trigger fast enough in order for us to get that breakdown. Because as soon as we got it, I'm like, hey, watch out for these pops to be faded. And sure enough, that came back in. So let's see if Bitcoin's going to head a little bit lower if it wants to kind of put in somewhat of a reversal. It is counter trend trade, which I'm not in love with, but oh well, it is what it is. We'll pull this up. This trend, if this trend breaks, then we're really gonna get rocking and rolling. Why am I going short here? This hammer candle right on the 5-minute, right at the volume weighted average price, okay? So not too bad of a look. We'll hold on to it. It is starting to bounce off of it, so we do have to be prepared to get out when it displays us to do so. It's almost the same trade on IBIT. Okay, you're almost in the same trade. Then let's go. Let's see if we can get it. It's not looking too good right now, to be honest with you, as the market takes a little bit of an uptick and hasn't really broke down, even though we do have the NASDAQ south of VWAP and the SPY south of VWAP as well. Silver still holding up around those highs, so not too bad of a look. You did get a micro pullback, but it looks like it wants to continue to the top side.
All right, man. Double bottom 210 SST. Be on the lookout for that. I got stopped at a GVH because I lost the $0.50. We took that one for profit, but I see that it's still holding prior bar low. So that got me back into the trade. We're giving this one really tight stop into prior bar low. But SST has a double bottom here, guys. 210. Oh, wow, it just flushed back. It's going to lose 210? Let's see. Look at this buyer here, right at 210. Showing 213, 210, trying to look at the time in sales. It's holding. That double bottom is holding here on SST. So there's clearly a buyer at 210 that the sellers can't shake, whether or not, this gives us an opportunity to the high side.
What the hell is even that?
Honestly, Fabian, there's crazy time over here. Let's give this one the old...
Oh, wow. He did that on purpose. You know that, right?
Fabian, it's tough enough to do a show and trade and stuff like. You don't have to antagonize me, bro.
Let's swap. Let's swap.
That's what he did.
Last time he came on, man. He's like, I get nervous. I love this guy.
Fabian gets nervous now when you're on there?
I don't know if he does.
I'm behind the camera kind of person, you know?
He's production, Joey,
So you're going to give him a hard time then?
I am a little bit. He's my boy, right? Of course I can give him a hard time, right? There it is. All right, we're holding for the double
now,
bottom
Fabian,
here.
now you're getting it at me here now, man.
All right, we're in SST for the double bottom into 210. If it holds 210, fantastic. If it doesn't, we're out. Let's see if the buyers are going to step in here in an aggressive way. What do we get? 23s. So we'll see if this one can kind of maneuver up into that $0.50. It got to 280, so we'll give this one the old call try. By the way, guys, ARTL's halted up again. So that one's a halt fest. Back up. Keep your eye on that one. Generally defend at 10.5, Joey.
Okay. All right, I can ramble on, man, especially if you got some heavy positions on there. I have no issues with that, considering, it doesn't want to break this trend. Who's in this shadow wrap as well? Look at this, holding up really good. But if we can breach this, then I think we can really get rolling. IBIT. See what we got going. Oh, and it's double, so it's even on the lower time frames as well. So that's not too bad of a look whatsoever. And it's hovering in that neck of the woods. I want to just see a little bit more weakness within the time and sales, and I think that can give us a little bit more conviction. Let's get this over here. I don't know why I still have this TQs trade on here. I didn't even have that many shares. How did I take that? Okay, anyways. IBIT, head over. Well, Joey Hockey is over here. We meant to go short right there, but then I'm like, oh no, I went long by accident. As you can see, I got out of the position relatively quick. And then sure enough, we flipped it again. So Joey Hockey strikes one more time, man. I got to drop that. It's not a good reputation, Sharif, but no, I'm obviously Joey. No, they was giving me a hard time. But anyways.
I always feel like Adara's coming in every time I hear that, because that's like the Adara sound.
This is, hold on now.
Isn't it? No, when she chimes in, brother. Chum is the one she likes. There we go on SST. Now it's holding up here. We haven't quite made it up to the $0.50 yet, but the double bottom into 210 is generally holding up. Let's see if this one has enough juice to kind of get back into the 30s and 40s. 2 prints so far, just kind of liquidity tests to see if this one can maneuver up. But right now, it's holding the double bottom, but not really showing that kind of juice that we saw earlier where it was sort of parabolic. So that is the look there. Still holding ADMA. ADMA is, it's on a pullback right now, but we've got 66 on. It's showing me 6. I still haven't built the full position on ADMA, so I only added a third of what I added over here. So I still have a bit of a bias that this one may retrace. If it does, that's fine. I can give it to the $0.50. Now, I will also add if it breaches prior bar high on a closing basis and continues to move up partly into that 65, 66-ish area. So that will be what I'm looking at there for ADMA. But right now, it's showing you a little buying. It's a slow mover. And how much volume does this have on the day? Yeah, 12.1 million on a $9.50 name is not all that bad, Joe. So we're going to keep an eye out on that, looking for that continuation to the high side.
Good stuff. Going through some of the comments, we might get this breakdown here now. Let's keep an eye on the tape. I want to get our quote highlight up here on the level 2 to see if we can see any form of a ladder here. So we're going to have to add a little bit more size. We'll put that to around 3,000 or so, and that's going to be shares, that is. So there it is. Not too bad. It is relatively balanced. Let's filter it a little bit more considering it's a $37 name. So it might take some. And if you guys put filters on your level 2s, you're going to obviously have to change it from ticker to ticker, right? To get out some of the noise, filter out some of that noise, all right? JPM caller trade, we are now in the money. This will be wild EOD callers long, 6475. Okay, nice work there. Let's pull up JPM and see what the banks are doing today. I haven't talked about them in quite some time. Not too good, but I mean, the caller, you might be all right. Now, CrowdStrike, some of these SaaS names not looking too good. I'm a big fan of Claude now. Oh, okay. ONCO has been open trading and then went into immediate halt. So you can see that we had that notification halted down to 242 right now. Moving forward, going back to CrowdStrike, and we'll go over PanW as well and Zscaler to see how they have. But this is a massive drop down. We had that gap up, or sorry, we had that price action. We were trading above that previous trend line, and then it eventually broke. We went and retested it. We couldn't hold it, and then sure enough, we have a big slide in the pre-market this morning, down 7% at the lows, right? 8%, closer to 8%. Now, PanW, how have you been doing? All right, nice V-shaped reversal on this one, but taking the same effect, like is essentially getting beat up as well to Zscaler. This name has not been performing well whatsoever compared to the other two. It's been down over 50%, I believe, from this previous pivot high, 335, all the way down to 134. That's 60% on Zscaler. That is not good whatsoever. I don't know if this is going to be stopping volume, but it's the same narrative. Wait for trend lines to be broken before you look to engage. There's times to catch falling knives, but there's also times to get involved with names at certain times. And I think that's going to be the case regardless. And same thing with Bitcoin. Before, Shrieve's dancing right now, and
we're
I know
in
he's getting
ARTL, my boy. It was about to halt up.
Give me a second there, my boy, and you can show me what you got going on in ARTL. Same thing with Bitcoin. Wait for the trend line to be broken, and then sure enough, I think there's going to be time to engage, just like Microsoft, just like Google, just like Netflix.
Let's go ARTL, man. We want that halt, man. We're in at 75. Drops below 75, I flatten out. Buyer at 14. There was a buyer at 85. Continuing to watch. Let's see if this can work back up. 1496 high a day. We're in at 75. We've wet the beak multiple times. I'm looking for continuation. We're looking halt up. Limit up. Give me a second. I'll be able to tell you guys what that is momentarily. If it spikes up, limit up 1508. So we're substantially below the limit up right now. And we're really having, at the moment, trouble taking out 14. Obviously, we've taken it out, but there's really no continuation at the moment above 14. Aggressive seller. There we go into 15s, but right back down into the whole dollar level. Trying to, exercise patience here, knowing that this one has a propensity to halt, right? So if that's the case, then let's just ride it in, man. I mean, whatever happens, happens. Let's look to see if we can get, the best out of this trade by staying in it for the appropriate amount of time. But continuing to watch here as that $14 level develops. Now here it comes into 83. There's been buying here before. It loses this level, I'm out. Back into 14 it goes. Looking at the top screen, there's a downtrend clearly on the 5-second chart. And there is selling now at less than 14. This looks like it's going to fail and I'm out. Nice. Good drop there. Very happy with that. Oh, snap. KC 520 freaking 6. Shout out to Casey. Thank you as always, Casey. Ever the generous person you are, always giving back to the community. I'm assuming you printed up multiple storms on ARTL because I know that is your wheelhouse. Thank you very much for that. All right, let's see who got him.
Casey does all this, man. We gotta treat her to a nice dinner.
Well, I don't even know where Casey lives. Case, where do you live?
We gotta treat her. Yeah, exactly.
I'd like to know a little bit more about you, Case.
Well,
I mean, we always
we'll get you to front the bill. We'll go up to York. We'll go up to Yorkville.
We'll go up to York. Yorkville. All right. Okay, Joey.
Yeah, Renan will take care of Case.
All right, here we go. We're doing it live on Adama as well. Trippier. Kieran Trippier? No, I'm kidding. Trippy River, D. Matthews, DMP, 23 Lax, M. Tally, Poomzaza, Matthew D. Carrier, Trades BYAZ, all you guys, you all got free Trader TV, premium YouTube memberships as a thanks, obviously, from KC526. Couldn't thank you enough, Case, for that. Let's tell everybody that now that you guys are premium members, you can mosey on over to the YouTube homepage. Pardon me? What?
Who's that?
That's, what's her name? Caitlin Collins from CNN.
Oh, okay.
She's got the 9 o'clock segment there. All right, just mosey on over to Trader TV Live, the homepage on YouTube. Click posts on the tab, and there you go. You're going to have the, it's going to say members only right there in the green. Just hit read more, and you can get my morning watch list every day. New additions coming to this next week. There's been many additions so far. There's been the table of contents, of course. Now you guys get a bias for the support and resistance, but there's more stuff coming next week, and I do promise it will be better. There goes Adama into 76. We're holding on this one. I've added several times. SST is going as well, Joey. We're doing it freaking live on all these trades, man. I gotta start focusing here, my boy. So we're doing it live. ARTL's breaking out again. Holy cow, there's a lot going on. So let me send it to you so I can take some prints over here.
Absolutely. Let's start rocking and rolling here on IBIT, guys. Pretty good look. We got that short. It's working for us right now. See if we can head a little bit lower. I just took 30% off right there, sitting on 70%, looking for that next level. I wanted to hold some more. There it is, a nice little flush to the downside, ladies and gents. This is exactly what we want to see here. We'll take a little bit more. Now we're sitting on 60% of our position. Took an additional 10% of what I had fully at the initial starter. And then sure enough, I told you we were going full size on that one. Inverted hammer candle, holding of the volume weighted average price. And now we're starting to get that breakdown. So we'll hit this one for Sharif. We'll hit this one for Sharif as well too, and then we have to worry. We have to do our little thing right there.
What are you gonna do, Joey? Oh, you gotta come out angry. You gotta come out, your arms swinging, you know, cussing at everybody, throwing up obscene gestures.
A couple non-alcoholic beers.
Were they actually non-alcoholic?
No, I don't know, but I'm just saying because I'm not drinking for 26, man, until we're back on the ice. I'm serious. Yeah, and so I said that for me. I said that to you.
I'm just making sure, my guy.
So.
All right, Adara's got news.
Yeah, we'll do happening now really soon, but I want to start with a news story. PTON, sharply to the upside. Eric Jackson of Open Door and Cypher mining fame announces that he is long Peloton at $4. So PTON getting a bump from Eric Jackson.
Hey, yeah, Mike P.
I am for real. Get it, Adara. Here we go, baby. Adama, let's go, Adama. And there it is into the area. I saw somebody say
you're still going.
She's still going, bro, but it's good.
That's crazy.
There we go.
Right.
yeah, that was a good one. That's from back in the day. Neil's loving that one too, man. All right, here we go. Adama into 980. We're holding on this. Bovin's talking about NXTT. I got that on my side chart, Bovin. 213 high. I see you, sir. We're always looking at the same stuff. Shout out to my man, Bovin. You guys are interested in the small caps. Obviously, I trade small caps, but you need to be keeping your eye on KC526. You need to keep your eye on Mike P. DeRider, Bovin, Cool Brioche, Grunfeld. Who else? My main man, Adam. So yeah, those are all small cap traders as well, and they're doing it live. My main man in the chat, Luis freaking Barbado.
Where is he?
I love this guy, bro.
Where is he? I don't see
He's
him.
there, man. Academia Day Trading. VSA awesome, he says.
I like it. Say it again.
Academia Day Trading? Is that bad?
No, it's all right. It's all right.
Yo, leave me alone, bro. I'm a Mandarin head. I don't know that Spanish life. Yes, I love Luis, man. Shut up. And Tisha, thank you. Case, I completely forgot. Not Trisha, Tisha, but you're close enough. That jogged my memory. Thank you, Casey, for that. VSA, this is what Luis is looking at right now. Look at all hell breaking trading loose on VSA, lower high, and take a gander at this. It tries to retest VWAP, and then it fails. And then this is what we call a flat bottom break where all hell breaks loose. Funny enough, Luis, this one actually found support at yesterday's closing print. I'm sure you were alive to that. 138, 139 gets a bit of a bounce there, but most notably still trading below the 10 EMA. So this could be yet another short into 190 to 2. Keep your eye out on that. And also keep your eye on Luis Barbados levels. He is small cap trader extraordinaire. And most notably, he goes mostly short. So if you don't want to go long, you want to go short, there is somebody you can keep your eye out on there. Shout out to my man, Luis Barbado. Thank you.
Bang.
And there goes Adama Traore again. I forgot he actually played at Aston Villa as well. One of the teams that I missed.
Aston Villa.
Yeah.
Aston Villa's all class, isn't it?
It's okay. It's Birmingham. Birmingham is nice. It's nice. It's nice. I wish I had gone to Birmingham instead of Leicester because it's way more fun. It's the second biggest city in England. It's actually bigger than Liverpool and Manchester.
Okay, Manchester.
Yeah, and it's West Midlands. I was in East Midlands.
Manchester by the Sea.
Manchester by the Sea. Is that a show?
It's a movie.
It's a movie. Okay. We're going to Adara.
This is going to be kind of going to be more of a speed run of happening now because we keep getting news, and at this point, we just have to do a segment. So I'm going to mention this news story that just came out on Citigroup. Reportedly considering buying a U.S. regional bank, and it keeps dropping. Again, if you're wondering why Citigroup is dropping, the company is reportedly considering buying a U.S. regional bank. Now, the other piece of news we had right before we were supposed to start this happening now is Peloton, PTON, moving around after Eric Jackson noted for his open door position. He said, hey, I'm long Peloton at $4, and it has spiked since that level. Lots to talk about, though, whether it is in the Middle East or with the Fed. So we'll start with the Middle East and some of these oil plays. USO still near today's highs, but a little bit range-bound and choppy as we do kind of wait to see if Iran's going to officially respond to the U.S. proposal. We know we got a response from them yesterday, basically saying they don't want to negotiate at all with the U.S. unless their 5 points are met. But I guess, hey, now they're probably going to release a different response today with Jennifer Jacobs, a CBS reporter, saying that U.S. officials are telling her they are, quote, cautiously hopeful that negotiations could turn out with Iran this time around. We also have Fed's Paulson, Fed's Barkin talking. Fed's Daily also supposed to be talking, though I haven't read any comments from her. So from him. From her. So there's not a lot to discuss there. But again, a lot of these Feds still kind of cautious with regards to inflation. Last but not least here, some earnings and earnings adjacent catalyst on watch. CCL here with their Q1 2026 report, chopping around a little bit. As you can see, this came out right around 9:15. Then we get the pop at the open. It's dropped since. Let's also talk here about Unity. Unity, notably not earnings in and of itself. It's actually a preliminary Q1 2026 report. We'll get more into that later during the news segment, I am sure. But interesting look here for Unity as they do release preliminary numbers that are above their company guidance. But in the meantime, it's time to talk about Neil's lesson. Neil, what's the lesson today?
Well, I was gonna do one thing, and then I'm gonna pivot to something else. I read something in the chat that I found interesting, and look, we sit on a prop desk, and I've traded firm capital for my entire trading career over the 20 years, and I might take some swing trades in my personal account, but I can't claim to be a retail trader. And I saw something in chat. It doesn't matter. I won't say who said it. That's really not important. But it was something along. I'm not gonna look for the quote. But it was something along the lines of small cappers are for small accounts. Now, here's what I'll say from my experience. You probably heard me say this before, that when I started 20-something years ago, my first check came from trading penny stocks. To this day, I will still trade things that are small cappers, regardless of what my buying power might be. I can tell you in all my years in real trading, whether it's the trader I know that is the most successful in the history of real trading, crushes small caps and will trade anything and everything. But when I was young, that guy would destroy. He was like a whale on some of those things, but he could go right over and trade the Qs as well. On this trading floor, which is like the head office trading floor, now it's the show, the trading floor, everyone's kind of remote, and it's a bit of a different story. On the trading floor, all there's always been small cap and large cap traders, and regardless of what the buying power might be, regardless of what the account size might be, the biggest trade opportunity that ever existed on this floor was on a penny stock. And it was one that, it was actually even on a Brazilian penny stock. It was completely insane. I've never seen a trading opportunity as big as that. And again, that would have been a penny stock. I've seen flash crashes that have occurred there was one on like Intel and a couple of big caps where mean reversion was insane if you were able to catch a turn. And I saw one that was on some small cappers like Sienna when it was under $5. So the opportunities are going to be abound. And it really just comes down to that if you are a trader, there's only one thing that you should be concerned about. Do you make money doing the strategy that you do? Is it repeatable? Is it something that you can consistently do? Is it something which is scalable, right? Because oftentimes you'll hear things like, oh, well, I couldn't really, you don't hear it that often, but like I couldn't get out of this position, or I had to get out because I had so many shares of this and that. The only limitation outside, like you have certain limitations in trading. You might have the size of your account, which the market doesn't care about. You might have something like your daily stop loss at a prop firm, which the market doesn't care about. You could set yourself a personal daily stop, which the market doesn't care about. The only actual market constraint on scaling a trade is the amount of liquidity available in your stock. That's why when silver was going crazy, a ton of people were trading ZSL because liquidity was infinite. Like there were millions of shares on the bid and ask, whereas SLV is a little more thinly traded. So people would trade the more liquid thing when they were taking their shots. That's just sometimes how it is. Like sometimes smart traders will go to the thing that is super thick that only needs to go 20 cents and I can risk 3 as opposed to the other one. But it's all kind of the same concept and the same idea. And it's really just about finding patterns that work for you. And make sure when you are evaluating or looking for patterns that work for you, you understand that sometimes how and where you express certain trades might work for some strategies in some stocks better than others. You might find that you have a support and resistance strategy that is better on large caps than on small. You might find that breakouts are better on penny stocks and small cappers for you, whatever that style might be, and you can hop in between, or you just stick to one. The point of the matter is, one of the best things about this community is it really doesn't make a difference so long as you can find something that you are not just consistently positive on, which is one. 2, that when it goes wrong, and you will lose on trades, that you're not losing multiples of what you make, because then what is the point of that? There's no point having big days if your losing days are 3 times your winning days. And if you find that, hey, when I trade small cappers, I can't control my losses, then fair, then that's not for you. Or if I trade big cappers and I lose 3x, then maybe that's not for you either. So those are 2 things that matter. And then the third, I think, is a very important one, and I say this oftentimes, is ensure that you have a longer-term outlook on your trading. Don't just sit there. Oftentimes, traders will be like, okay, I made money today, and I was up this, and then I'm down that the next day, and I'm up this. Have a look at how you're doing over the month, over the quarter. Because if you're trying to do this for a longer period of time, if you're trying to get a side income out of it, if you're trying to get a primary income out of it, you need to make sure that you're developing things that are actually working for you over a longer period of time. If the strategy you're developing, it's like, oh, hey, it's 4 for 5 this week, but if over the last 3 months it's a losing strategy, well, maybe you need a little bit more proof that it's good for you. So there's lots of things that go into trading that are more than just I'm a futures trader, I'm a small cap trader, I'm a large cap trader. And I didn't mean to turn this into a non-technical, I usually, a lot of times I would do technical type of analysis or something that I saw that it was interesting in the chart, but not today. Because I think ultimately, and I'll be the very first person every single time to come up and defend any style of trading that there is. Anytime someone says, oh, that's not real trading, that's not a real trade. When traders say that, almost to a T, almost every time I've heard traders say that, I'm not saying all the time, almost every time I hear traders say that, it's because they're jealous that someone else is making money and they're not. They don't like the fact that you can make sense of these small cappers and I can't? Oh, that's not real trading. You're not a real trader, you're a penny stock trader. or they're losing or they're down that month, or you're not a real trader. I'm a real trader. I lose on the futures. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. There shouldn't be any kind of hate. Trading is hard enough without, it's like find your niche, find your edge, and you know what? If someone has something or strategy that makes no sense to you, ask some questions about it. Maybe you can pick something up. That trader I talked about who traded everything, he had a chance to visit when Sean and I had our own floor at a different location years and years ago. This trader visited us from another province, so like in the US, be like another state. And he came and he sat on our floor for a week. And I'll never forget, like my breakthrough moment in trading, I think, well, I like to call it my breakthrough moment in trading, came in a situation where this guy's sitting in front of me that is like, he's like the big whale in the prop firm floor, and he's on another floor. So we have this guy sitting in front of us, and I'm thinking he trades all this kind of other stuff. And we were trading the same like $10 stock that day. And that was like the primary thing he was doing. And there was this crazy flash move in the stock, and I ended up with 10 times my normal, I got this ridiculous overfill. I ended up with 10 times the amount of shares that I've ever had in like one split second. And I'm like freaking, you could hear me in the other room. Sean was doing some training of some trainees. They all start peeking through the door because I'm like screaming like my hair was on fire. And the dude turns around to me and he says, and he goes, well, okay, I can't say the first thing that he said because I don't want to curse here. And then, what's your price? And I calmed down for a second. And I looked at my blotter and I said what the price was. And he said, and again, I'm not going to say it out loud, you have the best price possible. You're in the money. Calm the blank down. Handle your you know what. And I looked, and I was in the money, despite the fact that I had just gotten this obscene fill. It was great. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I started working out of the trade. I probably still got out of it too early. And then after that, when I realized, this guy trades this stuff too? And then we had a conversation about it, and I learned a lot of things because I made assumptions that, if he's a whale, he must be trading large cappers, and he wasn't at the time. And I ended up learning a lot from the guy, and he's a really cool dude. I really appreciate him. And sometimes just opening yourself up to new kinds of opportunities or styles of trading can help your career more so than hating. And I'm not even saying that whatever comment in the chat was even hating. It probably wasn't. But when I hear things like, small cappers are for this and large cappers are for that, no, the trading is for everybody. So sure, you're going to have your limitations in your account size, and maybe your firm doesn't give you the ability to short certain things, or maybe your stop loss or the way that you engage in the market, you don't have access to enough dark pools to trade certain things. There's going to be limitations. But if you open yourself up to as many styles of trade as possible, as many patterns, as many ideas, I think it goes a long way, because you don't know what style of trader you will be. Ultimately, like everyone's just in this game to try to make money, and I can't tell you how many times I've seen traders that eventually make it doing the complete opposite of when they sat down the first day, what they thought they were going to be doing. But the fact is they made it anyways because they were willing to pivot. So anyway, that kind of turned it into a rant. I can tell you I'm done the pork stroganoff. It was okay. It was okay. So I haven't had the salad, so I can't really, but it's like a plain salad. It's like, probably not even gonna put the dressing on it because I don't think I like the dressing flavor that we got. So I'm thinking about it, and I don't know that I can go any higher than like a 6.7 here at best. It's okay. I'll give the lunch an okay. For sure. So good luck the rest of your trading, everybody. Joe, I wish I had gotten into that. I missed the IBIT short of VWAP there. Yeah, I know I see it. I missed the you-know-what out of that stupid thing. No, look at my chart. This is actually pretty silly that I'm not in this. This is exactly where we shorted before, and then it does this topping tail, and I wanted to set up off the 15. I didn't get it, so good luck there. Oh, what's this? Golf franchise. I think Neil wears red-colored shades better than Bono did on the pot. No, that's not true. Look at this trash small cap ticker for me, GRO. Well, you want me to look at it, or let Sharif look at it? No, I want to go. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Let me finish my lunch, bro. Well, I usually come on for like 10 minutes, and then I can finish my lunch. What's the deal with this thing? It's just pure accumulation. So death, and then pure accumulation without a run. That's a long upward trending accumulation, which in small caps is not a bad thing. Like when you see all of a sudden it's like the stock isn't dying anymore. I don't know what this company does, so I can't tell you if it's in a good sector or not. But you get these higher lows, and then it's like it's trending up. And then something that another good trader told me, when you have these dead cat types of whether it's small cap or stock, and then you get the flattening of the 200, and then the 50 starts rising again, that's usually a good entry place to take some shots. So people are probably long this at the 250 and they're riding it. What I wouldn't like here, and the only thing I wouldn't like, is you can kind of see this. Like it goes back into that rounded bottom and then loses the trend. So it almost has to give another bounce here to get some continuation. But the 3 to 4 doesn't seem bad. It's just that the long really seems like it was off the 250 level for a swing trade. And for a day trade, it obviously doesn't do any volume, so you must be thinking swing trade, in my opinion. It's kind of in the middle right now where you better have it off the 50 period, but then that's more of a tight stop. Whereas here, when you get it after it flattens out and then 50 starts rising and you trade it here, that is a hold till the 200 period moving average, which sets up nicely. Now all of a sudden, if you hold it to the 200 period moving average, it has to break out. And I hate being in small cappers for a swing if it has to break out for me to win. I'd rather be able to take the win, and then if the rest breaks out, I'm just chilling, and I can't turn it into a loser. And it's a little bit different here. And again, I don't know what they do, and the volume seems pretty trash as well. So, no, it's in 200,000 shares on the day. It's a $3 stock. So, yeah, so it is pretty low. You wouldn't day trade it. There's not even a lot of liquidity for much else here. But anyways, I hope that helped. I don't even know if it did, but that's the analysis of the chart. Oh, I'm supposed to run the poll. Okay, man, okay, we're going to do the poll again. I've been told that we tried to do a poll earlier. Let me try to find it. I'm going to hit I had to refresh this thing first of all. We tried to do this poll earlier. So I'm going to refresh, end voting, return to main menu, custom poll, and we're going to say, how will the SPY finish today? Option A is we're going green, which doesn't look very good right now. We are going green. That's option number 1. Option number 2 is we are going to finish down. Whoops. See, I can't really type. I'm so hungry I can't type, people. Down anything underneath 1%. So 0 to 1%. And then we're going to add an option, which will be down 1 to 2%, obviously. And then we're going to go full bear down over 2%. And then we're going to start the voting. So 1 is anything to the green side. 2 is down between 0 to 1%. Right now we're sitting in 3, down 1 to 2%, and then full bear mode, 2 or more %. I'm going to go with option 3 like I did before. So I'm going to throw that in there. Wow, what just happened? Whoa, this isn't, whoa. Oh, that's super cool. Like, it's showing you all the different answers. Dang. I do need Fabian's behind, like, you need a faster computer. I have there's too much going on here. So I'll send you guys back and keep voting in the poll. Let us know what you think. We apparently have a lot of people that think we're going to sit where we are right now. 41% currently saying it'll be between 1 and 2%, which is where we're hanging out. See you guys back at 2 o'clock.
Thank you very much,
Yes,
Neil.
sir.
That was fantastic. Guys, SST, here we go again. 78, 79. It doesn't show on the position board, but I'm long. $2.23, 80. Looking for 88, 82. Seller at 82. Continuing to watch. There's buyers here on SST. I won't be convinced any different. Let's see if we can kind of hold up back into 76, 78. I'm looking for high 80s. If we're this close to, that $3 area, I have a bias that we work into 3. We're not getting the buy-in quite enough yet, and this is ending up now almost a triple top. So if I show you guys this on the 5, this could be a bit of a triple top, so we might have to move down, reset. First things first, let's see if we lose 60. 60, there was clearly a seller at 60. If we lose 60, I'm looking for 50 to 40 as support. Couple of reasons. One, you got 50 right there as the psychological support and or resistance, and then the 10 EMA on the 5 is showing 240. So that's what I'm looking at there. I got stop hunted also on BATL. I got back into this one with small size. I was putting it below this bar low, and then it looks like it dropped below that. It doesn't look like a stop hunt, actually. I think that was legit, but that's okay. We're still positive on Adama. We gave back a very little amount there, but I'm looking here at SST. SST looks really good. The only issue is this triple top that's setting up. Now, it doesn't mean that we can't get through the triple top, but it may need to reset structure for us to get through that. So that's what I'm keeping a look on there. there. Also, ARTL. Let's just not forget about this one. It's halted up again. This one is going to be a 10-minute halt. The halt time, 12:12:22. It's currently 12:20. Let's see exactly what. 12:20:30. So, what did I do here, Joey? All right, I minimized something. There we go. So the resumption for this one will be in about 2 minutes or so. Okay, a little bit less. So you got to keep a close eye on this one. But SST is not letting up over here. Where the hell is it? There we go. Right back into 72 it goes. It's got higher lows, doesn't have a current higher high in this 5-minute candle that just opened up. So be on the lookout here. I may add more if SST holds structure. Again, the level I'm initially looking for it to hold up, 60. If it doesn't hold up at 60, I'm looking between now 50 to 45. So that's my look there. Taylor, Sharif, too low of volume on SOC for you to look at? Never too low for me to look at it, brother. It may be too low for me to trade it, but this is why I'm here, my man. Like, this is my job. This is not a bad looking pattern at all, Taylor. SOC, scalable offshore, 2 and almost 3/4, $2 and 2/3 billion market cap, up 2% on the day. What does this company do? Just take a quick look. Independent oil and gas, focused on developing the Santa Ynez unit, SYU, in federal waters offshore California. Okay, I'm just going to take a quick look here at the daily. Good. All right. So right away, what we see here is a possible flat top break. Take a gander at what we've been doing in the mid-18s/19s. This is setting up for a possible break. Okay. Now, moreover, you're above the 200. Both exponential and simple. Simple's purple, exponential is blue. And you're setting up in a very nice way. Moreover, when you lost a little bit, oh my goodness, no, we have to look at ARTL. What the bad word is this? 1815, this just rocketed up. Oh my days, 1815 halt level, guys, and that's where it actually touched. So watch out here. ARTL is going absolutely buck, you know what, 430%, 420%, whatever it is. So keep your eye out on that one, but just go back to SOC over here. This is a really good looking chart. I like the daily for this. If you're talking about the 5-minute, the structure is holding, I'd be looking for support at that green line. That green line is the 10 exponential moving average. If it gives up that level, I'd look to reset. Break even on the day for you is 1792. That's where we closed out yesterday on SOC. We're going to pause. We're going to Adara.
I've got an update in that Citigroup report. Again, we heard earlier reports that Citigroup was considering purchasing a regional bank. The stock did drop sharply on this. Now Citigroup saying that, quote, the suggestion that Citi is planning to buy a regional bank, wealth brokerage, or any other financial services firm is baseless speculation. So Citigroup denying these reports, saying that they are not interested in buying any kind of firm right now, or at the very least that report suggesting they are interested. They're just speculative. Back to you.
ARTL is a madman. 1924 high, dropping into 1782. You're going to have to give this a lot of room just based on the fact that it's moving dollars within seconds. If you're not giving it room, you're probably getting stopped out a little early. To give it room and to manage risk, you have to adjust position size. There's really no way around it unless you're like amazing at spotting these areas of support and resistance and you're clairvoyant for whatever reason. 1950 limit up. Here we are again with 18. It's a 1950 limit up with 1924 Casey. We can do better than Sizzler. Say less.
It's pretty. All right. You know what's real pretty we got going on right now, Sharif? That is this IBI. Luis, where you at, my guy? 8-day trading. There he is, man. What are the chances? I'm about to shout out our boy, Luis. Here it is. So 10 cents worth of risk. Little hockey error there. We're going to avoid that. Sure enough, we get in at 57s. We're only risking to 67s, and then we wait till a 1-to-1. We take some off. We take 30% off to be exact, and then we piece it all the way lower to hit approximately a 3-to-1 at the lows. Obviously, with us taking some off, you don't get that full amount, but small amount, small amount, small amount. Couple percent here, couple percent there, and then we're still currently sitting on exactly 32% of our position. So shout out to our boy Luis over there in Barcelona. Yes, Joe, Ethan Brissett. What's up, guys? I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. As for that, guys, we're in some silver long. It did climb all the way up to 22s, and then now we're starting to come back in. If we breach this support level, then I'll just get out. So my initial entry and my initial stop was right here, south of 63.80s. Okay, but now that we've curled over, this could be a potential failed established new high and an attempt for that level. So as soon as we breach that 90s, I'm out of Dodge. So 20 cents on that one. See you later. What does Arnold Schwarzenegger say? Hasta la vista. Hasta la vista, baby. Yeah, hasta la vista, baby. Other than that, guys, not too bad. The market looks like it does want to head a little bit lower and break through some key support levels. You can see that we have the SPY holding on to that 638, and at this pace, we're slowly starting to creep lower to this support system on the TQQs around 39.54. So we have to be prepared for a further market slide. Now, SATS, we were looking at that not too long ago. Nvidia, what are you up to? And if it's moving lower, then we're not going to be in too good of a position if you are looking for a long, that is. Pull this up. I don't know why it makes me do that now, but that's all right. Daily, we don't want that garbage. And then sure enough, 5 minute, we curl over. We're now south of the volume weighted average price, and it looks like we're gonna head towards that next level, and that's 168.31. So keep an eye out on this one, guys, in case the market wants to continue to bleed. We haven't done this yet today. Do you know what that is, Sharif?
Sector watch.
Sector watch. It wasn't, I was gonna go to the options chain, but then I thought, because I didn't want to fool you and pull a fast one and go somewhere else. So we're gonna have to do that one now. All right, guys. Energy sector, 1.8% here on the day. The utilities up 1.3 as well too. Consumer psych, 1.18%.
Huda.
Is this Spanish or something? Anyways, communication service, they're down 1 1/3, guys. We have the financials down 1.7%, and the consumer defensive, which apparently this was never on here. So very interesting, I guess, considering the times, is what you want to see. It should be discretionary. I think that's what that is, and then cyclicals. Aside from that, yeah, big words there, Sharif. But other than that, guys, extreme fear in the market, apparently, to the market sentiment here, Gage, that we are currently looking at, the Russell, and we have everything else along those lines. But if we head over to a different time frame and see how we've been performing on the week, you guessed it. The NASDAQ, typically the best performer. Well, you're correct once again. It is the worst one this week, down 4 4/10. Then we have the SPY down 3%, and the Dow Jones down 1.4% roughly. IWM holding up the best. How have we been in the past 4 weeks? Everything negative. The Dow 7%, Shreve SPY down 6% plus, Q's down 6% plus, and the IWM down 6% plus in the past month, guys. So real tough looks across the board. The long-term portfolios, in my opinion, aren't doing the best, but that's okay. Don't panic. Because you know why? We're going to go over to the 5-year. What kind of returns have we experienced in 5 years? 79% in the NASDAQ, 61% in the SPY, 37% in the Dow, and IWM up at 10%. Now, I understand. And what Drake said, he doesn't want to be rich when he's 40. He wants to get it now. But unfortunately, in the stock market, we have to be a little bit more patient and allow things to work for us. As Neil would typically say, it's the long term. Don't worry about it too much. Don't micromanage the positions. Allow it to do the work. If you're in good names, they will continue to climb because that's how the system is designed.
The long man, I typically don't look at UVIX, but I want to point out, so shout out to my man Luis Barbado. So here's ARTL. This is Luis's proprietary software, his company's proprietary software, I should say. It's fantastic, Luis. I really like the data that it gives here on ARTL. So everybody wants to know about ARTL. So look at this. What we have here, look how many gap ups versus how many running days it has, 15 to none. And it's averaging, when it gaps up, 57%. Is what it typically is, the gap up versus yesterday's close. But look at this. This is what I really want to look at here, guys. Look at the percentage of the times where it actually closes red on the day. 80% of the time. So I would be, I'm not saying this one's going to turn around at any moment, but for those who are, maybe thinking about holding overnight, this should factor a little bit in today. It's not going to be today anyway. Well, you never know, Luis. I've seen worse, but yeah, it looks like it's very strong on the day. So I want to point out, and all this stuff you can get if you get in contact with Luis. You can speak to him in the chat. I'm sure he has X as well. And from what I was seeing yesterday in the chat, he's definitely offering these services. So make sure to check that out. But look at this. For example, let's go back and say, I want to look at what this bad boy did on March 18th, where it had a gap up of around 26%. You click that bad boy here, and then it just takes a second to load, and then we'll actually be able to see the price action using TradingView's basically software. There we go. And then we kind of see, look at this, gaps up, and then all hell breaks loose to the downside. You can flip to whatever timeline you so choose, just like on any TradingView chart. So this is fantastic stuff, Louise, and this is just like scratching the surface of some of the stuff that he has in the software there. I still got to get more acquainted with this. Thank you for giving me access to this, and I'm sure a lot of the small cap traders would like to have access to this as well. And yeah, this has been fantastic stuff. I'm going to make it part of my daily routine to have that window open and to kind of go through some of the data points I need to go through if I'm going to trade these. So shout out to my man Luis there, guys. We're still doing very aggressive moves. I see NX double T above it. I'm about to talk about that, but I want to get back to ARTL over here. Reason is we've got now 2 lower highs. Okay, from that 1924 high of day, that was the candle on the 5, that was the 1220 candle on the 5. The high of that is 1924, right? Prior bar high, which closed basically as a doji candle, a bigger lower wick than an upper wick, 1899. That's the candle high. So now we know they're selling into 19. Current bar high, the 1230 candle, 1874. So it's 19, then it's 18 3/4. So I'm not saying this one's turning, but you need to be alive to these trend changes, right? ARTL, very much closer to highs than it is anything else, but just be aware here, guys. Let's talk about this one, though. Bovin and Casey have been talking about NX double T as well. They should. This is a great looking chart. It's not the big volume, winner or mover that you're going to see on the day. Certainly ARTL, and the one that I'm involved in right now, SST, has a lot more volume. But this is kind of respectful of trend. Number one, it's holding as a support level currently the prior area resistance. I'm talking about that 10, I want to say 10 to 1015, 10, yeah, around there, which was essentially a 205 pop. But look where the closing print is, or the opening print on the red candle, right around $2. So it's $2 resistance. We clear it, right? We get up into 2 1/5, 222 high. You come back in, you test 2, and you hold 2. And now you're stair-stepping up again. So a couple of things you could do here. You could look to prior bar low. If you want to be a bit more risk averse, you look to prior bar low. If you want to give yourself a bit more room to maneuver, then you look to area low. The area low, in my humble submission, is a 1215 candle, the low of which is 199. So you place at 198, 197, give it a bit of room. But 222 target, we could see 2 1/3, maybe even 2 1/2 if this one's volume picks up, but that has not been the case. The volume profile has been declining the majority of the day, so you have volume price action divergence. Not always the best setup, but nonetheless something to be on the lookout for there. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to Adair.
Keep an eye on some of these fertilizer stocks. Here is NTR, and I'll pull up CF as well. These are going to be in watch after a spokesperson from the UN said that the United Nations has established a task force to create a new mechanism for the Strait of Hormuz. This is in order to facilitate fertilizer trade and movement of related raw materials. So again, fertilizer space on watch, CF, NTR, 2 names to mention here, as UN spokesperson says, hey, UN has established a task force that's going to make it easier to transport fertilizer-related goods through the Strait of Hormuz. Back to you.
Thank you very much. We were talking about that. That SST, Joey?
Yes, sir.
I had my order at 88s, right? I like 88s. You know where it went? Just guess.
Where'd it go, 88s?
No. Keep guessing.
90s.
No, I didn't get the print. I should probably told you that.
Okay.
87,
okay.
Joe.
Oh, all right, man. I need more detail, man.
Well, I missed it. I'm bitching because I missed it, right? But anyway, 273.
I was gonna say 6'9". Yeah,
No,
I was.
That's somebody. What somebody else said there in the chat. I don't know why I held back Just because he put 69, it holds him back. Guys, topping tail candle, new high a day, ARTL 1991. So that one breaches prior bar high, and the downtrend has been broken on that one. But I'm trying to maneuver here on SST. I was looking at wetting the beak at 88. I missed it. So we're going to let that one set up. It's not breaking trend, so there's no reason for me to get out of it here. I still have a bias. This one maneuvers in a 3. So I'm going to start focusing here a lot on ARTL because this clearly is not done. And if it clears 20, this is gonna be crazy. I think we're gonna probably maybe get into a high triple-digit territory, maybe even, who knows, maybe 4-digit territory there, 1,000%. We're waiting to see. Let's see if it's got the juice to clear 20 decisively. I think that puts, some tailwind behind us if we can get through those levels. But ARTL is not letting up. That's a fact. So we'll have to keep an eye on this one and be a bit strategic. Jay was asking me, he's like, do you lament not having held? Jay, if I had held this one and did that with all the other ones that were halting, I'd probably be out of a job, you know what I mean? Because I would probably be stopped out a lot of the times. But we had several good trades on this bad boy. So I'm, practicing gratitude here, as I was telling you in the chat. But yes, of course, there's that side of me that wants to be in as it breaks through 19, as it comes up into 20. But, knowing full well these ones need a certain type of trading methodology, Joey.
All right, good stuff. We got stopped out of silver. All right, but we're still holding on to 32%, odd number, right? 32%, but it's easy to do the math, right? Ooh, voice crack there. It's easy to do the math when you take X amount of shares, you hit a 5-to-1, you take some off, you have X amount left, simplistic stuff. Now, IBIT, we're down 4% here, Sharif, and we're looking forward to continue to slide a little bit more. Now we're down to 37.30s, we're in at 57s. If we break 25s, we're gonna take that additional leg lower, and then we're gonna take it off so that we only have 25% remaining of the position and allow the rest to ride for the remainder of the day. Now, what do we have going for us right now? There's a couple of things. We're starting to form a consolidation. We've been trading within this range for approximately half an hour now. We haven't broken up higher, but yet we haven't broken lower. So, that is an even number, yes, Wendy's. So, what I'm looking at here is that the downtrend, we were weak yesterday. We headed into that $66,000 mark. I think that we just want to put ourselves in the right place at the right time, and that's hopefully going to be in the short side. It's worked for us. We hit that. Oh, Gorb, we have that inverted hammer candle right at the volume-weighted average price, in which the reason I took the short right here. That's all I needed to see, especially in an underlying asset that has been weak as of late. Now, look at this consolidation, chopping around for quite some time. Within that, you can see a little bit of lower highs. We like this. And there goes the market now putting in a new low. This indecision print on silver didn't work out for us, okay? It was a little extended from the volume-weighted average price, totally fine. But when the buy program's on and you only get these micro pullbacks, you want to look to get involved. It's unfortunate that that didn't work in our favor, but we took small size. I have 15% on the silver position compared to what I had on this IBIT position, okay? So essentially what we got going on is patience. We're gonna run into that 37.25. We're gonna take a little bit more out to where we have exactly 25% left of our position remaining. And we can see on the level 2 as well, hey, is there a little bit of a ladder? Not quite. We'd have to filter out a bit more. But what we really want to focus on is the time of sales. As you can see, that strong flush to the top side, a clean flush on the ask and some above the ask. We want to see that on the inverse. We want to see, we want to see the opposite, right? We want to flush a little bit lower. Man, this guy. Anyways, this guy, I don't know, man. Anyways, let's bring up that breakdown, Sharif. We got to focus here. 37.26, there it is. We're going to be prepared to take a little bit off. We don't want, dude, I'm going to do a hockey error. Stop. Please. Sorry. There we go. We'll take some off at 27s, and then sure enough, we're now sitting on a little bit more. I didn't take as much off as I was going to, but that's okay. We're going to do a couple things that I didn't get to do last time, and I was going to pull up the... Are you still chuckling?
I'm good, there? Bro. I didn't do anything. I was just having to turn my head around.
You're real innocent.
So that you don't even see me laughing,
super innocent over there. All right, we're going to move forward, and we're going to take a look at IBIT and see what we got going on from the options chain standpoint here, guys. We had that $41 mark that we were talking about the other day, and just the congestion through some of these strike prices. Okay, we can see that here. 0 DTD, these are all going to be expiring today. So we have to keep an eye out on that one. Anyways, on the put, I don't know why this is, because this is a simulated account, so some of the data seems to be missing, which isn't a good thing. But maybe we'll have to just switch over. But it's because I'm running the algo on this, so I have to run it on this one. But moving forward, let's take a look at NVDA and see what we got going on the options chain. $170. I can't believe that we're at 168 right now. A couple of weeks ago, we were talking about 185s and 200s. That $200 mark still has the most amount of open interest, all right? So, and then also that next zone is going to be around 185. So what this is telling us that not for the next little bit, we may not see some of these levels in NVDA. And if we take a look at it from a daily perspective, I think that's pretty telling. The market's been bleeding. We have some of the other larger participants down 30%. Who am I talking about? You have Microsoft, and you also have, I believe, Meta hit that mark as well, too. So it's not looking good. Now, where are we currently sitting off of that previous pivot high in NVDA? I'll tell you right now. 20%. Oh, we're bear territory on NVDA. From that previous high.
I saw that this morning.
So,
and this 170 level is a major.
So there it is.
Let's not.
I think it is. No, it is, Sharif.
It is. And I said that this morning to Brendo. But like, look. Go back a little bit there. So then we no.
Want me to go to the wiki?
No. You're right there. Right there.
Yeah.
So we were lower. No, go. So show them the current price action too, so we can make a comparison.
Okay.
So we have been a little bit lower. But that 170 break is important. I would say 100% it is.
Yeah.
The problem though is, do you believe in that 3-day rule or the 3% rule?
What is it?
So, or the 3-period rule. I shouldn't say 3-day.
Okay.
Because it depends on what you're charting. So if you're weekly, you're looking for 3 weeks in a row to close below a certain level. If you're charting on the daily, you're looking for 3 days in a row to close below a certain level.
Okay.
That's John J. Murphy's rule, or one of.
Okay. I like
and then there's the other one is a 3% rule. So if that 170 level gets breached by 3%, then you would say the level's been given up, right?
Fair. Yeah, I like that. That's respectable. So I mean, here it is across the board, right? Like it wasn't Brent. It was another individual who we had on the other day. I keep forgetting his name. Anyways, he's like, it doesn't matter who you are. Eventually, you might experience somewhat of a pullback, and I think that's the narrative that we got going on right now. We go over to Google, but look at how identical a lot of these patterns are. It's unfortunate that NVDA went through that lengthy consolidation and then didn't climb higher, broke down. But I like that because why? If you have cash on hand, it's going to give you the ability to grab a little bit more and then be prepared for that next leg higher. Look at Google go lower, right? This is all 20% on Google. Wow, that's insane. Wow. I was waiting for that one, Assassino, but that's okay. I'll just do it myself. Wow. Anyways.
He's looking for it.
There you go. Wow. Yeah. Anyway, so one more thing before we send it off to Sharif. It's all fun and games, right? Everybody's partying, and now it's time to go home when it's not so fun. Right. That's all right, brother. So it's the same thing with Microsoft. Fun and games. Oh, the party's now come to an end. We're going to start to distribute and send a little bit lower.
There goes SST into 294. Look, I took it out a skosh below my 3R. So 1R for me, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, 1R for me was 2. No, it's kind of flipped the script now. So it was, let me just put it, I don't know, why is it changing like this? SST, what's going on with it? Okay, so 1R for me, 3R for me was 290. So I took it out at 86, but there it goes, into 99. This one's on its horse. It's about to take out 3. There's a seller here at 3, at least momentarily. SST is him at the moment, up 118%, triple-digit territory. ARTL is dropping, so be careful with that one. It still hasn't lost key technical levels on ARTL. I would say that there's a buy zone. Wow, SST, the breakout is on, guys. 317, 318, it just blew through 3. There's 3 1/4. 323 high. There is 327. I just saw it flash. The limit up there. Can't quite see what it is now. It has to move back up a bit so I can see what limit up is. But what a breakout. Yeah, well, sucks, but I took it out at 3R, so I really can't complain about that. But there it is again. Now that it's decisively taking out 3, what's the move here? Are we looking for a 3 retracement, or is 3 too much of a drop. This is really going. This is an obvious short squeeze. There's the 35 area. We could be going to 50 momentarily here, guys. The shorts are on the ropes. They're getting squeezed. They're in trouble. There's 36. I saw 40s flash momentarily there on the level 2. Can't quite see it right now, though, but very, very good strength on SST here, having done a little bit less than 30 million shares on the day on a $3 name, which isn't even really that much, but nonetheless, it is very, very strong. Set up properly on this one. I saw a lot of topping tails, as we know, into the mid 80s, but really the $3 level is a level that I'll be looking to earmark there for a possible drop and a hold. But as aggressive as this one is to the high side, you need to kind of be concerned about being equally aggressive to the downside, as people will be looking to take profits. This is an intraday trade. There's a buyer at 20. He just got taken out, and there it goes, back into 15, 12s. Let's watch this single digits now. Let's see what holds up here. Do we have buyers at 3? Do we hold up at 3 on a strict basis? Or are we going to drop a little bit below the level? So continuing to watch. Here I need to see exactly what kind of buying is stepping in. I'm flipping to the 5-second chart on the top screen to kind of get a better view of the local areas of support and resistance, but there does seem to be a buyer in the high single digits, low double digits. Okay, so area low is 305, I believe, 306. That is the area low. That's where we held up last time. So no prints, at least not yet, on this latest down move below 306. Okay, nice move back into 320 here. That's breaking trend. Here comes the $0.25, looking for a possible move. There it is again, 36 high. Here comes 30. Not quite into 30 yet, but hey, you held 6s, which was good. So in fact, you actually held 10s on the last attempt to kind of make a lower low. You didn't actually make it. So continuing to watch here, SST. What a move this one has, man. Yeah, nothing for me to do here quite yet. I think I've missed my opportunity. It was in the single digits. Now it's having trouble taking out 30. This could be a lower high, right? Because we had 336 as the area high, and now we've got a few candles in a row there rejecting 29s and or 28s. Hard to tell. It's not letting me mouse over it. All right, here we go. Attempting to take out that seller. We took him out. Into 30 we go. Can we continue? Above 36, so we're unable to take out 30 quite yet. Man. Sorry, guys, just watching. Let's see we're getting a higher low pattern. This is not a bad look at all, but I feel like we're a little extended, to be quite honest. And there's a seller at 30 now, Joey. Okay. Yeah, you can see the seller at 30 back into the $0.25. Here comes the $0.05. Keep in mind, guys, that we had a buyer at 6 because we're losing trend a little bit here, at least locally on the 5-second chart. Keep an eye on this one. For now, we're sending you to Adair.
Bit of upward excitement here in this market as we get comments from U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Iran. He said that they expect there to be a response from Iran either today or tomorrow, backing up reports we heard earlier suggesting the same. He also said that there were communications from Iran on a willingness to discuss certain issues. Very vague, but again, implies that there is some back and forth here with Iran and the U.S. Furthermore, saying that the U.S. would find it unacceptable if Iran told the Strait of Hormuz. Back to you.
Cool.
Good stuff. All right, guys, we're back.
Not surprised by any of that, are you?
Pardon me?
I'm not surprised by any of that, are you?
No, sir.
Yeah.
Silver, we're back in this, guys. One more attempt. A nice little print here, Gorov, Lost Polish. I haven't seen you in the chat here today. I seen Gorov, though, but let's see if we get this bounce, right? We tried off of this candle, didn't work for us, and now we're starting to get a little bit of a move. Yes, sir, and I added actually 20% more on this position than what I had on the other one, just because I like the additional fake out. We get that re-engagement, and sure enough, we can rock and roll on this one. So we'll hit a 1-to-1 on that really quick, but we want to try to hold it for a 2-to-1 before we take anything off. We're still sitting in this IBIT trade, working really well for us here today. Yeah, nice print. You in on that, Gorov? 84s. We get that 84 print. Maybe we'll try to get some off at 90s. If we're fortunate enough to get a 90 print, there it is, Sharif. Let's rock and roll, my friend. We'll take 20% off right there.
Okay.
As quick as you'd like.
I like
as
that.
You would typically say, boom. We caught that 90 print. There goes a nice strong uptick in SLV. I'm talking about it, and I don't even have it up for you guys. We'll pull it up here. See, we get stopped out that one time, and then we just re-engage, wait for that better price, and then sure enough, instant ITM, and that's exactly what we want to see. So a pretty good look there on SLV. We want to hold on to some more of this one, and we're going to hold on to this Bitcoin until it either stops us out break even or we break that 37.25 30.25 level and have the ability to take some more profits off, my brother.
One more time.
Ooh.
All right, we're doing it on SST in at the third of a dollar, just went the beak at the half. So the breakout is on now. There's selling at the half dollar, as I would typically expect there would be. Anything below 30 pennies ends the trade for me, knowing full well that there probably will be staunchy selling at the half dollar. Continuing to watch. Here comes a move back into the 30s. We've got an unbroken, I want to say 5 or 6, 7 candle downtrend here on the 5-second chart. Here's 47s, 46 is showing up again. Let's see if we can kind of take a look at the selling. What kind of size shows up at around the half dollar? What I was waiting for, I'm going to show you guys my 5-second chart in a second. But what I'm waiting for here is a resolution right above 50. There's 50, Joey. There's 55. New high of day. Let's see, we can't continue above 50 though. So there's aggressive selling into the half dollar here, even though we breached it on a technical basis. There it is right back above. Looking for the move. Seller at 55. Big seller at 55. 55 showing up again. Let's see if we can shake them. We shook them for a second. They're setting up again. Let's take this one over here. Good trade. Not bad, not bad. This one's going to break out into the 60s. It goes, guys. SST is absolutely him at the moment, up 160%. These ones cycle in. It's ARTL's world. We're all just living in it. That happens for about 25 minutes an hour. Now it's SST's world. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. Let me show you guys my chart to kind of explain what my methodology and the reason I got in, exactly where I got in was. So here it is. This is the 5-second chart that I always keep my eye out on when we have these crazy ass movers. And so this was clearly holding trend, right? So I was like, all right, cool. If it breaks above this, use the hotkey. I've got a 3 penny basically offset, meaning that even if I punch and the price changes, it'll get in plus or minus 3 pennies. So there was the downtrend break, and oh boy, it just broke again. Look at that 350 move. So in any event, as soon as it broke the uptrend over here, downtrend, sorry, I knew there were buyers. And so I didn't know whether or not we were going to continue into the half dollar. I took my shot, and that was I was happy about that. So SST, the only reason I use the 5-second chart is just like another sort of level 2, right? You can clearly see selling at 20 on the level 2, but you can also see it on the 5-second chart. If there's a seller there over and over and over, you're going to see it. The problem with the level 2 is it's only around briefly, right? It's quite transient. So you don't really, if you don't have a really good memory or you're not really looking for it at that level, you may forget. There was a seller here, there was a seller there. So I find the 5-second chart works pretty good. Why not the 10-second? Great question, Bryston. I mean, I don't really think there's obviously a difference. The 5-second chart gives me a bit more nuance, obviously, but I think the 10-second chart is equally as valid. And you guys know, right? Like small cap traders, they do use that smaller time frame to spot areas of support and resistance. So yeah, that is it there. Smile, says Noon Loon. Oh, my bad. We're going to Adara.
Just be aware, President Trump is talking live right now. He's talking about farmers. If there's anything market-related here, I'll let you know. He's already said, quote, we're doing really great in Iran. So Iran's going to be mentioned. If there's anything of note, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Trump states that the U.S. has resumed soybean exports to China.
Okay.
All right.
We'll take that. Good. We'll take that positive there, Sharif.
Yeah.
We'll also take a little positive move there on SLV. But we get stopped out break even, and I'm glad that we got out of it because now we're south of our entry price. We should have took some more off, only 20%, but it is what it is, and we'll take that scalp for sure. Now Bitcoin heading right back towards our previous entry, our previous low there, guys. Haven't had the ability to crack it just yet, but hopefully at this pace, we will be able to. We had a massive volume uptick as well, but there is a hardcore support system that's holding up relatively well here, guys. But we must take a look at some of the indecision prints in and around this consolidation zone. So there's an indecision print, head right back lower, and we haven't broke it. But if the volume, we get one more strong volume uptick, then I think we have the ability to do so. But one thing that we also have to take into consideration is that the fact that we have formed these higher lows. So it's really a push and pull, and we don't want to get too much into the technicals and have all these different things going on and have analysis paralysis. We want to stick to the narrative. We're positioned well right at the volume-weighted average price, and if we happen to be fortunate enough to get the that 37.25 break, then we're going to be rocking and rolling, all right? Patience is going to be key, as I typically say. Patience, patience, patience. Now, We went over the options chain. We can run through our scanner and see what we got going on over there. Who's typically leading the way? You guessed it. It's Nvidia with 108 million shares. Never really good when you see a bounce like this. So a big time recovery there. So maybe it was, yeah, whatever. So maybe it's not going to break down, right? Like we've had multiple legs. In the post market, we get that little pop up right after the bell. Katina and I were looking at that. And then it's like, oh, okay, from this morning, from time, as Drake would like to say, is leg down consolidation, massive leg down consolidation, leg down, and now we're kind of just chopping and churning right now. So let's see if we can continuously form these lower highs on the 5-minute and head past that specific support level that's been holding up pretty well so far. Now, let's take a look at some other names. Micron, we've been talking about this, but a strong recovery. And if we take a look at it from the daily, that's an aggressive pullback. And it's funny, as soon as it's like, okay, you're down 22%, so you can classify this thing in bear territory. But as soon as it's at its high, you get those analyst articles where it's like, yeah, it still could run. It's still a solid buy. And the next thing you know, you're down 23%. All right? Who am I going to refer to now, Katina, man, considering he's back in the building? One of your favorites right there, a good buddy of yours, Tom Lee, Bitmine Immersion and Company. $70 all the way down to $18 is absolutely insane. That's 73.
Yeah, I'm getting rinsed on that.
Yeah.
I'm getting rinsed on that.
Are you going to buy more?
No, not yet. Well, it's just not giving me
there's
a
no
trend change. There's no
80%.
trend change.
There's zero trend change.
I'm underwater on this one, and I'm underwater on Joby.
Oh,
and
yeah?
Underwater now on my IBIT trade.
Oh, same. And I sold a bunch, though. My average went up. Okay, the boys had a poll up the other day. It was, what would you rather be holding, or what would you rather buy? GameStop or one of these crypto treasury plays?
Crypto treasury.
Crypto treasury?
Mm-hmm. Okay. What's the bull case for GameStop? Their crypto balance sheet? What's the retail case?
I mean, that's fair.
Are we really talking
a genuine
that
question.
there's going to be retail gaming that's going to make a comeback?
No, I
want to know.
I happen to agree with you. I think it's a tough one. I don't see anything positive for GameStop in the near future, considering, they have Bitcoin on their balance sheet. All the games are online now.
And they're kind of both, aren't they?
What's that?
GameStop is kind of a crypto hoarding, so it's like almost like BMNR, but with Bitcoin,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. And I think it's just, it's only a matter of time until GameStop is no more. I mean, with Ethereum, we can build the case that there is use case. Right?
We know there is.
We know there is.
Smart contracts.
Bitcoin, we don't necessarily have use case, but store value and finite supply.
And first mover. It was like the first major
crypto,
it's the
grandfather,
right? Exactly,
It's the grandfather.
Yeah.
But as for GameStop, I think that phase is over. It was a pretty close race. It's like, I think it's an understandable question. But as Katina Man brought it to us, the next day Ethereum was down 6%.
Well, I'm not saying Ethereum is going to go up in a straight line. I'm not even trying to make that argument. I'm underwater on BMR. So I can't say, but
so as of right now,
if you're asking
gun to your head, either GameStop or
BMNR.
You're going BMNR.
All day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Just personally, I mean, I just don't see the bull case. And you guys are bringing up good points. I mean, like Jock says, the bull case is roaring kitty, and he with the wink. Look, I mean, I kind of think you're joking.
He's out of that though now, isn't he?
I have no idea. Is he?
Didn't that guy have $1 billion unrealized at one point?
I don't know. I know he had several hundred million position.
Yeah.
But was that his money?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I remember like I knew at the time. Anyway, but I do believe Ethereum does have a use case. I don't know what the use case is.
But the bull case, so to add to that bull case point, as for Roaring Kitty, but the hedge funds won't allow that to happen again.
They're not going to get caught offside. They're not going to get way.
There's no way.
It's not
exactly. It's not going to happen again in the manner that it did from before.
Why not? Why not? Already bag holding GME. Hope it pays before I grow. Come on, man. Come on, bro. I hope you get paid, man. I have no shorts on GME, so it can go to 1,000. I mean, it's not going to affect me. Maybe the FOMO for not having gotten in, but I hope you print multiple storms, man. Jeez, look, there it is, guys. NXTT. Breaking out. And Joey, look at this. I mean, when a stock tells you who it is, believe it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We're playing that one from before. But look at this. This is quite respectful here of the 10 EMA on the 5, right? And it really hasn't given you too much in the way of bamboozlement, Bovin. It hasn't gone up in a straight line like it gave you that retracement. You tried to break 220. It comes back in. Lo and behold, it holds 2. And then, you know, it closes above the 10 EMA, and it's marching on its merry way, getting into the high of the day. It's up a very respectable 51 1/3. So NX double T looking fantastic over here, man. It could be at the $0.50. But I also want to mention that ARTL, for the moment, is breaking trend. Okay, it's above prior bar high. I think if this one gets above that 18.5, we could be all gas again. So what's it called? ARTL holds generally that 15. What's the low of this candle here? So it looks like 1550 held quite well. That wasn't the breakout level. The breakout level was 1480. Let's say 15. So the bulls were pretty gung-ho. And here we are again. 18 is showing up. I think if we get above these closing prints here at 1850, the breakout's on again, and the shorts are going to be on the ropes. 1991 high. ARTL is showing up, but we haven't taken out, I'd say, some key levels. So be on the lookout here. This one can turn in a minute. It really can. So that's one there I want to point out. SST, we took the print there in the high 50s, but this one is also kind of showing that it's got several higher lows, starting from, you know, obviously this candle over here, but it's holding trend. Now the problem is it's also got lower highs. So you need to be able to square that circle. If that's not, you know, doesn't fit within your risk parameter, put it below prior bar low, then leave that one alone. Also, I saw you guys talking about VSA. I looked over to Neil. I want to find out how much shorts on VSA costs. Are quite expensive, so I'm going to leave that one alone, but let's see if this one can hold 220. Right, so got all the way down. Remember when Luis was talking about this one? It was a great short flat bottom break through the volume weighted average price. Goes into yesterday's closing print in the 136, 137 area. And look at the retracement into that area high of 263. Last is coming back down. Here comes the $0.25. I say there is the volume weighted average price at the $0.05 of a dollar, and you got the 10 EMA at 215. So if it holds up there, this could be another recovery right back into some area highs. Extend your trend lines as far as it'll go too, by the way. You never know really when they come back into support and resistance. So VSA should also be on watch. And SST also still looks like it has a bid here at around the $0.33 of a dollar. Last but not least, Bovin brought this one to my attention. PLYX. Look, it's not bad, Bovin. PLYX, let's throw that on there. But that topping tail into 918, big boy drop, holds 8. It's got a bunch of lower highs. I think this one needs to set up above 8 4/5, but you know, I could be wrong about this one. We'll keep an eye out on it. PLYX is the ticker. We're going with Adara.
Keeping an eye on both Caterpillar and John Deere here. Both Cat and DE just got name dropped by President Trump. He said that he's calling on both companies to lower tractor prices in addition to all other companies that make tractors. So just keep an eye on that here when it comes to CAT and DE. He also spoke positively about both companies. So again, just be aware, Deere and Caterpillar both being mentioned here at least a couple times each by President Trump.
Shout out to Cat, off the highs, but I'm still holding. But Luis, I am short. Stop buying VSA. I swear, Luis, I haven't even bought one share of VSA. I was just noting that, you know, it's back above the volume weighted average price. But Luis, this is a topping tail candle that I'm sure you're probably looking very thoroughly at, because it's breached now prior bar low. We could be heading down to 220. I'd say if we lose that 10 EMA on the 5, which is showing 215, 214, then we're probably going back to maybe 180, 175 on VSA, especially if it loses VWAP, but something to look at there. What else, man? Silver looks like it's dropping a little bit because that's ZSL. I did very little with this one. I kept it on the side chart in case there weren't other ones running, but there was plenty running today. This one looks like it's kind of a bear flag, right? Recovering a little bit. The shorts are covering. Where we get up to, let's see. There is definitely that 4 a.m. low. I want to say at around 26 4/5, 26.75. It could make it up there. It's above the 10. It's above the 20. No real area of resistance up here, I'd say, until that 4 a.m. low. But that's really, I'm going to not probably execute anything here on ZSL. It is it's 5 after 4. So Let's get right down to work here.
5 after 4.
5 after, yeah. You can tell where my mind's at, right?
Yeah.
It's 104.
Oh,
that's why I
my
said
boy, we got hella overtime now at this point.
right? We got to send it over to Katina. How was the gym, brother?
Very good.
It was very good. What'd you smash today?
More kettlebell and some.
I'm really happy that you're smashing kettlebells lately. You're gonna like them, trust me. They're actually quite something to do. It's more than that. But Katina Man is back from the gym. He smashed a little kettlebells today. We're gonna shout him out for that. Kettlebells, very interesting, obviously. Nothing bad to say about them. What I was telling Sean is I'm like, the weight distribution on the kettlebells is fundamentally different than they are on dumbbells. Just think about where you're holding the dumbbell, right? You've got it in your palm, and so the weight's pressing all the way down. So you get like vertical weight distribution. When the kettlebell, it's almost diagonal because it's like hanging off the side. So you're getting the weight almost in the sense like it's a cable where it's pulling to the outside, which I like.
Bro.
What?
Nothing.
Who? So anyway, I happen to like kettlebells a lot, especially for free motion movements. But yeah, it's neither here nor there. Makes sense. Nerd says noon. Okay, cold-blooded. There goes NXTT, Bovin. You called it out. Let's read the super. Should we read it or no? Is it a liability? Huh? I'm talking to you.
What, Joe? Dude, I told you about the selective hearing thing. What did you say?
Is the super a liability or should I read it?
Oh, let me read it here.
Oh, so you didn't read it.
No, you're good,
Okay.
man. It's fertilizer. Yeah,
oh, cool.
Yeah,
Son of Daniel. Thank you very much, Son of Daniel, for the $10 super chat. Looks like you dropped a couple of super chats, though. The soy announcement comes from rising fertilizer costs, and it'll show up at the negotiating table with China after farmers already have it in the ground. That's going to squeeze other agro prices. DBA, he says. Let's take a look at DBA. Your point very well taken there, by the way. Shout out to Saskatchewan, which has a lot of fertilizer.
The first shout out I've ever heard of.
Saskatchewan? I happen to like their premier, man. I like Scott Moe. You know
I like
him?
the Alberta.
You know about him?
No, I like the girl over there in Alberta.
There's no. That's my girl, my boy. All right, let's have a look over here. Yeah, very consolidative is DBA, but definitely off this area low. Looks like there was certainly buying at around 25 and change, 25 and a half, 25 to 20, yeah. And here we are back at 27. It's a range, man. It's kind of hard to read these ones because, well, they're range bound. Let's see if the weekly shows anything different. Yeah, even more of a range on the weekly, quite frankly. 28, 28 and a half. Area highs, 25 and a half. I want to say area low. I trade it as a range until it shows you something different, right? But your point well taken. I think the negotiations between President Trump and President Xi.
Oh, what a pop-up here in the market.
Going to be quite interesting. Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, look at Bitcoin go here. So we're going to have to get out break even if it comes back to us, just like that. We thought we were going to get that breakdown, but the market definitely moving here, guys.
Congressional
a big-time
action.
move. Yeah, now starting to come back in. As soon as we get the green light to go, I heard something. All right, yeah, no problem. So here it is. We'll pull up everything. An additional volatility spike. Get used to this narrative, guys, as we head towards support levels, have the inability to breach, and then sure enough, we get that massive uptick right back into the volume-weighted average price, respectively, in the SPY, the TQQQs. Google not necessarily as strong, but IBIT and also silver starting to head a little bit lower there, guys. So, Adara.
So I think this is the headline here. U.S. reportedly signaling to allies that they do not have any immediate plans for, quote, invasion of Iran. So again, USO spiking a bit lower here, market spiking a bit higher as we do get reports that the U.S. has signaled to its allies that they're not immediately planning on a, quote, unquote, invasion in Iran.
Yeah, you don't want that.
No. Do you?
No, you don't want that. No,
I don't. NXTT high a day. PLYX making a move. Keep your eye out on Bovin's levels. He's been trading PLYX quite well. But I also want to mention SST, the one that we were involved in. Here it is again into the 60s. The high of the day is 65. So great hold there of trend and a move back up. This one could C4 pretty quickly. Let's talk a little news now as we are now 8 minutes after the hour. Meta. Oh boy, where is it at? Oh my days. It's gonna lose 500 soon. 526.11 low, trading at 528.75. Two back-to-back jury verdicts found Meta liable for harms related to its platforms. That is a major legal shift for these social media companies. Legal experts say the ruling could trigger thousands of similar lawsuits, and the situation is being compared to early-stage litigation waves in the 1990s that targeted the tobacco industry. Who remembers those? When the doctors would get on the stand and say, oh, it's not bad for your health. No, it's not addictive. Those are interesting to watch. They're on YouTube, by the way. Plaintiffs successfully argued that the platform design itself, which has the addictive features vis-a-vis the algorithm, is harmful. This sidesteps the traditional protections under Section 30, which were historically used by these social media companies to say, look, it's other people putting content on our platform. We're just providing the marketplace for them to put content on. You can't use that anymore, according to the judge who heard this case. The introduction, though, of this addiction as a legal argument that significantly expands the potential liability these social media companies face. And it's not just Google. It's not just Meta. There's a lot of other social media companies as well. SST is absolutely flying. I see it, random oddities. What a move up here. 385 high, taking out the prior area high. SST breakout. So let's continue on here. So the jury in the New Mexico jury awarded $375 million in damages related to the exposing minors to harmful content. That was the woman who, as an adult now, basically sued Meta for harms she incurred as a minor. The LA case, which rewarded about $6 million, $3 in damages and $3 in punitive, they link social media use to mental health harm. So a bit of a different take there, but the real risk is the scalability of the future claims, not the individual verdict size, because we got to look at this as now possibly having multiple claims that go that way. And if that's the case, then you got to look at all these claims and then see how many different claims there's going to be, or sorry, the damages, and then see how many claims are going to be. Meta does plan to appeal, and they're going to continue defending their platform design. They really want to emphasize the complexity of mental health factors, that they're not the only ones responsible. The company warns, though, these rulings could force major changes to product design, including features like the infinite scroll and the notification settings that we're all used to now, Joey. So this is quite an interesting development in the world of social media.
It's not looking good, and we mentioned this yesterday as well too. Is this the big tobacco moment for some of these social media giants? I'm going to be looking at this exactly like how Google had with Apple and the antitrust. It's not going to be good, and it's going to weigh on the stock for quite some time. They're going to pay a ridiculous amount in fines, most likely. I just have that feeling. Not only that, these guys wasted $80 billion in Reality Labs. That hasn't been a success. So Zuck really not in good terms right now, and he's not sitting in a really good position, in my opinion. CapEx heavy, 160 billion or something along those, 135 billion this year alone. So yeah, and then you have all of this issue, this legal issue that's really starting to fall on his shoulders. It's not going to be good for the stock. I'm invested in it still.
Are you?
Yeah, I plan on sitting in it for the long term. I mean, I don't think until you have structural change, then there's no reason really. He's going to pay a lot of fines. We know that, right? Is he going to have to change things on the platform? Most likely, right?
What if the infinite scroll has to go away, and basically the amount of ads that show up are far less than the revenue number?
That's most likely something along those lines is what's going to happen. Until then, Sharif, I'm not going to jump the gun too early.
Fair.
97% of its revenue coming from digital ads.
Exactly.
I'm not going to sway away from it. It's still the social media giant that it is. Until this is cooled off and we actually get a new verdict or something along those lines, then there's no reason for me to get out just yet.
All right, respect that. Let's go on to the next story here. It's Meta with a $10 billion CapEx investment into their West Texas data center, and that's a big. They were only going to spend $1.5 billion on this West Texas data center. Now they're going to spend 10. The facility is, though, expected to deliver 1 gigawatts of capacity by 2028. The El Paso project will create 300 permanent jobs and will require about 4,000 construction workers at the peak. Those are transient jobs, of course. They're not going to be around forever. Meta's committing an additional 5,000 megawatts of clean energy to support all their data center operations. The site will span 1.2 million square feet, making it one of the company's largest infrastructure investments in its history. They had previously guided, when we're talking about the CapEx umbrella, $135 billion in CapEx spending for 2026. We'll have to see if these latest lawsuits and the potential, contingent liabilities that, Meta has now will change some of the CapEx spending, but that's yet to be determined. Unlike its peers, though, we're specifically talking about Softy, Goggles, and Amazon. Meta lacks the cloud business, and that's what I've been saying to you guys for a long time. So even though, they're spending similar amounts of money on CapEx, the other three can see immediate returns vis-a-vis Neo Cloud, right? Meta doesn't have a cloud business. So they're going to have to see it in the form of advertising revenue. How that translates and how quickly it translates, one must wait and see.
Why wouldn't, sorry to interrupt you, but why wouldn't Meta start like a Neo Cloud business?
Brother, you're going to have to ask the Zuckster that. Like, I'm just saying what it is, right? But the fact of the matter is the other three can monetize this in a shorter amount of time than Meta can, at least directly.
Cloud providers.
Cloud providers. So are you spending big boy money on these data centers, GPUs, server racks, and everything else that comes with it, cooling, energy? Oh my God, the stack is insane, right?
It doesn't make sense. Like, why wouldn't he do it? I just don't understand.
I'm just saying it, Joey.
It has to be, someone has to have brought it up, someone has to be talked about. You're not going to spend $135 billion and not look to have it all for avocado or llama.
I think he seems to go in all in on stuff, though. Like we've seen with Reality Labs and stuff. He seems to go in. Token generation. Yeah, token is just a unit of compute.
You spend $135 billion on token generation.
Well, token generation is just like
compute power.
Exactly.
Is that right?
Yeah.
100%. But that's what he's spending it on.
Yes.
Is that right? So
for
whatever.
Ads.
Yeah.
Or
for ads.
in his physical product case, I think he's trying to get AI to have that physical. Oh, by the way, someone was selling 2 different Meta glasses, the new ones, for $1,000.
How much are they? How much are they brand new?
They're a little bit more if you were to get them together because there were 2, right? So they're not cheap either. AMD at day's high, says Pathik, but it's still, it's down 0.5%, but thank you for pointing that out, Pathik. Roland Joe, I heard these data center AI chips only last 3 to 4 years and need to be replaced then, and that's a big concern for the economy. You bring up a very good point, and I think Michael Burry was bringing up that exact same point, but when you fact check it to reality, and I've mentioned this many times, let's just take CoreWeave, the A800, which is Nvidia's, I think, like 2022 or 2021 chip. You guys can fact check me on that. Number one, they're charging 135% of the price to rent that A800 chip than they were at the time when it came out. And it's also booked 6 to 8 months. Solid. They have no capacity for A800. So I see the point. It makes sense on paper, but when you look to reality, their older chips are still being used. So I get what you're saying, Roland Joe, and I think it's valid, but let's see what the actual practices in reality. Last thing I want to mention here, the company's also developing its own MTIA accelerators that are aiming to reduce reliance on Nvidia and AMD. So we've talked about Meta also developing custom silicon in-house. That hasn't gone well. It hasn't gone as well as the Trainiums and the TPUs as some of their competitors. So anything, you already commented on this, if you want to add anything else.
I mean, so I think the difference here, Sharif, and I see if this makes any sense. So we have the larger competitors. They're essentially double dipping, right? You have the token generation, more compute essentially means more revenue, plus the cloud aspect.
Right.
So you only have Mark Zuckerberg only tapping into one of those things essentially right now. But he's going off the bet that more compute is going to generate him more revenue.
Yes.
Doesn't rent out the cloud. All right.
No, you're actually right about that.
So the company has pledged to restore 200% of the water consumed by the data center to local watersheds.
And can I say something else?
Yeah.
A lot of these technologies, it's a closed circuit.
Yeah.
So you're using water, but you're taking it once. So it remains within the same circuit.
So
it's not
he's
like
going to
a
double it up there.
consistent
He's going to double it
use
up there.
Extracting water from
And
local.
He also stated with the Louisiana data center, he's going to be looking to subsidize for the money spent on energy as well.
Oh yeah, it's bring your own power now.
It's bring your own power.
BYOP.
Yeah,
right.
But that's where Caterpillar comes into play.
Absolutely.
I guess, right?
And we talked about the generators. 2-3 years to get these generators.
Because they can create a grid essentially.
Well, exactly.
Right? Okay. But yeah, other than that, I mean, like 1 gigawatt of power in Lebanon. Oh, in Lebanon, did you mention that there, Sharif? Indiana, though. Lebanon, Indiana.
Oh, you scared me. The data center get clipped?
No, we don't want that one there. No, but
okay,
I mean, 200%, I don't think many people are going to complain about it. The El Paso grid to match 100% of the electricity used for its data centers. So, I mean, people were getting frustrated. The local residents didn't want these massive data centers, but if they're going to kind of supplement for what they're going to be using, then maybe it's not so bad. Job creation as well.
Job creation, yeah, because you got to construct these bad boys, and they're huge, 1.5 million square feet.
If you're using the locals, that is.
Yeah, well, one would hope. All right, let's talk about Amazon. Chip unit sees a key leadership exit. Who is this Gadi Hutt guy? A key leader named Gadi Hutt is leaving Amazon's chip division, known as Annapurna Labs. Well, more on that in a second. Hutt played a major role in product and customer engineering, especially tied to the chips we just talked about, custom silicon, Amazon's own Trainium chips, Trainium and Trainium 2. They also have others. His departure removes a core contributor from Amazon's in-house silicon strategy. Annapurna Labs is critical, I should say, part of Amazon's custom chip development. They acquired them from an Israeli startup back in 2015 for $350 million, give or take. The internal chip development that helps Amazon reduce their reliance, of course, on the Nvidias and the AMDs, as well as others, and that helps with cost control, because very expensive. Hutt is the second senior Annapurna executive to exit in 7 months. The previous person took off to ARM, according to the report. Amazon also seen other notable AI-related exits, I should say, including its head of AGI earlier this year. It does create a bit of a pattern of talent exodus. They're also aggressively investing in AI chips. As I mentioned, Trainium and Inferentia is the other one it's called Inferentia. There's 2 versions of Trainium. My understanding is Trainium 1, Trainium 2. In any event, Amazon down 3% today. I don't anticipate it's entirely on this news. Google's also down another 2%, guys. So yeah, that's getting clipped as well. Joey, thoughts on this story?
Yeah, so I mean, they're still kind of looking to. I mean, they acquired the Israeli startup Sharif there for $350 million in 2015. That was a while ago. But this goes back to the conversation where we had. It's like we find that there might be some form of a disruption with these hyperscalers starting to build their own chips. But this is another prime example between Mark Zuckerberg and now Amazon. It's not as easy. So that's why I think Nvidia has a solid. At the moment, a solid stranglehold, maybe its greatest competitor being Google's TPU, but it's not as easy to create your own chip, essentially, and be vertically and horizontally integrated.
Well, your point, absolutely accurate. You got to spend big boy money to do it in-house, as we've seen these hyperscalers
and you need
do.
the talent.
But if you're not hyperscalers, you got the Marvells and you got the Broadcoms who help you design custom silicon, right?
Absolutely.
Adara, what's your take?
A lot to talk about here, but first I just want to mention Israeli media security source reportedly saying that operations in Iran could continue for another 4 weeks. That would be well beyond the timeline we've gotten from the U.S. So, I have notes here to help myself because I have a lot to say. Because I was curious. I saw this story on the morning note, and I had not seen it on X. I hadn't really seen too much about it, so I did some research because I wanted to understand it a bit better. And what I found was a little spicy. So basically, I looked up this Gadi Hutt individual. His LinkedIn shows not only does he still work at Amazon, but it also shows that he's hiring, which is kind of odd. And maybe he hasn't updated his LinkedIn yet. Maybe this isn't confirmed, but there's more weirdness. So first of all, like the director position. The word director seems to be given to a lot of leaders at Annapurna, and that brings us to the article I have up here. This is a TechCrunch Article from literally like this Sunday, March 22nd, 2026. An individual by the name of Julie Bort, who worked at TechCrunch, went on this exclusive tour. Now, who helped her at her tour? It was not Gaddy Hutt. It was this individual, Mark Carroll, on the left. He is a director of engineering, and the guy on the right is a lab director. So everybody seems to be getting the name director, or at least a lot of people seem to be getting the name director at Amazon's Annapurna, which makes you wonder how significant of a title it actually is. Now, if he is in fact leaving, that would certainly be significant just because he was with the group from the beginning and he's been there for like, I have notes here, since October 2013, right? So that would be significant on that part. But here's the thing. I want to get into that report that this other individual, his name is Rami Sino, and I have a photo of him right here. This guy also reportedly left 7 months ago to go to ARM. About that, I have no evidence he left. I spent a lot of time looking into this. All I see are reports that he left. His LinkedIn still says he works at Annapurna, and furthermore, he used to work at ARM, like right before he worked at Annapurna. So I guess the idea there is he went from ARM to Annapurna back to ARM, but again, there's no evidence that he ever left Amazon. There's no announcement. I haven't seen any posts. So if anyone knows what happened to Rami, please let me know, because I'm legitimately curious. But long story short, I would be very cautious with this catalyst, especially considering we don't even know the whereabouts of this man. Who knows what's happening to Gaddy Hutt? Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. All right, guys. I'm going to comment here, glass half full. He asked me earlier for my scanner settings for the small cap gappers. Sorry to kind of digress a little bit from the news, but let's just do this quickly because I did promise him earlier that I would do this. So here's my scanner. There's going to be so many different scanners, obviously, depending on what platform you're using, but most of them have pre-made scanners, okay, that do different things. For example, look over here. Top percentage gainers, top percentage losers, the most active by dollar, halted, closest to limit up, limit down. There's a lot of pre-made scanners, really depending on what platform you're using. The one that I'm using for my purposes here, top percentage gainers, okay? So that's the first step. We're using top percentage gainers. Then we want to filter a little bit. So I typically, or I used to, have 85 pennies as my price filter. The reason I would do that is because I was trading exclusively stocks above $1. So Neil gave me the idea long ago, put it at 85 pennies so that when it's making its way to the dollar, you kind of have advanced notice. But I've since changed, and we are trading these ones that are below $1. So I've moved my price filter down to 25. But I've also moved up my volume filter. Now that I'm trading these sub $1 stocks, they're going to have to do a bit more volume. So typically I would have had 250,000 shares as the minimum daily volume traded before it shows up on my scanner. Now I've moved that up to 1 million, okay? So those are just the only two filters that I put on. So we're choosing top percentage gainer. We're filtering by 25. That's, your choice. 25 pennies, minimum price, and minimum volume 1 million. Now, what I keep on my scanner as well in terms of columns also is important. And again, you're going to have different settings really depending on the platform that you use. Obviously, the first column is the instrument itself, the ticker. Then you want the price, obviously. And then I have a couple of different change percentage gaps over here. One is just called simply change percentage. And what that is, it populates either from 4 a.m. or 4 p.m. So for example, if let's just say ARTL broke out aftermarket yesterday, it'll tell me what this one is up relative to yesterday's close. Say ARTL didn't do anything in the aftermarket yesterday, it broke out this morning. Then the change percentage will populate from 4 a.m. onwards. The column next to it is change percentage since open, and that starts populating the percentage up or down from 9:30 onwards, so from when the bell rings. And the reason I put both of those columns there is for this reason right here. Look at RBNE, up 20 3/4% on the day, but down 1.5% since the open. So I'm not interested in trading it. So that's column number 4. Column number 5 is gap percentage, very important as well to have. You want to see what it's gapping up or down if you're looking short. Then I have 3 volume columns here. I have the volume traded on the day, but I also have next to it average volume because I want to see, is this stock doing above average or below average volume on the day? That helps me filter what I want to trade. Let's take ARTL, for example. It's done about 69 million shares on the day. The average volume, though, for ARTL, about 6.1 million, so it's very much above average. And then the third column here for volume is volume done in the last 5 minutes. The reason I put that one on there is because I want to know, was this one doing volume earlier in the day, maybe around 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock, or is it continuing to do volume now? So that I put that in there as well. Then next to it, I have shortable shares. Now this one is specific to my platform, but the reason I put the shortable shares on there, I want to know if this is easy to borrow. It doesn't give me a very comprehensive look on all the other exchanges, whether shorts are available. It gives it to me on my platform for IB. So for example, look at this bad boy here, NXTT. IB only has about 7,900 shares available to short. So I can make an educated guess that while yes, there are shorts available for this one, they're kind of limited, and I can basically superimpose that to other exchanges as well. Not a hard and fast rule. But for example here, look at CHGG, Chegg. It's got about 12.5 million shares available for short, so that I know this one's super easy to borrow. And then I'll get to the range in a second. Then the column next to it, is the spread. So for example, ARTL has a 14 penny spread right now. That helps me determine whether I want to trade this one or not. Usually small cap trading, you want a tighter spread. And last but not least is the range. This shows me vis-a-vis these column bars over here, whether it's trading near the high end of the range or the low end. For example, look at U over here, that's Unity. It is very much at the low end of the day. Compare that to this one though, RGTZ, Rigetti. That one is trading towards the very high end of the range. So I can kind of visually see a lot of information about the stock without even having pulled up the chart. So I hope that helps. That's kind of the only thing that I use to find these small cap gappers, aside from the chat, of course, which is always fantastic and always helps us with these ones that are moving. So I do appreciate that. And do we have to cover a super? Yeah. You want to cover that one, Joey?
Absolutely. Pull it up there, Assassino. All right, we got it anyway. Son of Daniel, the cheese tycoon. Guys, VCX might be the most beautiful short in the market, question mark. Take a look at that one there. I mean, there's some pretty beautiful shorts there. Katina Man will tell you about the TQs one momentarily. He's prepared, he's punctual, he's ready to rock and roll. But let's pull up VCX and see what we got going on here, guys. Fundrise innovation. We were talking about this the other day. Let's pull it up on the daily. Yeah, I really like this. I really like this on the daily. That's a massive inverted hammer candle. Look at the strength in this bearish print and continuing to slide here on the intraday. It is a really, really good look. The majority of the move has been from a gap down, it seems. There's not very much liquidity. What? That can't even be correct. Is it VCX? Pull that up one more time, Assassino, for the people back home. AKA myself, so I don't have to, okay, no problem. Yeah, VCX, that's it. Yeah, it wasn't bad today. I mean, from $209 all the way down to $162. I see what you're talking about. That's a big time move. This is that fund that I believe that is this the fund that invests in private equity here?
TXYZ?
No,
VCX? Let me find out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is that.
I think it is. I think you are right. Yeah. I don't have any information on.
Oh yeah, I didn't see. We looked at it the other day. So.
There was a short report from Citron Research yesterday.
That's the one that you can invest. Into private, right? Yeah. So there it is. All right.
Oh, we're done?
We're done.
Okay, let's continue on. Let's talk a little Microsoft here. Freezes hiring in key divisions as AI spending picks up. Microsoft has paused new hiring in several major divisions, including cloud and the North American sales team. The freeze applies to roles without already approved offers. That signals, targeted slowdown rather than a full hiring stop. This is a cost control move, according to the company, to kind of protect margins. Their fiscal year end is in June. Fiscal year end. The decision comes, though, as Microsoft continues heavy spending on AI infrastructure, which is obviously having pressure or hurting profitability. Notably, Copilot and AI-focused teams are still hiring, though, so it's not a company-wide freeze. They're looking to hire in the right divisions, according to the article. Microsoft recently reported slower cloud growth for Azure. At the same time, they're recording record capital expenditures, specifically on AI. That spooked investors a little bit who are looking for near-term ROI. The hiring freeze, though, does signal that management is acknowledging the margin pressure that's ensuing with all the AI spend, but they're not alone. We know that Meta also reportedly is looking at large-scale layoffs. Amazon has already cut about 30,000 corporate jobs, not warehouse, corporate jobs in recent months. And that kind of, the trend reflects a shift away, I would say, from the growth at all costs strategy that we've had in the earlier half of this decade, and now into a more profitability and AI-driven efficiency. We'll have to see if that continues to happen. But just to give you an idea here of their workforce, Microsoft had about 228,000 employees globally. That's as of mid-2025. They previously cut, Joey, about 4% of their workforce last July, indicating, you know, there is ongoing restructuring efforts.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen this across the board, Sharif, as Meta is essentially reducing cost as well, too. You're seeing Amazon lay off, and then you're also Block as well with those massive layoffs. Now, with the hiring slowdown, I think that's going to lead to eventually to the point where it comes after you typically just stop hiring in general. You're probably going to start cutting jobs at some point, and I think that's going to be what's going on. The street is really worried about how much big tech is spending $630 billion in this AI tsunami, they're calling it right now, and they're worried about the payoff in the long. Yeah, did you hear that term now? The tsunami. I mean, it's a tough look, and I think that's going to be the next step for Microsoft. I have a friend that works for Azure. Hope he's doing good. I should give him a ring, actually, to be honest with you.
Really?
Yeah. Remember I told you about the brother works for PepsiCo, and is the younger one, my best friend, one of my best friends that works for Azure. But no, in all reality, you slow down the hiring. Eventually, you're going to probably lead to cuts, especially if this really starts to become a little bit more efficient. We've seen it across the board, or even just to fund some of these, to fund this CapEx, right? You're going to have to get rid of one of your biggest expense, and that can come at the cost of employees.
All right, Adara.
I have news as well. It actually concerns Apple. So I'm seeing some reports here suggesting that Apple has appointed Lilian Rincon, former executive at Google, as their new VP of product marketing for AI. So new AI-related hire at Apple. Lilian Rincon is the individual, and again, former Google exec. Let's talk here about MSFT. See, this is kind of an interesting one here, and I think the timing of it's interesting as well in terms of like the stock's performance. I was reading this might be Microsoft's either worst quarter or worst Q1 performance since 2008. So either way, like Microsoft's been getting hit hard. So, and we know like there's a lot of concern over this AI spending. So hiring freeze announcement is interesting. And they're also not the first to announce something like this. My old friend Oracle, reportedly, back in March 7th, we had this report that they were going to freeze hiring and also do some layoffs. So it sounds like this hiring, this could be, I guess, a sector-wide issue, which could be a bit concerning, potentially for the AI trade going forward. But yeah, interesting look here for MSFT. The market did not care about the story. It came out yesterday, like I think around 2:45, and the market had no reaction. So we'll have to wait and see. I think with this one, it's less the immediate implications and more the long-term implications, which are of note.
I like this, Fabian. What am I supposed to do with this? Looks fantastic. You didn't explain it. Should I not show it? Oh, no. I like it.
Way to ruin the party, man.
Well, sorry, bro. I apologize. Let's go on, talk a little bit about oil surging. Where's it up? We got 5% right now on USO, above 123, moving up despite President Trump announcing a 10-day extension from the U.S. to Iran, obviously not bombing their energy infrastructure. Also, while limited tanker movement has resumed, markets are not fully convinced the risk has passed, obviously. There's obviously a lot more that has happened with the Trump oil-Iran trade since the writing of this article, but we're going to read what's written here. Trump indicated that 10 oil tankers passed through the strait. Initially said 8, then we got 10. kind of categorizing it or labeling it as a gift or a show of goodwill by the Iranians in their negotiations with him and the United States. The move is being framed as a gesture from Iran. Analysts warn the oil market, though, has shifted from buffered to fragile, meaning less capacity to absorb shock. And we always talk about how 20% of the world's oil goes through the strait, or about 35% or 30%, whatever it is, of seaborne oil passing through the strait. But we never really quantified it in a barrel per day kind of number, and that's what it is. 17.8 million barrels per day flow through the strait. Those have been disrupted, so if you want to see the running total, it's about 500 million barrels so far that haven't made their way as a result of its closure. Joey, USO up 4.9.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to continue for quite some time. Apparently, a couple China vessels weren't allowed to pass through the strait either. I mean, the demand is going to go through the roof, and unfortunately, the supply is going to be cut. And it's really tough because it's going to be essentially passed on to the consumer. I mean, you got to look at the pumps and everything along those lines. It's probably around $2.20 for 93. I haven't gone this week. Yeah. Katina Man's got the Tesla, so he's good over there. Yeah, he's good. I mean, it's not good, Sharif, and no one wants war, but at the end of the day, it's the average individuals, the people who are driving to work every single day, who are getting the most affected by this.
Bullshark 3000 wants to know how much gas is in Toronto. Well, we do liters here because we're metric. 7, you did the calculation. So it's essentially around, give or take, $7 a gallon. Okay. 6.79, you did the math on it yesterday. 6.79 yesterday. But didn't it drop a little bit today, Katina Man? Didn't we go down? Yeah.
What's the 93 at today, Katina Man?
This guy in his 93, bro.
I know,
like the guy's got an EV.
Oh man, I don't need that. What am I looking at the 93 for? I'll look
so much
here.
winning, Darwin. Stop, bro. I want to say something.
Yeah.
That provincial government, if you guys are thinking we're getting taxed on the gas, we are, but at the federal government level. The provincial government's removed. I think they had like a 9 or 10 penny per liter tax, and they've removed that now since basically 2022, and it got codified with the new budget that we had in this province yesterday. So I don't think we're getting taxed that much at the provincial level, but I understand at the federal level we still are. You made a mistake. You said it was $7. You must have had a brain fart. No, I didn't, KT, for the win 81. That's according to the Katina Man. He's telling me. You do it, Katina Man. Well, he's going to do it again. He's going to do the calculation again. We'll get back to you, but that's what I was told. Katina Man's right beside me here. Let's talk a little Micron, Joey, because that turbo quant's tripping out everybody. So, Alphabet unveiled an algorithm called Turbo Quant. It dramatically reduces, if you believe the report, the memory usage in AI workloads through extreme compression. The announcement triggered a sharp sell-off across memory stocks, SanDisk, Micron. They're up today. SanDisk is up 2, Micron's up 3/4. Investors immediately priced in the risk that AI may require fewer chips. The key fear here amongst analysts is that if AI models become more efficient, then less DRAM and memory hardware may be needed per workload. Memory stocks, though, have been major AI beneficiaries. Any sign of demand compression hits this thesis pretty hard. So the narrative is changing essentially from AI equals more chips to AI efficiency equals fewer chips spent per dollar. We'll have to wait and see because not everybody's in agreement. The counter argument here is that long-term picture may be still bullish as lower costs. So if you have to spend less money on RAM, then maybe you'll build more data centers because your costs will be dropped off a little bit. And that's kind of what Morgan Stanley says. Morgan Stanley notes that cost reductions in RAM, NAND, DRAM may actually increase overall demand as you'll be able to scale more. So no one's really in agreement at the moment as to what this compression algorithm, if it works, actually will do. But I was reading a little bit about it on Google Research. They had they put a post there on X, and apparently, thank you, Katina Man. Apparently, that the compression, you get about 8 times the speed, number one. Number 2, there's 0 loss of data. So it retains all the
from this turbo quant.
Yes. If you believe the reports, again, right? We always got to take it with a grain of salt. So thank you, Katina Man. So $6.25 a gallon is what we're paying today. That's today, Canadian. So that comes to about $4.79 US.
That's at 165.
That's at $1.65 a liter, which is the current price right now. So it'll be about $4.79 USD, $6.25.
That's for 87, my boy. No.
Yeah.
That's for 87. That's the cheapest type of gas. Yeah.
Man. Yeah. We're not even close to that. I'm at like $2.10 a liter right now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, $2.10 a liter.
He's going to do it for you right here. So this is the turbo quant thing. You think this thing is hocus pocus, or is this a real deal?
It's still yet to be proven, Sharif. I mean, it could be the real deal. Isn't this what we want with all this AI spend? You want to find efficiencies in every aspect that you possibly can, right? Yeah. So until it's actually proven, it might just be all smoke and mirrors.
All right, let's move on to the next story. We got Netflix raising prices again as the content spend surges. Netflix implemented a broad price hike across all their subscription tiers with increases of at least $1 per month. Ad-supported tier going from $7.99 USD for all these, of course, from $7.99 to $8.99. That's the cheapest or the smallest rate hike. The standard plan goes up $2 from $17.99 to $19.99, and you also get a $2 hike.
Something going on here in Bitcoin, baby. As we rock and roll to the downside, a big spike lower in IBIT. Volatility spike earlier, now a big move down 37.20. We're short 37.57, so a nice little move there, and it looks like it's going to continue at this point here.
All right, so the premium plan, the last one there, the most expensive, goes from $24.99 to $26.99. So $1 increase for the base and $2 increase for the standard and the premium. All right, extra member pricing though also increased, signaling that continued push to monetize account sharing. So if you thought that was spared, it was not. Management continues to justify, though, the price hikes as necessary to fund the massive content investment and the platform expansion. They're also leaning very heavily into live events and now even into podcasts. Not really sure what that goal is, but they also they also expect to spend $20 billion in content in 2026. That's up from $18 billion that they spent in 2025. Higher content spend, though, Joey, according to the article in the company, is a key lever to support subscriber growth and justify their pricing power. If they don't have good content, are you really going to pay more? The company does expect as well their ad revenue, and this is kind of what makes me feel that, Netflix may have some room upside here. They expect ad revenue to double in 2026. So if you're on that, well, you got. I'm always objective, my boy.
Stay objective. I'm glad, my boy.
Yeah, the company. This guy looked at me funny. The company expects ad revenue to double in 2026. That is, of course, on the what's it called? The ad tier or whatever they're calling it, and this shift towards a hybrid subscription plus advertising model, a little similar here to legacy media, right? Because that wasn't really their mode initially. They didn't really care much about that.
It's kind of turning into that because now every 30 minutes you have essentially a commercial.
Is that what's happening?
Pretty much. I don't have it, but that's when if I wanted to watch Stranger Things, it's like every 30 seconds.
Seriously.
Same with Amazon Prime. We'll talk a little bit more about Netflix. I want to talk about the Warner Brothers deal as well too. Adara.
Yeah, Google News here, guys. GeoOGL on watch. The company reportedly, according to the Financial Times, nearing a deal to help finance a data center for Anthropic. So again, Google nearing a deal to help finance this Anthropic data center, reported by the Financial Times. GeoOGL, like a lot of things here, near lows.
Thank you very much for that.
Those are lofty expectations for coming out of Netflix, saying that your ad revenue is going to double. That's substantial.
For this year.
For this year, that's substantial. I think they played it smart with the Warner Brothers Discovery. I think a deal, obviously, with Paramount Skydance.
Yes, sir.
I think it was weighing on the stock for quite some time.
We know that for a fact.
We know that for a fact because look what happened after. But I like how they didn't chase it. They're like, hey, we need this whatsoever.
Yeah.
They liked it at a certain price, and then they stepped away when they couldn't get the deal that they wanted.
Do you feel it was maybe a little of the regulatory pressure that they were feeling that made them back off, or you think it was more price?
I think both. It's fair to say to both, right?
Yeah.
Right? But then also, I think it's just really smart strategically wise is that the fact that they just didn't continuously raise their bid. Did Larry Ellison pay too much for this thing?
That's a great point,
Some people are saying
he did.
Yeah, exactly. And Adair and I both agree we're not overly confident in what Paramount can do with the catalog they're going to receive from Warner Brothers.
I'm so scared. I'm really just honestly scared.
I have nothing to add here. Let's go on to Warner Brothers Discovery shareholder vote set for the Paramount
speaking
deal.
of.
Yeah, I know. I put them together on purpose, obviously. Warner Brothers Discovery will hold a special shareholder meeting on the 23rd of April of this year to vote on its merger with Paramount Global. Shareholders of record on the 20th of March of this year will be eligible to vote. So that's like 7 days ago, a week ago. The deal is expected to close in Q3 of this year, pending, of course, regulatory approval and shareholder consent. But WBD shareholders, they're going to receive $31 per share in cash. That represents a 147% premium to the unaffected price of $12.54. This is full cash consideration that removes the market risk tied to stock-based compensation. So you receive Netflix shares as opposed to cash. Maybe Netflix drops after that, and you're wondering, well, I would have just rather had the cash. So it removes that kind of risk to it. Could have worked the other way as well because stock could go up. In any event, the merger has been unanimously approved by both companies' boards, indicating, of course, strong internal support. Given the size and the industry implications, though, expect heightened antitrust security, according to the article. That's not my personal opinion. If the deal is not completed, though, Joey, by the 30th of September, shareholders are going to receive an additional 25 pennies per share per quarter until closing.
Yeah, exactly. So there's obviously a delay fee on that. We were talking about that when it was announced the other day as well, too, Sharif. I think they're going to cover some other fees as well, too, amounting to a couple $2 billion here and there. But it's going to be interesting. The deal's not done just yet, so be patient, and hopefully that it's going to cost them more if they don't get it done on time. 25 cents a share.
There's my man. We got to give him a grand entrance.
Yeah, absolutely. Here.
Big.
Hold on.
Okay.
Little smile.
Little smile.
Little smile.
There's my man. Here is 0.005% of this week's profits.
Wow.
The beatings will continue until morale improves. Zins 12 for the win. Stay bloody. I love this guy, bro. I don't understand why he always goes short, but that's what he likes, and who can dog him for that?
Well, I mean, there he goes.
He's up big this week, eh?
So let's do the math. How much you make this week? Sharif?
Well, you can do that backwards. Shout out to my man, Big Spal Burdell. Always love the chiming in. He's always listening to us, by the way. He's loving the midday, he always tells me, man. So he can't be as active, of course, as he once was, but great to see that you're still with us, Big Spal.
Yeah, you get in trouble.
We love you, brother. Stay healthy. Say what's up to the fam, and hopefully maybe one day we'll see you on this side of the border, brother. So shout out to Big Spal Burdett.
Not without my permission.
Oh. You're going to meet him at the border there, eh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Check this guy.
Yeah. He better bring some Zin 12s over if he thinks he's coming here.
Are there no Zin 12s over here?
Hell no.
Oh,
you got to get them illegal. Yeah,
That's so, why do we need to be babysat like this? I never understand. Anyway, MTDR, should I bail, up 42% so far. Shout out to Golf Franchise. Let's take a pause here. Take a quick look at MTDR. MTDR. All right, so this is the weekly candle. Oh, snap. Okay, so immediately you kind of see a bit of a change in trend, a lot of lower highs that ended. Okay, so that's good. Moreover, you're above, or you're at, I wouldn't say you're above it technically, but you're at a skosh above prior area high. I'm talking about that January 2025 area high, the high of which was 64.10. Today, the high is 65.73. So you're above it. That's number two. Number three here is that you're going to encounter resistance, probably a lot of it, at 70. Look at that area high. That is October 2022. You also got back into that level April of 24. So I'd say, you know, you're gonna need some good buying there to move the sellers at 70. But this is a very good looking area, and that $40 generally was money. It did lose it momentarily during the tariff tantrum. That's the first week of April. But that's a great hold at 40 and a big move up, breaks trend, breaks prior area high. Now you're looking at that $70 area. That's the weekly. Let's take a quick look at the daily over here. Yeah, very, very respectful of trend. I like it, man. I like it, Gulf franchise. I'd say be looking for that 70 area. Maybe you want to wet the beak at the $70 area. Maybe you don't. Maybe you hold. What is this thing? Matador Resources, $8.1 billion market cap. They are an independent energy company engaged in the exploration, development, and production and acquisition of oil and natural gas resources in the United States, with an emphasis on oil and nat gas, shale, and other unconventional plays. Okay, so this is an energy name, so I think it probably will be subject to, you know, how Middle East tensions go. So you need to factor that in as well. So whether or not you get to 70 probably will have to do with whether or not this conflict continues to move on in the same way that it's doing, and whether oil prices remain elevated. That's just my guess. Never financial advice. Thank you for the super chat. Let's talk a little Target here, Joey.
Yeah.
So Target facing a new boycott. So the American Federation of Teachers, AFT, is urging their 1.8 million members to avoid Target for back-to-school shopping. The boycott stems from criticism that Target did not respond strongly enough to immigration enforcement incidents in Minneapolis. We're speaking, of course, about ICE. The union plans to expand the pressure through the AFL-CIO. I know what the NAACP is. I don't know what any of these other ones are. Quick Google search will probably cure that. Potentially, obviously, broadening the boycott reach. This is the latest in a series of boycotts. We know that there was one before that had to do with DEI. Target is implementing aggressive initiatives to win back customers, including price cuts, as they mentioned a few weeks ago, on 3,000 items to drive up traffic. They're also expanding to 2,000 stores, and they're trying to increase the footprint and continued investments within what the company's saying is community engagement and partnerships. Prior sales weakness, though, was partly attributed to the consumer backlash over DEI rollbacks, along with softer discretionary spending. There was that, and then there was the Pride, what was it called? Pride, I guess, like clothing. Previously under the other administration. So Target's really been the focus of boycotts a lot from both sides of the political aisle. The boycott is strategically timed, though, Joey, ahead of the back-to-school shopping, which is a key revenue period for Target.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at this as a big-time slap in the face there, Sharif, for the boycotting. Stock goes from 116 all the way to 120. I mean, Target didn't have a good stint here in Canada either. They were here. Are they back now, or they have left the country once again? So I think it's 2 times around they attempted to get things going.
Third time.
Yeah, third time. Yeah, I don't know. Do you take a third attempt? Regardless, the stock's still up 44%. I mean, boycott or not, the numbers are speaking for themselves. And I think if we look at the bigger picture, you have the staples starting to come into play as you get the flight from some tech names. The Walmarts, the Targets, and the Costcos have been trading relatively well.
Great trade for you, Jay. Shout out to Jay Lee.
What's Jay?
39 prediction hits. Shout out to, he was short TQQQ. Shout out to my man Jay Lee.
He's in the prediction markets?
No, he took the TQQQ short.
Oh, I thought you said
39.
prediction hits, like he was hitting the prediction market.
Well, that's his goal, I guess, is what he meant.
Does Thing have it yet? The prediction markets?
Have what yet?
IB?
We've always had prediction markets.
Pull it up now. Let's see. Can you pull it up real quick?
Not at the moment.
Oh, you don't have permission?
I'm in SIM on this one.
You don't have
I don't like anybody to see my account number.
But you can't get it in the SIM?
I have no idea. I can try.
Do you need permission? Like you need other data?
There you might, like options. But it keeps popping up on the, what's it called? The stock visualizer, because it'll pop up, like I'll show you.
What pops up on the visualizer?
I can show you, give me a sec here. Trading, and then if you go to the NQ, it would pop up here, but now I don't have any NQ permissions anymore, so it's not.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'll do it after, but yeah. Let's talk this last one here, SMCI. The probe is expanding here. So apparently it's not just, these data centers getting their hands on it. It's universities with military ties, if you believe the report. So SMCI, they're down today, or they're down another 3.5%. Plunged 28% at the time of the writing of this article after U.S. authorities charged individuals tied to the company with smuggling AI technology into China. Reuters reports that Chinese universities, including ones that are linked to the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, acquired SMCI servers equipped with restricted AI chips. The involvement, though, of the military-affiliated institutions, that significantly escalates the geopolitical risk and the scrutiny that they're going to go through here. It remains unclear, though, how these servers were sourced, which highlights possible loopholes in the global distribution channels that currently exist. And reports are suggesting that intermediaries, specifically in South Asia, may have been used to bypass these restrictions. Singapore, Vietnam, how many times have we said that? 2 more universities as well, including ones with military ties, actually attempted to make purchases between last year and this year, though completion remains unclear of whether they were able to get it. So the story of the smuggling continues to expand, man.
Yeah, it's not a good look, and I don't think it's going to be for the foreseeable future. They're going to just continuously lose customers. The next earnings reports aren't going to probably be very good whatsoever. I mean, the guidance is probably going to fall off a cliff at this point. It's still down 66%. These guys are repeat offenders, whether it's moving these chips to China or just reporting extremely late. I'm not a big fan of this thing, and I wouldn't be surprised if this really starts to escalate, Sharif, and at some point, I don't know, I'm not going to say too big to fail, but these guys can really, really start to dwindle in size, and I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever if eventually they get delisted if they get in big trouble.
They got to tread carefully here, man. They got to tread carefully here, because now you're aggravating the regulator, and it's not for like a small thing either. Guys, this is the chart on Meta. We are at the low of day. We just got to the low of day 5/21/27. Yeah, man. And here comes the 200. We haven't been at the 200 moving average on the weekly, on Meta, on the weekly, guys, since the week of April 24th of 2023. That was the last time we touched that blue line on the weekly. Now, there's that $500 level we have to look at. So that's $21 away. Moreover, we were below this during the tariff tantrum. So we got to a low of 467.31. But you can see that week that actually made the area low ended up closing green, and green quite decisively, because the low there was 467 and we ended up closing at like 543. So almost $100 off that low. So this is not a good weekly candle to close out on, and that's likely what it's going to close out on. So this will be the look of the weekly candle unless it catches a bid here. So Meta's in a lot of trouble. I'd be looking for 500 first and foremost, not like I'd buy it there. And then I'd also be looking for it to lose that weekly candle low from the tariff tantrum, which takes us back to the first week of April of last year, Joey. So Meta, I want to leave you on that note. It's not a good look. And yeah, what are the plans for the weekend?
I'll just work on a couple of things at home, relax a little bit, hit the gym tonight, see what the weather's looking like tomorrow, throw the ball outside with Milo, get him outside and stuff. Been raining a couple of days here.
It has, yeah.
Been taking the Yale public transit home, so I don't have as much time.
Welcome to my world, baby.
Yeah, but we picked up the car yesterday.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah. So my mechanic is telling me, I was like, hey man, what if I buy the Range Rover? He's like, don't buy that ever.
You got to get it under warranty.
Yeah. He's like, don't buy that ever. He said, German cars suck, buy Japanese. And he also made my car stink like the white tip cigars, because he just smokes them in his shop all day. So,
I like that. I know your car is German, but Range is obviously British.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he said,
if you're ever going to get that car,
RAV4.
you make sure if it's going to be used, you get CPO, certified pre-owned.
Yeah.
Never get Jags or Range Rovers off warranty.
Yeah. So
You're
he said
trouble, bro.
He said go Japanese RAV4.
Go Japanese. All right. We gave him a minute there, so that's pretty
Give
good.
him more time. I mean, Katina Man had his doctor's appointment yesterday as well.
That's fine.
Too.
Yeah, we'll add to the tab.
But he looks locked in. So
I'll see everybody on Monday, guys. Take care. Have a great weekend.
Buy Japanese, huh? Okay.
That's what we were.
I like my Japanese cooking knives. You know, we got those Japanese.
Is that
knives.
what your cooking knives are?
Yeah, they're Japanese. Yeah, they're very, very Japanese.
What's
based
the
over there.
What's is it the Ginsu or Ginsu?
I think it's Gin.
That's the one, Ginsu.
Yeah. That's not what I have,
one.
but those are the ones. Yeah,
The Ginsu.
Those are the ones. The Japanese, nice little cutting. Anyways, I just heard the conversation there. I agree with him, and I had to use BMW too, and that went right in the garbage. So shout out for that one there. And yeah, I believe
that's an interesting thing because mine lasted forever. I was the lucky. Even when I remember when I eventually like traded, and the guy was like, "What have you had to do?" I'm like, "Well, basically nothing."
Yeah.
For all this time, he's like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Well, you trust me. You got really, really lucky. You'll be happier with the Audi," you said. But anyways,
look at
get lucky.
Look at this stop out. It was 1,000 shares. It was decent for the TQs. And right there, we got stopped out right at that high, and then we came back and was like, oh my God, we thought we had a nice little trade on board, and we didn't because we got stopped out there when we were at the gym. And then I just punched the short right here in the TQs again. Not a revenge trade or anything. I was just upset that had happened. That was a low of the day break. That happened at 1:15. So we're sitting there listening to the boys, and I was just like, this is, I should be short. Like, there's the Q short there, boom. There's the Q short again, boom. And right now, so this is what we have on board. And then also, like, shout out to everybody that's a real one there. There's IBIT short right again off VWAP. So, we sit back down and we take a few fills there on VWAP. We're waiting for 55s. We didn't get exactly the reload right there. And then now downside for IBIT. But the thing about all of this is, if you are interested in becoming a real trader, our next training cohort is just around the corner. And this time, we're expanding our reach. If you live outside the US, now's your chance to apply and join our program. You'll be trading US equities during regular market hours, so be sure you're available for the continuous US session. This program is carefully designed to help you master market structure, different marketplaces and venues, order types, and professional execution versus retail/amateur approaches. Space is limited, so don't wait. Apply now and take your trading skills to the next level. And of course, in this promo, it doesn't actually say what the promo is for. So it is for the Real Trading Campus office. So make sure you do scan that QR code right there and get involved. So that is the campus program now live one more time. And yes, you do have to be located outside of the United States to be a part of that. So yeah, campus program back on. I got to log into YouTube here to make sure that I get the right chat going on there. But yeah, short IBIT, short TQs, and long Netflix for me right now.
We already have a super chat from David. I'm not even on the page to display it, David, but I don't even see it. Okay, you know what? I can't find it on that page. Here we go.
Oh.
MTZ, picks and shovels, power and data centers holding in a bad market, possible safe haven. You know what's interesting? I actually saw a dude that was just like tweeting, it's like, or Xing or posting or whatever the heck you're supposed to call it. Oh, by the way, trend line on BM&R. If we get back up to the top of the trend line, I want to jump back into this one. It was just, I don't know, it was a little bit weaker relative to Bitcoin. So when Bitcoin's at VWAP, this was in a downtrend. So I'm going to try and fade or short the pops is what we usually say. Talk about fades. So you wanted, I don't know why that's not showing up on my... The MT.
What are you looking for?
Oh, on our little thing where we can show the super chats. For some reason, it's not showing up.
Oh, it's probably he's
so I guess
working,
we'll have to manually show. Usually, I can pop it on the screen, and then everyone can see the questions. So, and basically, you're looking for the picks and shovels for the data centers from Mass Tech here, and whether or not, like, it's going to be tricky because, like, when you're thinking about safety, like, it's still going to be adjacent to tech. Like, for a long time, like, GEV's been pretty good because you think of it as like the cheaper way. Like, as long as the CapEx spending continues, then you're good to go with MTZ and you're good to go with GEV. But when you start to threaten things like contraction and maybe some obligations won't get met, that can definitely change. For a while now, these have worked. I say that as someone who owns GEV. But I don't know that that's just automatically forever, because what happens if they have to cut back? What if this war is still going on 4 months from now? Mm-hmm. And what if demand becomes, I'm just talking like global demand because economies go into recession. Do you really think the CapEx spend is not going to pull back in this scenario? I think it will. And so, like, I don't know that, like, I don't know that you're completely insulated anywhere except for, like, if that were to happen, I guess energy would be a good place to be. But yeah, I think it could be a little more trickier than that is the best way to think about it. Like I said, like my example is like GV's been impervious to all of this. Well, you can say impervious all you want. It's down $100 the last 2 days. Not chump change. I mean, that's 10%. Yeah, 9.
Yeah, I mean, the market looks like it wants to even get lower right now. So that is part of the problem. You know, today we had a good example, and we were looking at some stocks, and we want to know why breakouts fail so often at the open. You know, and today we had a great example here with Netflix one more time. So here's the chart of Netflix, and here it is right at the open. And look what we're talking about right here. This is 9:30, so you can see you get a little bit of volume spike there at the open. And we want to remember, no matter what you're trading at the open, you are going to get the market on open imbalances hitting as well. But here we go. Nice little high break right outside of the opening range, and there's the break of Netflix early. Everyone's super excited about it, but then all of a sudden, Neil, we get this flush right back in. Often traders looking for breakouts at the open just don't get that volatility that they're looking for. And today's example on Netflix, I think, is a good one.
Well, I think the reality is at the open, it's like you're excited, right? You sit down, it's 8:30 in the morning or wherever it is, 8 o'clock when you join us live every single day.
You're all geared to go.
You're geared up, and then all of a sudden you see something uptrending, right? And you get the uptrend, you're like, oh, look at this. Look at that key level. Look at that line in the sand that if we can bust through, it's going to be absolutely huge. And you see it, like you can see it going and going and going and trending and building up all of that energy. And then maybe you zoom out and you see that it's got this big target of $100 on a higher time frame chart out there. So you're getting pretty excited. And maybe even you're getting a little bit of FOMO as it goes up. And it's showing you the goods at what could be a fantastic break. And you've got to consider in that moment, you're not the only one getting excited. Everyone's building that, well, not everyone, but a lot of people are building that emotion, building that anticipation, looking at that same breakout, looking at that same level, crowding into that trade. And then you throw the curveball that, well, at the open, in the first 10 to 15 minutes, that institutional money likes to throw a lot of curveballs. They like to shake trades out. Big, gigantic sellers, and then be real about it, big sellers have no issue having small buys to make something look strong so they can dump into that retail money. And that's what makes it so dangerous to get wrapped up and caught in one of those false breakouts.
A lot of traders confuse early volatility with real market and stock conviction. That is not the correct way to play these things. We've seen so much recently where volatility actually starts to die down a little bit off the first few prints, and then you get that secondary move, right? And today with Netflix, I think, is a perfect example. Everyone getting super excited, and what you're looking for is actually an extension of volume. And look at the volume candle from the night before. That's the market on close volume, right? 6 million. This little volume spike right there is under 1 million shares. So it's not even a huge print right off the open for Netflix, but a lot of traders get so excited because, hey, there's news, there's some sort of a volatility spike either in the pre-market or right away off the open, and then what you get is trapped. You get trapped because you're pushing the long up here, you've bounced off a VWAP you're hoping, but then boom, this little high wick candle tells you right there that you are one that has been trapped. If you don't get that high wick candle, you might get a pullback and then start to continuate forward. But the point of this little move right here is that is your indicator right there at the top that, hey, we may not get a continuation. It's almost like a doji star, but in one candle. So there's the high volume wick up to the top and then just straight back down. If you're looking to go long on a trade like this, you might want to wait now until you get that break, or as it falls down, you might then go back into another level, which I actually took long right there on the pre-market lows. So often you're waiting for continuation, and today in Netflix, just off that very first spike, you don't. You get a continuation pull all the way back down into the pre-market lows. So often a big blowout top like this will actually result in a forced sell because a lot of traders are now trapped. They may not want to sell Netflix, but it's only 9:31, 9:32, Neil, and what winds up happening is traders now get concerned about, hey, what's my P&L going to look like for the day? You know, have I made a huge mistake here right off the open and bought something at its highs and I just have to get out? So that creates an instant flush action right there because a lot of the traders that are caught on this emotional open now are stuck even at worse prices and they don't want to get out because they feel like they've just been trapped.
And speaking of a trap, I think what's great about spotting these is if you can see it at the signs at it in the wild, you can take advantage of when others are trapped because it's that quick fallback that Sean was talking about, that instant rejection through an obvious level, which regardless of what stock you might be looking at, if it displays those characteristics where there's a line in the sand, there's a breakout, there's an instant rejection. You're talking about instantly right off the open. Well, suddenly, we know what the term bag holders is. Usually, we'll talk about things that are small cappers and people that run for a couple of days, and then people buy it at a big price, and whenever it gets back to that price, there's a bunch of sellers because there are people that are holding the bag. In a breakout trade, you can see where those people have the long, in theory, that have taken a break. And then you have an idea that if it tries to recover to those levels, if they cannot get past, that's a good sell point. So if you're not trapped in a break, you can be selling as a short seller, take advantage of the scalp trade to the lows. If this happens to also be VWAP, but it's at that entry point of where people are breaking out. Or conversely, as Sean was mentioning as well, if you look at Netflix, which we were just talking about, you have to wait for the buying, and then the sell action comes in where that open rejection was, like right at 9:30, where the selling happened. Your long is into that level because that's where the bag holders are. And I know it's only bag holding for a couple of minutes, but in the world of quick and fast action at the open, you've got to know where that money is trapped. And whether you're selling to get out of your long at the low or whether you're selling to take advantage of those people trapped to short it to the bottom, the key is you've spotted that fake breakout. You've spotted the points of liquidity where everyone was bunched in at the open, and then you have an idea what to wait for and where to strike.
I also want to talk one more thing about all these moves. And as you can see here on Netflix, this is the open in Netflix, but look what else is happening. You can't just look at individual stocks. This is the NASDAQ today. So Netflix, obviously a big tech company. And look at this big, huge spike volume, obviously right off the open there in the market. So the futures open up and look what they do. Whoosh, flush city down to the downside, right? And so if you're trying to take a break out there on a stock, make sure the market is with you. Because if it's not, you can get an easy retracement back down like this. So, and it's easy psychologically for a trader to get confused because there's the move up in Netflix. Look at this pre-market little run. So you're thinking, okay, here we go. The market's going to run. And then it opens up and it flushes down. Meanwhile, your stock continues and gives you that fake out to the top end of that trade. So I think the lesson here is pretty simple. The first move in the stock is not always the true tale of what we can expect from that individual equity or futures contract or whatever you're looking at. So be smart, watch for that first initial trap play, and don't be trapped. And I hope you learn a little bit from what we just talked about right there. Why breakouts fail so often at the open. So I think it was a little bit of a trap today on Netflix. Well, I think we're lucky enough that we were able to buy the dip there in Netflix, but there it is. Thank you, Momentic, right there. Keep up the good work. We really appreciate that. And,
appreciate you.
We're trying to do lessons and whatnot. Not trying to do, we are doing lessons for you guys and trying to say, sometimes we get a little excited right off the open and even sitting here trading, and it's like trading needs to be sort of I think it's fine with being emotional about it, but your trading and the ideas that are behind it should remain really solid. And I think that was what sort of sparked part of the sticky note, right? I mean, even though Netflix blows up to the upside, and I remember even when this was happening, Neil's like, oh, I bet you $1 we don't get down into there. Well, it happened 3 times it came back in because we don't expect it. Like psychologically, you're like, the market's moving, Netflix is going, there's no way it's pulling back. You know, and I didn't even, and even when I got the fill, I was like, you know what, yeah, Neil might be right here. Maybe that was, we might not get it unless there's a tragic ending here, but it turned out to be okay, right back up there to view up. So Netflix does wind up holding fort there. And
USO's really going around.
Yeah, we were just saying that USO going to the downside. I'm going to have to listen to what the news is. We're going to have Adair back in just a couple seconds, but check this move right there on the TQs. This is what I even messaged Neil when I was at the gym. I was like, yo, get me out of some of these TQ trades because, and of course that was just a joke. I didn't know I was stopped out. I put a stop in there and I was looking at the charts when I was at the gym. I was like, yeah, it's close if I'm stopped out or not. I'm not sure. And literally made that penny right there. And it's fine. You know, we had a good short there. We actually, TQs is now obviously pretty huge. But there it is right there. $40.33 stopped out right there. And look what the hit was. And again, we're short now at $40.17 and stopped out there at 31 cents. Right? So we take a 15-cent hit. It sucks because it doesn't matter. We had 1,000 shares there, so it's $150. But then we basically put that trade back on right there on that break of the low. And now look what we're in, right? Now we're in a 45-cent winner. So definitely worth it. Just hearing in my ear right now, I don't know if you heard it, but Trump is going to be having a speech in Miami or something. So we'll wait. We'll wait to hear from Adara whether or not that's happening now or not.
We did already know he was going to be speaking.
Okay.
But I don't know what's actually causing this latest play. But this is a bit of a weird one because like the way in which USO is going up, like I'm looking at BMR, which
I'm going to start to bid out.
Looks like it's breaking trend. This is weird to me. Like, why are we popping here? There we go. And like USO's blasting. That's usually been driving us to the downside. Like I'm a little surprised that we're just sort of consolidating and actually popping off some of the lows all over the place. When I saw this, the first thing I did was trim some battle at flat. I'm like, ugh, what's going on here? But then if USO is doing this and battle can't go up, maybe this short is good because like look at that move and it barely went anywhere to the upside. So maybe it was the wrong decision to get some out. I should maybe add that back in, because if this turns around, battle should probably tank. But Adara, do we have anything going on?
Get a Truth Social post. President Trump saying, going to make a speech on economics. Our military operation in Iran is going great. We already knew about the speech in Miami. That's going to be at 5:30 p.m. On the economy, or as Trump put it here, again, on economics. I will go back to lunch. We'll see you guys in like 12 minutes.
Okay, so 5:30. Okay, all right. So that's not going to affect the market there. I think a lot of us may be hoping that he was going to say something about Iran, but it doesn't. I mean, I'm sure he will. Yeah, it's going real great. Everything, and he like. Oh man, look. I like the positivity, and I got to respect it to some extent, but I'm not sure. He had first come out and said, of course, and. We're not talking about this in a political, this is not my opinion or anything, but as we watch oil and we watch the NASDAQ and everything, this engagement was supposed to just be a couple days, there where they were going to go into Iran, make it rain, so to speak. Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
I don't know if anybody actually believed it.
No, I know, but I don't know. It sounded like he believed it. And right now, we're not really getting any kind of a resolution to all of this. I'm going to still hold short. And the reason why I'm saying that is we just hit the 50 period. That generally has been my out, here we used, we can talk about that after. But for right now, I'm going to try to use areas a little north of this 50 period moving average because we did break it there. We hit to the 200. Now the 50 is so disengaged from the 200 period that for me to hold it all the way back here is giving up way too much profit. And in fact, we would turn red not on the trade, but on this position if it wound up going back up here. And I'm not about that. So I'm going to stop this out. Let's just, we had such a fun stop out there. And I don't want to get out at 30s. We're only short at 42s. I was going to get stopped out if we break out right here. 39.15s. All right, I'm just going to use a 1-minute chart, man, because if I use a 5-minute chart, that is going to be basically where we're in, 39.60, 39.50 there. That might be a reload if we get that. So I am going to put a stop out right now and go 39. What was that level I said? 21s or so? I'm going to go 39, 21. I'm just going to offer rate. Unfortunately, this mouse, ever since we've hooked up to these computers in the back, which we don't really use anymore. Hopefully we will soon. That's 39.15s. Okay, I'm going to go to 39.21 then. I'll give it a little bit more room than we need to. So there we go, man. We're going to try this right now, 39.15 or so. as a stop order on that. And then just the same thing in IBIT, just to let you guys know, we are out of the majority of this position, man. We put it on there underneath VWAP. So again, our stop was maybe 10 or so pennies. So there's the out. Here's the unload right down here at what at that point was a good support level, I thought. And then here's me unloading it again underneath near the low of the day. So I'm gonna put another bid here, get some more out of IBIT, and then we'll just go from there. But yeah, so far so good here. Holding on to some of these shorts into the close. It's only 2:21. We're a little away from power hour. So we'll see how that goes.
Plenty of time.
Yep, okay, good. Yeah, there it is, thanks.
I think it's, look, I still think it's a short to pop, but just maybe be patient with it. I can't get over the fact that, like, usually we're tanking if this is happening in USO, because I just took my last BMNR out break even, but I'm gonna, if it continues higher, once we break that trend or show a top, if we're getting another, like, oil shock here, I don't see a reason not to try to jump into the short. But again, like, it is what it is. Like, you can't deny the fact that we're actually catching a bid. You don't wonder if this is just a case of everything is down so far going into the weekend that maybe it's just like relief rally short covering time, because all of the, if you're, like, I'm looking at Meta as an example, like, look at Meta in the last couple of days, 590 to 520, and now you're getting a bit of a bid. It's like, well, whatever. We're not even going to bother following oil or carrying that oil spiking. This is just a relief rally for everyone that maybe was like jumping the gun and jumping out at that 600 or getting into shorts whatsoever. Because there's a slight disconnect with what's going on with USO and what we're seeing in some of these risk names. So, I think that's what we're getting. We're getting a little bit of covering, and when that starts to abate a little bit, I think we're still going to be good to go to jump back in.
You know what I just realized? This Momentic is a former sponsor. Shout out to Momentic there. So thank you, Momentic, for that. Yeah, Brendan brought that to my attention. So we want to thank you for your continued support of the channel there as well. Okay, so okay, here's what my look what my scanner looks like here. These are all the opportunities that it's seen in the last 2 or 3 hours, either VWAP or a 200 period touch or something. Netflix, what? SMCI? Netflix, Apple, Micron. So let's just go have a quick look at Micron and see what Micron's doing right now. And then we can, I'm in this Netflix trade. I have, honestly, 5% left of that Netflix trade. I was just hoping for Wen Moon, but still 40 cents in the money. We'll see what's that. Wow, Micron 358. Okay, right there. Interesting play there on Micron. I'm not. Oh, I know why. So here on a 5-minute chart, we're just bouncing off of the 200 period moving average here near these lows. So that was what that trigger was for right there on Micron. But at the end of the day here, down, actually up. What am I talking about? Thought Micron was going to be down today. We started off lower than where we are right now. We started off just in and around 354, made a move up to, wow, 370 right there. This stock, man, just has so many crazy moves every day. And then there's the push down in, looking like it wants to break that low. I've traded Micron many times before and actually enjoyed trading it. But the problem is, like, do we actually like this little break lower right there? 357.20. I think we could get behind it. I wish VWAP was a little bit closer there. Down, 362 right now is VWAP. I think that break would be something to consider there on Micron. You guys let me know what you're thinking about on Micron. Put it in the chat there. Do you like the long or the short there? I think it's a little bit of a different, difficult trade to make. And since I've been yapping along, look at this. Look. What do you say? There's a rhyme I want to say about look what I see here. I can't remember what it is if I think about it. There's like a nursery rhyme. But anyways, look what I find right here. I don't know what I'm saying. 4,000 right there. That's 400,000 shares sitting right there on NASDAQ at 37.13. That is the low of the day right there for IBIT. So we marked down here today short on our screen. And look, we're not every day going to get the prices that we want, but I am going to try to play in the direction that we want. There's IBIT right there. We tried the long. It's down at 37. So if that comes into 37, we are going to flash out of all of our trade, but we are at the day's low right now for IBIT. So we're going to try to respect that 37 that we wrote down. Netflix, we already have that long. Silver, 62 area short. That was our one negative spot on our day's trading today. We can talk about silver in a minute. And then Nvidia, 173 short. We didn't get that one. there. That is for sure. But for right now, as I'm looking at IBIT, maybe a cover. So we just take another cover there at 15s ahead of that big boy rate. Oh, you know what I was going to say, man? I was going to say, I spy with my little eye.
Oh,
that's what it was. Like some size that's quite huge.
Oh.
So, my bad.
Well,
that's what I was going to say there. And then all of a sudden it just came up with it. I was like, out of the blue there. But that's a big amount of shares. And remember, a lot of this is quote stuffing. So that's probably not going to sit there. I don't really know why it's sitting there, to be honest with you. Like, that's a huge order. Every single time you see a marker on here, it's 100 shares. So that's 7,100 shares, so 7,000 shares. So that's 4,000 times 100, right? You got 400,000 shares sitting there right now on NASDAQ trying to support that day's low.
I feel like it matters if they move it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's following Bitcoin.
But
Bitcoin doesn't care.
No, I'm saying if all of a sudden someone starts moving one of those chunk orders, someone should just be sitting there like, that's the price, run through me, because there's tons of liquidity. But if they don't get filled and then they step it up, they don't get filled and step it up, there's sort of a popular like scalp trade that traders used to do more. It's like the second you see it follow, I'm assuming up, it could go either way.
Right.
You just punch long, and then, okay, as long as he keeps stepping it up, I'm just going to scalp this until this this order stops following, and then you just jump out of the trade. Like, it's something traders would do all the time, and maybe that could be something I've actually noticed.
I mean, it's trying to bounce off.
In the small cap pre-market world, every now and then you used to see this because it would be so thin. Maybe you'd be looking at something at 7:30 in the morning and it's some small cap gapper, and it's so thinly traded that you'd see these size orders in the book, and it is someone actually that's stuck because there's no liquidity on the stock, and you'd be able to see it in real time. It's just not as often on these bigger names. That's one of the reasons why some people like those pre-market small cappers. Okay, so USO starting to curl a little bit here. See that move that was up?
I'm going to refresh.
And I don't even have to draw this line for you, but you guys can see it. Like, it's starting to do a little bit of a curl. So if that comes back in, my expectation is that Battalion Oil, which is not participating in the move and broke trend, is just going to sit short. And if USO comes back, great, play it into the low of the day, which is down at about 570, and then I can stop it just above 6. I'm trying to risk like 8 cents on this, 9 maybe. You won't get any slippage. It's actually not that bad. And then we'll try and get this down into the low of the day. I'm not bidding yet because I want to see what USO does. Like, if USO does a hammer candle down, I don't want to get caught for sure. But back on over, I didn't get BMNR at all. So that's not really coming into our levels. I thought our bounce would get us a little bit further, but it's nowhere near this 18.5 because this is starting to bounce off the lows. I'm going to let it try to engage up here at 18.5, 18.6. If it gets up there, then looking to re-engage the short trade there on BMNR. Let us know what else you guys are watching, because like the hot list, usually what I want to see on the trade rate is something that is a bit abnormal. Or when you pull it up, it's at least doing something unexpected. RPGRY, I have no idea what that is. Usually there's small caps up there that you can ignore. Tesla, like, I can pull it up and tell you it's not actually going crazy. It's just that it's Friday afternoon, so the tape is a little bit slow, and therefore it's like the only thing up there. SPY, USO. When this is the case, that means there's nothing special. Like, I want to see, like, out of nowhere, like, Uber gets on the list. You know what I mean? If that happens, then you know you might have a little bit of something. But yeah, a little disappointing.
Uber's about below.
Oh yeah, Uber is a huge disappointment. I mean, just, you know what? I haven't traded this as a day trade, but this would be the most disappointing stock for me the last 2 weeks, because everything, the stars, in my opinion, the stars were kind of aligning here for a little something on Uber. And it just, like, it was, you had good news, what I think, well, in my opinion, what was going to be good news, and you were riding the 50 period, which looked to me like an obvious resistance spot. Like, if you break that, we're going to be good, and you were bouncing some higher lows. I think I was drawing this trend line on Uber, not even letting me. I was drawing something like this and saying, yeah, this is going to coincide, and then you break this out. That is going to be a gorgeous-looking swing trade on Uber. Mm-hmm. And then what happens, like everything else in the world, we go bearish and flush. And so sometimes you can be eyeballing. It's like this setup is just forming right in front of your face, and you're all excited about it. and it goes the other way. So you can look bullish on that and do nothing, or what happened? It ended up being short. It's like, well, that same line broke down, Neil, as I'm speaking to myself, and then look at the last couple of days when it lost that support on Uber. Free money south side. Yuck, yuck, and more.
Yeah, there's been a lot of free
Well, I
money
mean,
on
there's
the south side these days.
I haven't taken a long today, so it's like what?
Like, look what IBIT did off that level there. I mean, we got another piece out since we've talked about that. I just got out at 18. Like, I was like, you know. So now I have 5% left of IBIT, 5% of Netflix. I might just get out of Netflix right now. I mean, we just broke through the 200 period moving average. There's really not much going on. I'll put an offer there at 45. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't. Hopefully we do there. And, oh, well. All right, so we did get filled there on a dark pool for Netflix at 43. I punched out there at 44, so I got 44.50s there on Netflix. Here comes 45 anyways. If you're sitting there, there it is. You'd have just gone through and got that. So there's 45 on Netflix, another piece out. We'll hold this. You know what? I might just get out of it all so we're not sitting here worried about it. All right, I'm going to offer 49s now. Hopefully we get that just ahead of 50. And then we could wait for VWAP, but I'm okay doing this. We're still short the market and short on IBIT as well. Looking for, there it is. So we just get that there on Netflix. We got 49s there, so that's a good trade. Okay, that just leaves me with the TQs now. And then I wanted to look at, you know, someone there, what's up, Showtime, said the only bag that he's got right now is SoFi. You know, Robinhood. Oh yeah, there's a Homeland Security talk as well right now about trying to fund that bill. So hopefully, I mean, I think if they announce that they've come up with it, but whatever gets passed still has to get passed again in the Senate, right? So I don't.
They seem like they're very split right now from what I'm seeing. So I don't know if we're going to get this passed. The goal of Speaker Mike Johnson, I most recently saw, is they want to get to the at least funding through May 22nd, which means if that goes through, we're going to have this conversation again probably on May 21st. So either way, it seems unfortunately whatever solution there is temporary. But you guys know I love U.S. politics, so I'll be following that for you all.
Really? Yeah, U.S. House Speaker Johnson calls U.S. Senate DHS bill a joke. So U.S. Senate Speaker Johnson calls the DHS bill a joke. So maybe potentially the joke's on you. We're not getting any DHS funding anytime soon, and that sucks. Of course, for many people that rely on that kind of stuff. TSA workers, apparently.
You got to go to work.
Apparently, Elon said that he was going to fund all the TSA workers.
Here's my thing.
They told him not to because Trump said he's very grateful for the offer, but he doesn't want it because they're going to fix it right away, so they don't need to worry about Elon. That was the reason for rejecting it, which feels maybe a little bit short-sighted.
Hold on a second.
Fixing it right away.
It's not.
You don't want to take private money?
It's not legal.
Oh, it's not legal?
It's easy. Like, I'm not taking it away.
Could he just donate money to the government?
It's a cool gesture, but the mechanics of it weren't even legal in the first place. It didn't even warrant a response. It's cool that he said it, and I think that's. But it's easy to say something like that when you know that you couldn't actually do it if you wanted to. But it was nice to have been said.
But President Trump has done, I think,
legal.
many things that are not constitutionally legal.
No, but Elon can't do it. Like the government couldn't accept the money. It's just not how it works. So. Whatever. Like, obviously, it's weird, and it's a crappy situation, man. Like, when I came, it was only in the beginning of it when I was coming back from Florida, and the lineups were it was insane.
Oh, really?
But yeah, our flight was delayed.
Okay.
A lot. So, and then it got delayed even further.
Okay.
So we were so early.
So it's like a real world
that we
situation.
didn't even our actual plane. Like, there was an issue. Thank you, Air Canada. No, there was actually an issue with the plane.
Plane itself.
Mechanically, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
so our flight was like 2 hours late. So then we get to the airport. Like, I don't care that it's taking forever to get through. Like, we're chill. Like, we're not rushing for a flight. You understand that there's people there that are working and not getting paid. So you're not trying to be that person. But then there's others. Like, if someone is working, they're working for free, maybe cut them a little bit of slack.
They're going to get. I mean, they're going to get paid. They're just
I know,
not,
but
they're not working for free.
But there were a few people that obviously weren't there, so they were understaffed, and everyone is not in the best situation, and some people are, some people just I guess had to get a little bit impatient and maybe aren't that polite, and it is what it is. I'll leave it at that. Let's see. I was looking at Apple. Like, could Apple be above 250? No. I think that's a big litmus on a Friday for me. Like, it's that big optionable level. If it had held 250, that would look a little bit better. Like, maybe that would signal you could get a little relief rally in there. Not seeing it, Apple. So that kind of is what it is. I'm just looking for something that has a little bit of strength. Oh, we're talking about bags. SoFi's bag is full of takers. We made another leg down in SoFi today. The next week, I think we'll see that 13 area, which is going to be big on SoFi. That could easily come in.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I'm not finding anywhere where...
That's what I was saying about Robinhood. I mean, it's down to $66,
good.
that one as well. So, I mean, all these names are getting hit. I mean, even JP Morgan's of the world.
What's above VWAP?
The financials are not doing very good right now. AMD's only down 1.3%.
Yeah, only, because the market, yeah, that's true. I mean, only is probably a fair thing to say in this particular situation.
Yeah.
It's above VWAP. It's only down 1.3%. Let's double check. We always compare. Nvidia's down 2% here. What about Broadcom? Just sort of going.
Someone's saying CoreWeave is relatively strong.
Really?
I don't know.
I'd be surprised. Hey, CoreWeave's moving a bit here. There you go.
There you go.
What's
Only
that
down
mean?
8%, you know, not bad. We did have some negative news today. If you're looking at different space there, we had some negative news from CrowdStrike there, but look at it battling back, at least only down 5%. That's nice. We got sort of that new Claude bot, a software, whatever, new version being released, so everyone's all scared about, you know, what that means for PanW and sort of this whole cybersecurity space again. All of them down here today. I mean, if you just want to go to the bug ETF, that's not a bad one. Global security ETF right here, BUG, down 5%. The other one you could be is SIBR. This is another cyber first trust cybersecurity play as well, an ETF. And they're all down. They're all like down 3, 4, 5%. So checking back on that Micron idea. Let me just see, did that break lower yet? Yeah, so almost. I mean, you kind of, you just
Flat bottom
bounced.
break?
I mean, it literally, yeah, I mean, it would be a flat bottom break, but right there, we just held off.
It's not
357 break. I might just take that.
I feel like 2 times is not really a flat bottom.
What is this?
Like a flat
Still
bottom
not.
break is if it's really holding that level. Like
Yeah, that's not. And then it does go back into here. which
oh
is,
yeah, that counts.
You know, so
That's like
there is
4
something,
times.
and then it's just a bunch of confusion down here.
Oh.
Confucius.
For those Confucius.
Yeah.
For those that are confused as to why Peloton might be up 12%, first of all, A, I don't blame you, it's Peloton. B, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong about this, Adara, Peloton is up because Eric Jackson disclosed the stake.
You are not wrong, so I will not correct you. He disclosed a purchase of $4. He likes it. He's in at $4, and he, I guess, enjoys the stock.
See what I did there? I knew it was Eric Jackson, but I didn't actually remember the price. And see how Adara threw in that it was $4? See? And now
Well
that
done. But
Well,
you
it's
relied
not.
on me knowing the price.
Well,
But I guess you knew I would know it.
I knew you'd remember, but
It was 4.
It doesn't work when I then say that was my plan.
It would have worked if you hadn't said that.
Oh, that's fine. But Eric, like, I don't, like, what does that even mean for the stock? Just because Eric Jackson bought it, that means it's suddenly supposed to be good? Is he this activist that's going to bring it higher? Does that mean he can bring someone in that's going to turn the company around? They failed to do that, or maybe someone that could buy it. I don't know. Like, to me, you need something. Like, what's the plan of action here, Peloton? I think you need to look for strategic alternatives would be the ideal play, that someone thinks that this some of whatever pieces you got left are worth something. What I'd be concerned about here for the afternoon for everyone watching, have a look at a pretty significant level. Support the April low. So we're talking about the tariff tantrum low at 460 was just resistance, and that's the 50 period now, and you're right up at that level. So that's exactly where it's putting in a topping tail candle at the most significant place on the daily chart for those that happen to be chasing the move. So I'd be a little bit careful with that high on Peloton. That's just me.
I'm gonna try. I mean, I just put the order in. We'll see if it winds up breaking or not. I am gonna play that 357 break on Micron underneath the 200 period, underneath VWAP, underneath the 50 period. So we'll see. I mean, if it runs it and we have to wind up getting stopped out, maybe we'll just take the a dollar hit or something on that one. If it winds up breaking and faking, we talked about sort of those fake outs earlier on today, and that could be a problem. So it's actually 57.20. And if you really wanted it, it's like 57.15s or so. I'm gonna wait for 57 to break. So if that does happen, then hopefully we'll be able to get into that short. It's a couple minutes from now, though. It's not necessarily just gonna, run that low right now. And I don't know if I want it if it just all of a sudden whooshes like that. I'd rather it sort of take its time and then break there at the end. So that's something that I'm looking for right there as well. So we'll see if that can hit. Right now, we are...
Small capper that dropped an offering.
I was going to say, because I was actually going to go over
10
that
minutes ago.
ARTL, but that's not it.
No, it's not ARTL, but it's VisionSys AI, VSA here, announced a $3 million registered direct offering.
Yeah, they did.
Priced at $1. It just fell to $1 effectively. So I don't even see it. Oh, it did. It did show up on my halt scanner. So it was halted for quite some time and just reopened up. So that's the reason why VSA, that's the problem with these small cappers. You would have been cruising in this. Like, no word of a lie. You would have been absolutely cruising with the long if you bought the dip. And if you don't trade with a stop in this situation, next thing you know, it's in a halt, and then you're getting out for a loss. You could have been in a gorgeous long trade, and if you didn't have a stop, maybe smartly at VWAP or on a trend break, you could be out here. But if you don't trade with stops and you're not out here, well, guess what? Then you just lost potentially like 30, 40%. We always talk about trading with stops. It's so very important in my opinion, but just my opinion. I don't know what to tell you. All right, BMNR looks like it's trying to finally. So from our last low, from the bottom here, it kind of trended back up to the original entry price when it stair-stepped, and now it's going to break that uptrend. So it got into that 18.5 mark. Double check. I don't want Bitcoin to be doing anything too crazy or ETH to be doing anything too crazy. They're not. So we'll continue to look for this bar to close underneath the trend line, then go short, give it to that local high, which is about 1850. So remember this when you're trading these small cappers. A lot of the times when you're cruising in one, your biggest fear is an intraday offering. Like, you know this. And if they drop one, you're not fast enough on the keys, because the second it hits the wire, it's already down.
That's why I don't understand. Like,
you have to have stop orders. You have to have stop orders.
I don't understand that.
Well, it's specifically in those. Like, I don't even, because I can't imagine a scenario where you're sitting there and you're long at $1 and it's at $2.50, and you don't want to protect that against an offering. And we get people that say, "Oh, I don't trade with stop orders." Okay.
Wear a hockey jersey to Chipotle, says Mopar there at 420. Get a buy one, get one. Okay, I wonder why that is. I don't know. I don't know why that would be. There's ARTL right now. This was another name that was halting and going back and forth. There it is. Maybe it's some sort of a special there. I don't know. 420 April. Okay, it's still a month away. Yeah, nice moves there on ARTL anyways today. Let's go over to Adara. Maybe some news. I'm seeing some stocks starting to move here.
Oil pushing a little bit lower here. We get some more comments from Iranian officials saying that the U.S. action of launching attacks in Iran, which we did hear that they did specifically with steel plants, is intolerable if they're going to do so, while also calling for negotiations. This official further saying that Tehran has yet to decide if it even wants to respond to the U.S. proposal because they're so upset about these attacks, saying that initially they were going to expect to deliver this response today or Saturday. Now they're not so sure. So basically Iran's saying, well, now at this point, we might not want to respond to the U.S. proposal. We don't like how they've been striking against us, even though, you know, we want to have negotiations. Back to you.
Yeah, there was just a nice volume candle over here. Like, this is what happens whenever we get those headlines. You just get one of these shakeout in both direction candles, all the way down to 123.14, all the way up to 124.15, and then back to where we were before. And then you've got to see where the next direction is. But it is, the USO has been pulling back a little bit. So if it resumes its trend to the upside here, then I think that's just, that would strengthen the notion of the short. At least in theory. But we still have some time till power hour. Like 10 minutes or so. 15.
Just on that move up, like we talked about, you know, trying to play, you know, the sort of the moves higher, lower, and watch out for these like random spikes, because like that's the thing. We get one there, we get one there, right? And what happens is the algos get a hold of the story and try to run it one way or the other. And like, it's just, so I just put a bid, as soon as I saw that spike up, I just put a bid at the top there. You know, thinking if it does come back in, you know, we'll take another piece out there. So we are doing that. So Brent crude futures are now closed. Here we go, CLK. So this is what right now oil's looking like. You're up 5%. There's the move at 430. Sorry, at 430. At 230, the closing candle and the volume there. So we actually close out the day at the highs. Looks like we got up to $100 a barrel there. Wow, another 5% day today. We talk about the pain at the pump for many of us, you know, that go there every day. It's like $6.79 Canadian a gallon here, or like almost $5 US. right now per gallon in Toronto, so it's very expensive north of the border as well. As I know, we've talked about some traders there in the chat. We're saying that in California, it's almost $8. It was close to $8 as a maximum there, and some Mideast places as well, similar to us, trying to hold forward in and around that $4 to $5 a gallon. So oil upside there today for sure.
I want to shout out on to Trumpy Wumpy on TikTok.
Nice.
Which is the name. SST is looking like, and they're mentioning System 1 is looking like it could be a bit of a breakout here. They reported yesterday, or maybe it was in overnight. SST, it's a small capper, up 170%. I want to get the float information for you if I can. 3.2 million.
Here comes the market again.
Yeah, 3.2 million share float here, 8% of it short. It is a double top on SST. It hasn't broken yet, but it is trending into a double top, so good look at Darren.
Neil, they didn't report earnings. They reported earnings on March 11th.
Oh, that was last. Yeah.
After the bell.
Oh, good.
So this is not, I have no news on this.
What is the story? You know what, I read the last headline I could see. I didn't even look at the date, assuming it would be the reason it's up 170. So, you know what, sometimes you don't need a catalyst if you're just squeezing. It could just be a little bit technical. It doesn't even have major resistance until 450. So there is something there, and its volume's really good, 60 million. You've actually got increasing volume in the afternoon. You definitely want to see that. So SST looking like it could be one of the ones, at least, giving you some green, because it's small cappers. I know you're going to show us the.
I mean, there is some green.
I
mean,
there is green in.
You know, there is some in here. I mean, if you're going to go to energy, there, XOM. We actually started the day off talking about XOM and the levels that they were at. You know, up huge now. Net $5 again today on XOM, man, up 3%, 4.95%. There go, or $4.95. $5 upside there on XOM today. Great opportunity to stay long oil. We just talked about oil right when we threw it back over there to Neil. The technology space, all quite red. My guy Micron might break. I mean, that's the one name over here on electronic technologies that I'm actually looking to see if it can turn red. So I'm still waiting for that 357 break on Micron. It's $1 away. So we'll go short Micron if that happens right there. And maybe we don't want to go short one of the strongest names, but let's see. We've seen. We've already sort of paced that out. We'll see if that works out for us. WDC also in SanDisk. So right now, the green names seem to be obviously in the memory space. And if my memory is correct, Google also just released, some memory products as well. They're down 2%, so that's a little strange. IBM down 2.5%. What's Palantir's price? Below 150. We broke that yesterday. Down $4 there today to 143. We still look for Palantir to hold out for 130 again. Oracle downside. There's the, Palo Alto, CrowdStrike, all those names down. Meta can't seem to get out of its own way, man. That's down $23 today, Meta. Yesterday it was down 8%. Today it's down 4%. That's 12% in 2 days, man. Not great there. And then,
that's got to be the worst since I can't even.
Meta?
Yeah. It's
I don't know.
Since
I mean, 12%.
It was 2 years ago when it did that epic drop from 300 to 100 over the course of like a few months. So they get somewhere in there. It probably did this, but I'm thinking it's got to be at least years.
Everybody
could always just.
Yeah, everybody always asks somebody.
By the way, the VIX is approaching 31.
Yeah, I was going to say the market's trying to go lower right now. But look at this, Procter & Gamble. These are things that maybe outside of technology, no matter what is happening in the Middle East, Procter & Gamble, Coke, people still drinking, eating, drinking, Coke, Pepsi right there. Unfortunately, people still smoking as well. So we get a little bit of a look there on Philip Morris and how that's been going. So that's MO right there. And Altria, there's PM and Altria. Nike down, so whatever. People aren't buying shoes, I guess. They haven't been for a minute. Either. So there's that happening. And then this is a spot where I think you can get into it a little bit more. John Deere and Caterpillar. Trump was saying something about Caterpillar, wasn't he? About the tractors.
The comment was he was asking specifically Caterpillar and John Deere to bring the prices of tractors.
Okay, so.
It's like
Not
what
much
I
going
do.
on there.
Like McNulty would always say when he walks in the room, although he'd use a little euphemism.
Maybe an F word or something.
Oh, McNulty always drops them. When you watch events.
Here's I want to say thank you to everybody watching on TikTok right now. I'm going to say hi, everybody, right now on TikTok. If you're part of the group, you're part of the group. So we say hi, everybody, right there. I want to thank everybody for watching us on TikTok. So no matter where you're looking at right now, thank you for doing that because, we're putting on, we're trying to put on a good show every single day and talk about different ideas and different trades. And, right here on silver, this was an idea we had early. And, when I'm wrong, I want it to look like this. We're short. I mean, that's actually funny because that's two breakouts today, or not two breakouts, that's two stop outs today that basically I had the top on. The Qs hurts more because we never came back. This one is fine. It did hurt at the moment. And then I remember getting asked, are we reshorting that? I was like, nah, because I didn't think it was going to do this in the first place. So the fact that it did that, if anything, I want to say congratulations. There was someone with a super chat that got long on this dip down. So I think it was right off that rejection. They waited. They picked a spot, a past support. Love those trades. Congratulations. There's silver up 5% today. Gold also, right? I mean, look, this is what we're doing. Not only are we, covering our trades, we're taking questions from you guys in the chat. We're covering different spaces here, gold, silver. We've talked about some tech names. And now we'll look actually forward and see what's going on with crypto, 65.8 right now. IBIT to the downside. I still have that IBIT trade on, but, actually we got filled.
SST just broke too.
Actually, what the hell? We got filled there at 22. We're very, very light in IBIT now. So, that looks like it's going to break a little bit higher. Maybe this market wants to do something at the end of the day. Still underneath the 50-period moving average. I've been pairing off of this TQ trade, but still waiting for a low kick as well. The NASDAQ, man, that's back-to-back days. Yesterday, I don't know if you remember, it was down 2.3 plus percentage points there as well. I'm going to do a poll, and all I'm going to do is just ask everybody, and we'll do this quickly, and then we'll get another one throughout the close. I was going to say before 3 o'clock hits, I was going to do red or green on Monday, but maybe we'll do that near the end of the day. We'll get a good idea of where we're actually going to close later on here. Here, how about this? I'm just going to ask this. Which crypto? Right? Yeah, which crypto for you? Whatever, I'm just going to say which crypto. I don't care. Bitcoin or Ethereum, right? Or
I'm more
Ethereum.
curious what other you're going to add. Or
I might not add nothing. Or how about this?
I'm going to guess
not. All right, so that's it, man. Which crypto, Bitcoin, Ethereum, or not? Right, very, very, sort of mysterious question there. Start voting. Which one, man? Are you not a Bitcoin or Ethereum kind of guy? And maybe you're saying like, hey, man, all this hype probably isn't real. I don't want to go with it. Or are you thinking one of these? So there it is, man. No matter whether or not you are on Twitch, Bitcoin. We just got into Micron right there. So go ahead, vote right now. Micron just fills. We just see, this is what I mean. We just get in. We're not even on the stock, and it fits because of the punch. So there it is. We are now short, just a little underneath. It's half a unit, so it's not huge. The market is also making that move down. So there we go. I'm actually bidding 80s. I'm going to take a bid right now on the market, just in case the market rallies back up here, because we do have Micron, and there it is. Yeah, buddy. Spin that money one more time. We'll see if we can get going now to the downside. And here we go, man. Micron. So we're going to put the stop in. I think this is worth $1, right? There's 58 and change. So let's just go that. I mean, look, if this breaks higher, which it looks like it might do, we'll get out, Rand. And if that happens, it happens. I think, like I said, Micron's been tough for me. I haven't necessarily. Did I just get stopped out of it? Oh my God, what price did I even put in there? Oh my God, I got to get back in right now on Micron. We just got stopped out of Micron. I'm going to punch back in right now. All right, well, we obviously have a little bit of a better price, but I must have put the wrong price. I thought I put 250. Oh,
yeah,
it's 358. Smart guy. 258 right there.
Say, but you got it, yeah.
No, yeah, I'm glad. I almost did it again. So yeah, you should have said something. There it is. Okay, so we're back in. Oh, of course, now it makes them move down. All right, whatever. Same trade as we were in before. We just have a different price. So yeah, all right. We actually take that fill, and now let's wait to see if we get going.
We're about to go to Adara very quickly. Thank you, Sam, for the gift over on TikTok. We see you. We appreciate you. So we can throw it up there. I want to thank you. There it is. Yeah, I want to thank you for the gift.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate you. It doesn't matter what it is. We'll shout out everybody. And then we will.
3 US cents. I love how it says that. Is that what it says on TikTok?
Yes, it's exactly what it says. I don't care what it is. Yeah. All we care about is the love. Market's heading lower. Adara, why?
But love.
This isn't market related, this news. Just keep an eye here on INFQ. On their LinkedIn post, they announced they've been awarded a SHIELD contract. So that's going to be for that Homeland Security Defense Project. Again, contract here for INFQ inflection. This is a quantum play. If I see more news here, I'll let you know.
Yeah, and I should have thrown this up because what I can do is the last time Sam asked a question, it was, can you check on silver, please?
Okay.
And absolutely we can. By the way, I'm bidding low of the day. I think we're range bound this afternoon, so I'm going to bid low of the day on BMNR, which is the only thing I'm in. SLV is strong. Simply that. And it's going from trend to trend. Like it goes up, it trends up, it breaks trend and goes down, and then we went into this. You can make an argument. If we break this and continue lower, I almost think like the support is pretty good here because you've got VWAP in 63, and that's also yesterday's high. So you like it when resistance turns into support. That already happened once. Maybe it can happen twice over there. Oh, yeah, there was that SS. Shoot, now I already forget. It was SST? It was SST. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank goodness. That's an easy one. It only got to surprise everybody, 420 on that breakout. So it broke out that top, went about almost 10%. And then came out to that 420 mark. It seems like small cappers absolutely love to 420 just always seems like a level on these things. It's just so weird. I don't know why, but it just ends up manifesting.
That was that
itself.
Chipotle. We got even a Chipotle thing.
Well,
there,
can someone explain that to me? What was the deal with this? What was the deal with why on 420 you wear a hockey jersey and you get a BOGO at Chipotle? What does that have? What does that?
Well, I guess, yeah, because 420, people want some snacks. I don't know.
Is the playoffs start on the 20th?
What, hockey?
Yeah, maybe.
There's only 9 games left or something, so.
I was gonna say, like, maybe that's the day the playoffs start. That would actually make sense.
And Chipotle cares about that for some reason? I don't know, maybe.
No idea. USA just won the gold. I mean.
Yeah, it could be. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something related to that for sure.
Well, I know the other reason for 420, everybody. You don't have to say that. But what does that have to do with Chipotle and hockey?
Yeah, that's more the question there. The devil's lettuce. Yeah, maybe put some devil's lettuce in your Chipotle. I don't think you should do that. Okay, so.
Shouldn't you though?
Micron. So it did go down to 56.50 right there. So I'm just going to sit there. I'll take out maybe like 20% or so if we get into that one more time. Right now, I don't, the market broke lower, and so did Micron, and then I put that stupid keystroke error in. But that's okay, we got back in. So right there, we'll see if it does hit down 356.50s or so. Would like to get that fill. If we can get it, we'll do that. And, you guys saw me make the keystroke error there, so that's just my bad. So we actually did want a 57 break, and we were in a 57 break. So I'm just going to treat it like I'm in there right now, because whatever I lost on this, which looks like 30 cents or so, I'm not really considering that because my trade was that. So hopefully, that's why I'm not like, oh, well, we're in a 50-cent winner right now because we've already taken that hit. So now let's let it go to the downside like we would have anyways, right? We would not be stopped out. Our stop was always 358. So right now it's in there, 358.21s. So we are looking for about $1 on this move, right? But because it just stopped at 50s, I'm actually going to put a bid there at 50, and maybe we get hit if it does make that move down. And in sort of the panic play, not a power play, as Chipotle did that there, we did make sure that we got out of some of this on the TQs right there when we made that new low. So we did sit there and put a bid out. So that one looks like that's going to print out pretty good for me right now on that move. So hopefully the TQs does have a little bit of a move lower, but we did get a piece out there on that most recent dip in. So that's what I'm dealing with. And then IBIT pulls back in. We get that fill. I'm actually going to wait right here at 25. If IBIT comes into 25, I'll get that fill. We're entering power hour right now. So I'll put one more bid at 25, actually go to 26. So we're moments away from getting that. And then if we fall back into the close, fine. We'll just keep our like 15% on or whatever into the close and see if that winds up working.
I gotta throw this up because I want to ask a question too. And I actually, because I was looking at a comment by MF Dangerous, who had said zero trades today, but then gonna put something on in power hour. And then Logic is asking why after hours trade only? Because that's an interesting look, and I get it. Like, there's nothing wrong. Cash is a position. Maybe you don't see anything, you don't trade all day. I'd be more curious as to why, if you sat in your hand all day, you like an aftermarket trade going into the weekend. And that's just my curiosity speaking, MF Dangerous. It's up to you. You don't have to.
Oh, he'll answer.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, I know that's the thing. We have some regulars out there. I know you'll answer. But I'm just curious why you like to sit on hands. But for some reason it's the aftermarket that you're jazzed about here today. Tonight, I should say, being a Friday, obviously. I don't know, so here's what's happening with USO. It's coming back down a little bit. So you see me bidding, I'm bidding out of BM&R because the NASDAQ is consolidating at the bottom. Since making that top 30 minutes ago, we're in a downward trend in oil, which could signal a bit of a relief rally. So again, I just want to sort of take the profit here if we can. Maybe look to see what the next can be. That SST keeps trying to break 420 and it just keeps failing, guys. So I don't know if that one's going to have the...
All right, I don't
know if it has the secondary juice. It's already starting to come back again.
We actually, I took more Micron there short, so... Money. Here we go. Yeah, good trade there for Micron, it looks like so far here. We'll see how far it can go down, but there's the short. That's the 25 period moving average. We don't just have that there because it looks pretty, because it doesn't. So there's a move down. Yes, yeah, let's go. Good play there for Micron to the downside. We're now at the highest spot we've been at all day, man. So we've got Micron now, 75 cents in the money, 85 cents now in the money off that most recent reload right there. So that's a 75 fill downside, or maybe it's not 75, it's 65 right there. But we are going to try to empty out the clip just a little bit. There we go. We bid some 93s. We take that fill, and now we're out of half of our Micron, and we'll throw it back to Neil, and hopefully Micron will be through 356.50 when we get back.
Absolutely, and all this volatility creates movement, and for a sophisticated trader, that movement creates opportunity. Beta Pro by Globex offers Canada's first and longest running suite of leveraged and inverse ETFs built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of that leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple leverage bull and 3 expiry ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian loonie. For those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profile. Trade tactically. Learn more at betapro.ca. Scan the QR code see in front of you. Want to thank them for sponsoring Power Hour, which we are now in. You might have heard that interesting sound and that little flashy thing about 3 minutes ago, because that's what it's all about. So appreciate everybody. SST, yeah, still trying to go that SST. You know what? We're not bouncing exactly at the lows. You're consolidating near the low, not at the low. So that's what I'm going to take on BM&R. I just still see us heading down a little bit in oil. We're not getting the acceleration, so wait for the next available pop.
Oh, boom.
It's just short the pop situation. Really, that's all we did was short the pop, get the low, we'll short the next pop, and look for the low the second time through. And then we'll see if that SST actually wants to give you the breakout. Because USO, weirdly enough, is headed the other way. You'd think we'd be going up, but it's not. We're still in a bit of a pullback. I'd like to see this start going higher again.
Okay. We just got 356.30s right there on Micron. So good little fill. Okay, here comes again. So nice fill there on the downside for Micron. One more time, and boom goes a dynamite, man. This is going to be, a trade that we put on for you, never be sitting here without trade ideas anyways. And so there was that Micron. We actually covered this a little bit, pre-trade. So hopefully you guys set this up in your account, and there it goes to the downside, Micron. When we win, we win. There's your face slapper right there of the day for me. We have multiple trades right there. There goes the TQs, man. We are now 60 cents in the money on that one. And there goes Micron right now. We just got 350. What did I get there? I just got 356.10 right now. So I still have a third, so we're in a third of this. Let's go. Good trade there, man. We reloaded it. It's a big one there. Can we get a Grayskull shout out? Sure, we can. And there it is right there. And this is what we're doing, man. We're powering up trading this afternoon. This thing's not that long. And then there it goes into the downside right there as we continue to go. But there goes Micron, man. Congratulations to anybody that has that. And then also, boom, on the TQQs. So, hey, I'm still in 3 positions right now. And they're all relatively, this one's pretty new, man. We should have, got short on that little bump right there as well. But this one hurts the most, man. That one we just got stopped out. That's too bad. I thought I was coming back from the gym with a monster winner, but we put it on again right there and have it. So we should have had 3 times the charm there. And then the Micron trade, man. Yeah, I'm really proud of this one. I mean, we actually broke this down and talked about it, and so there you go. You gotta try this. So I'm probably gonna take one more piece right here, and then. Okay, well, whatever. I just punched out at 70, another piece. So right now, all right, I have about 25%, a little less, probably about 15% or so left on this position. No, it's more like, 20, 25% left on this micron position. So we'll see that. But I do like that animation there. That was pretty hype.
It is a little bit long.
That's for sure.
We did have a shorter one. Maybe Sharif has that one.
Okay, no, I like it.
No, it is a little bit long-winded. I don't think the new movie is very
Micron.
good. It's pretty nasty. But we are, look, by the way, SST did go, but I just want to pick spots. I was asking Big Scalp, let me know, because he was like casino trading. Because I think at the end of the day, what separates
you don't
trading.
want to do that.
No, you don't want to do that. Like that would be like closing your eyes and then hitting a key, which is like pulling the lever.
Why can't I?
But I think ultimately you got to consider it like poker. You're taking something because you think it's a positive expectancy, and you've seen that pattern work for you in the past. So therefore, you engage when you see it work. Right? Like that's the way I look at it. Like every trade, I should be able to describe what I'm looking to happen, and then when it does, topping tail candle, reversal under the trend line, take the short, stop there, play to the low. Like it's just. You should always have an idea. And then if you're not doing that, then maybe you are casino trading. But it's also casino trading if you trade blind, which nobody here that follows Trader TV ever has to do because we have a dare.
Interesting little headline here for TSLA, though not directly related to TSLA. Tesla set day's lows. New York Times reporting that Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla and a host of other companies, apparently joined U.S. President Donald Trump and Narendra Modi, leader of India, on a call Tuesday about the Iran war. So it looks like the bromance is back on. Interesting look as well, given the SpaceX IPO here that we have upcoming. But either way here, Tesla, near day's lows, not related to this, but just be aware. I'm seeing this headline circulate quite a lot. New York Times reporting that Elon Musk joined a call with President Trump and the leader of India on Iran. Back to you.
I saw that there was an analyst that sometime during lunch. I was trying to find the X post. Ever since I lost my. It doesn't matter. The X Pro is gone, but you had a column up that was always like following Elon. But there was actually an analyst that said they still expect a merger between SpaceX and Tesla by 2027, which we thought that was gone. That would be interesting. Imagine.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even need approval for that or anything.
Imagine the scenario: bring SpaceX to market this year. That's the top. Comes back down. Merge them after everybody's been.
Yeah, man, I can see it, and I think it will happen.
So the secret thing would be, if you think that's the case, you don't have to buy the IPO, just buy the dip on Tesla.
Yeah.
Because you'll get SpaceX next year.
Yeah, I mean, when they merge, I mean, I think you might want to hold both stocks. Yes, Adara.
Well, I'll probably still buy the dip on SpaceX.
Is that Adara?
I expect
No.
it to be a.
Oh, that was just an idea, I think. Okay, that was a good idea. Hello? What?
Don't do the
Randy's
Randy
here?
thing.
No. Okay, good.
Don't do the
Randy
Randy
wasn't even here today, so.
What's FXN?
Can't trick me,
Which one
my
is
guy.
that,
over there. Unless you put that fake Randy there again, and I look back and I see Randy there.
First Trust Energy Alpha Dex Fund is a 10 million sell imbalance at 308. Okay. That's at least remotely interesting. You only care this early. You'd only care if it was pretty big, and that is not nothing. This has done 1.5 million shares today, so that's 7x the daily volume currently on this. It barely even trades. 1.5 million shares. That's all it's done. I'm gonna keep watching this one. If it stays that large, it's something at 330. That's why we pull up. That's why we show it to you guys for free, everybody. CVE's got an early look sell, 3 million shares. That could be something. SoxL, 1.5 million to the buy side. I guess that doesn't surprise anybody given the volatility that you've seen in some of the chip space. But keep an eye there. We'll know at 330 a little bit more if it's legitimate, and then they come public at 350. That's the big spot that we will also care about. So yeah, FXN.
We don't know when SpaceX. People asking when SpaceX will IPO. We don't know. I think
there's speculation of June.
Yeah, I think it's going to be June. His birthday is also in June. We sort of talked about that as well. What the hell is even that? Is right. Okay. Who is the man we are, or whatever that thing was right there? Who is
do you
the man
think you are?
I am?
Pete Weber.
Yeah, Pete Weber, that's it. Who does Micron think they are holding this 356 right now? This is now $1.50 in the money, and there we go, we break it right there. So this stock can get into the gates of hell, and your boys got it right there, man. And we're pretty proud to have it, if you can't tell. We did make a good trade there on this name. So, just going to sit down, see if we can get a little bit more, into this trade or out of this trade. I'm not going to be buying anymore. I just did buy that or covered at, we were just sitting there. This is, if you don't sit, I'm sitting at 75. Because I'm like, if it breaks it, like when we broke 57, something happened. We wicked down to 50s there on that kind of a break. So there's the break again, and I'm not even sitting at the best spot right there. That's $1.80. $1.80 right there. So it sucks that we have that looks like, but I messed that up. But anyways, right back in there. So there goes Micron. And let's just talk about this breakout. I mean, we could almost do an educational piece right here. This is that flat bottom break that I'm looking for. And like we talked about this before it happened. I was like, I'm setting this up, man. And again, what does it go with? First of all, our TQQ trade is just an absolute hit yourself in the face with this glizzy. I'll probably have one tonight at the Raptors game. I hope you have one at the Jays game. But here we go, man. There it is. Like, it's breaking right there. You got to have balls. You got to put some, a little bit of risk onto this market at some point. I know it's risky to play breakouts near the end of the day, but everything lined up. Like Micron was green on the day. We talked about that. Thought that, chance that people would sell winners. We know the market's downside. So we hit that trade and, like we say, man, fortune favors the bold. And that was a little bit of a risky play on a Micron there. But, we got it. And it's just kind of 1-to-1 anyways. I mean, we were going to stop out at 358. If it broke, you sort of saw me put that one in there. And our break was the 357 break lower. So it's about $1 and change, but there it goes. Bouncing just a little bit more back up to the upside. I'll just punch out. Well, tried to punch out O's. I got 93, so that was a little bit of a benefit there. All right, man, just so you guys are now aware, 15% now left on Micron. We'll wait to see if we get 355 flat, but it's going to be a good trade there. Just fires up the board for me. I have a couple of trades today. TQs, obviously we talked about that. Silver, and then I'll throw back to Neil. In and out of silver real quick. Netflix was great. We bought that dip there. Good outs on Netflix, including that last one that you guys all saw me take that out right there. We had a very, that was an odd order to have kept there, so we put that there out. Micron, you guys saw that. IBIT, let's go on IBIT, man. VWAP hasn't seen it since. That's a big one, and that's it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 names today, and we're red on one of them. So we'll go 4 and 1 in silver.
Seriously? That is the first time we've ever had the exact same number of symbols traded.
Yeah, normally you're at double mine or something.
But I'm 4 for 5. I've traded 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, same thing.
Yeah, nice.
That's not usually the case. My style is usually more of like 7. I'll usually be in 7 or 8, I think. Mostly one at a time. Like, I'm not usually in 5 or 6 at the same time.
Yeah.
But I'll trade 5 or 6 when something set up. So I'm hitting that one, then you go over to something else, and that's what it's all about. I mean, whatever gets you to get positive doesn't really matter. So you make money doing a strategy, you do that strategy, and then hopefully that leads to getting a positive day and a positive week and a positive month and a positive year, and then you sort of build from there. I wanted to shout out the VIX here because, well, it's probably not a good thing. So I guess we don't want to shout it out. We acknowledge the fact that we're actually holding above 30 pretty decently here. I'm only using a 15-minute because you can see the last time we're up and above 30, it was a kill spot, and it's not. I'm not saying this is going to be any different, but we are at essentially that line in the sand where over the weekend, if something goes the wrong way, VIX 40 and things get out of hand, or I'd expect this to be, if nothing happens, I'd expect this to be like back at like 25. I think we're going to move one way or another. What had just happened to USO? I'll just show you guys. USO just had a bit of a volume pullback in here. So maybe that'll give us a bounce. Still looking for that next opportunity to just fade and then short a pop, or maybe we get that imbalance trade. Adair, did something just happen?
It's minor, but it could explain why we have a move in the USO more so than the market here. That's because I'm seeing reports from the New York Times suggesting that France and Britain both planning to escort vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. So that's all I'm seeing as of right now.
Okay. Well, it wasn't a huge spike. It was only about 80 pennies on USO, which is like less than 1% of a move. But it's still a chunk, and it was a decent volume as well. Let me see that imbalance. It's still there. It's actually larger on this FXN. FXN is now 13 million shares.
What even the heck is that?
That's crazy. I don't even know that ETF.
What the hell is
But that's massive. That's
What the hell is even that?
No, but now it's like 9 times the daily volume on that imbalance, and it's growing larger. Like the auction price, so this last column, we never really reference it because whatever. It's basically if it were to print right now, that's where they'd have to print it. So they just kind of look at the book. It's irrelevant until you get to the point where the print's coming. And by that point, it doesn't even matter because it's going to happen. Whoops, FXN. I don't know if I want to get into it. It's way too early. Yeah, it's way too early. It's only 3:15. If it was 3:30, I'd be considering like shorting this top or something. But it's way too early. But it's worth tracking. It's just way too big of an imbalance not to. It's just it's like an energy ETF here. For sure. I see you have tip up. So
yeah, let's go figure out who's making all. Let's just go figure out who's making all the money. I mean, you can clearly see the trades that we're putting on, but let's go find out what everybody else is doing. This is at Real Trading, so we do have the trader information portal. By the way, Micron is now. Give us $2 on that one right here. Okay, so yesterday pretty weak, man. The top 10 traders yesterday, although good days, right? I mean, like I said, these are years. For many prop traders. I mean, it's tough business. 10,000 right now there for Amex. So something there yesterday, gold, silver, USO, something like that. These are the markets that these guys are trading in, so it's not necessarily just it could be multiple stocks. Unfortunately, this report does not state these stocks themselves, so we have to be careful with that. Amex, there's the TSX there as well. 5,700 is the only non-US market there. Normally, we get other markets coming through there, but this is the top. Yesterday, honestly, not a huge day if these are the numbers. I mean, we've seen days where it's been 100,000, days where it's been 50,000, and this is unfortunately just the top. And I do think that it's not the whole picture, and we've talked about that, right? Generally speaking, you'd want to see the whole story, and that would be the negative side of it. But if you're just looking at individual markets, there we go. We had a top trader in Australia yesterday with 1,500. Someone in Paris with $1,100 there. Moving on, 1,200 CME, TSX, Hong Kong, Blue Ocean, 1,900, London Stock Exchange, 26, New York, NASDAQ, and anyways, there it goes. And the top trader on the Amex, you already saw that. So this is top traders by market. So pretty slow day yesterday. I was kind of surprised considering, I guess a lot of people got smoked because the NASDAQ actually had quite a good day yesterday. So kind of surprised to the downside, but I'm just surprised that no one made more money than that. But yeah, man, we made more money right there because there's the out on IBIT. Back in the market is rallying, so good couple outs there. We said that we didn't have too much left of this trade. I'll put another piece out right now, just get out at O's right there at 57, and just cleaning up our Micron trade and waiting for this end of the day to happen and see where we go from here. But yeah, so far so good. The market is battling back heading into the close. We'll see what winds up happening at the close. And one more time to vote right now, whether or not you have or not, give us a call right here on your screen. Bitcoin, which crypto, if you were forced to have a crypto position on, would it be Bitcoin, Ethereum, or nah, I ain't forced to do anything. I'm a no on that one. So 54%, 28% on Bitcoin, 20% right now on Ethereum. I think the answers are somewhere over here, and probably not. I mean, we already had a lot of you guys before tell us that you're not holding crypto, and that even was the case when it was at 125, and it's probably the case now too. 50% of our audience, I don't even think holds crypto to begin with. So, but get
which actually aligns with that, because if 50% don't hold, then I would expect that's what that answer would be. So it would be more interesting if that had changed.
It's just like, do you want any crypto at these levels? I don't think Bitcoin, Ethereum, not.
Our audience said 50%, and down here, what are we down?
Well, the audience is smarter than us. We definitely talk.
That hasn't changed at all.
No.
Like the fact that when it's bearish, no one's actually changed their opinion.
Yeah, because I think you either believe in it or you don't, and I think right now, obviously, the don't has that.
Which is absolutely fine.
Yeah, of course.
You have to have there's always a sector or something that you just you don't invest in. Like personally, I have never and never will invest in the airline industry. I just don't see that. I don't see it as a good business. So I'll never want to be involved. You can trade them. Like when they made the COVID lows, you can get in and out in like a month or two, but I've never owned one in my long-term account, and I've never had one in my RSP. TFSA for a couple of weeks?
Come on.
No problem. And we might get one last chance to pop up. You know, so as you mentioned, you know, Bitcoin going higher, so BMN are also going higher. I still got the trend line. I want to let it play back in. We have time that it can just get into one more. Oh, that's a good question, Stockhead. Stockhead, how do you suggest people will travel in the future? A company being a going concern is not the same thing as it being a good investment in the long run. And that's sort of the problem with a lot of businesses. Like, lots of companies still exist and have revenues, and stock does absolutely nothing. Pfizer's a huge business. Go look at their chart. Look at General Mills' chart right now, right? Like, they pay a gigantic dividend, but that thing is just getting smoked. Well, you still eat all their foods. They still pay their employees. All these things still happen, and they'll probably still be here in 10 years. But just because a company is going to be around in 10 years or an industry is still going to be generating revenue in 10 years doesn't mean there's going to be the growth and a good business model that actually gives you stock appreciation on a consistent basis. Airlines, you're always navigating the ups and downs. It makes it more of a trading vehicle. This is just my opinion. Than anything else. So I just don't get it, so I stay away from it. And, you know, and if you do get it, then fine. Oh, speaking of travel, if we go all day, there was one name for earnings and we didn't talk about them. CCL. CCL lowered their guidance this morning. I want to say it was a slight miss, but they definitely lowered their full year guidance, that much for sure, down 6%. I guess we were surprised that a somewhat travel name would be under pressure and lower their guidance, given what's happening to fuel costs. But what didn't happen is we didn't actually break down that low. So the flat bottom break, this is a flat bottom break, that didn't happen. So thank you, CCL, for when next week you gapped through this level, thus not allowing you to have the break at 2350, which is clean on the daily chart. So I don't know if we'll get the trade off that level. Would have been a nice punch, but instead, play it the other way. It actually bounces off of those lows.
Yeah, 322 now. I'm bidding 356.25 again, just to see if it does come back in. We'll take some 356s out again. And here's what the imbalances look like. We talked about that FXN already. You know, this is a energy ETF. So someone wants some energy there. Other than that, man, TD, these are all just New York or Amex names. I don't know why. Oh, Nvidia left over from the morning 9:30. So I don't know if that must be an error because they definitely, I can look at the opening print, probably is all of this wrapped up in one. So I don't know why that's there still. Probably just frozen in time on our imbalance locator there. BMNR, we talked about. I mean, I was just joking. I wasn't joking the other day when I said that I'd rather hold GameStop than Ethereum. And hopefully you guys were made that decision as well. You'd save yourself about 10%. Right there, Uber with a buy. Again, another name that I own and struggling for sure, Uber right now. Got hit the last couple of days. Not great. They did have that story, some sort of a tax situation with drivers again. And but other than that, man, it's just getting hit to the downside as we talk more about travel businesses and travel names. Uber downside. You know, a name that I haven't even said this name since we talked about earnings. Airbnb. Like I don't even remember the last time I even mentioned Airbnb. And let's just see what that's doing. Down another 6% today. So I shouldn't say another. It wasn't down 6% yesterday. But Airbnb is actually doing not bad. It actually looks better than Uber right now. So Airbnb holding out. Just another one of those sort of alternative names. If you are looking at, you know, business travel or, you know, something else starting to pick up, American Express. And I don't think this is the right time or space right now. We already talked about Uber and where that's going. It looks like lower, potentially into that $60 mark, which sucks. But 123 right there for Airbnb, not horrible. So what's leading this market move down right now? Is it going to be Tesla? Is it Nvidia? Tesla bounces nicely, actually. So that's something I could wrap my head around there as well.
Maybe some short covering.
Yeah, some short covering there makes a little bit of sense, right? What's up, Adara?
There's one headline here I've been seeing circulate over the last couple of minutes. Looks like it was initially posted about an hour ago, but it's really starting to catch, I guess, notice now. Seeing some reports from, I guess, an outlet called the Middle East that the Houthis in Yemen have officially announced that they're going to be entering into the conflict in the Middle East, and they're supporting Iran. So unfortunately, this conflict will continue in the Middle East. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think over the weekend here, we're very, very far from getting anything settled. I think that is for sure. But some of these energy plays, I mean, even if you're going to look over here at oil, we talked about where oil's been going. It's bouncing off that $100 mark one more time. Again, 5% up right now for the contract. So oil upside right there, USO following suit as well. So yeah, a little danger zone now for oil. We talked about gold and silver, NASDAQ down. What is the IWM, the Russell 2000 right now? What are they about? We did see that there's no rate cut happening anytime soon. And even if
the odds of the rate increase went way down.
I was going to say, I'm going to go have a look.
3%
right now. Yeah, so there it is, 4% chance right there of that rate. Oh, we just got a nice move down. Again, Micron fills that bid, baby, one more time down there. So we get that 56. But yeah, 4% chance moving. And then in June, again, we have probably a little bit greater. No. So 7% chance, like nothing's going this way, right? This is the way you want to go for a rate cut. We're only going the other way right now.
Well, so to the end of the year, I think
not
it's
great. It's still 10% right there as well. And if we go,
rates.
if we go to December right there, so it's 75%. Okay, let's just call it like it is. 71.5% chance of nothing happening, or we just cut and then go back. But right there, so by next December, right now, the Fed rate tool is saying there's a 71% chance that we are at the same rate. And even worse than that, you add this plus this, there's a 1/4 point chance that the rates are higher right now than where we are right here, right now, at the end of 2026. So yeah, a little bit of a scary moment, I think, for many people there that are in the IWM or that are looking for said move. There it is, man. Look at that. We take a look at that as we go market red, and we just, that's not market red. Where's market red? Here's market red. And yeah, Micron. So we shorted that break right there. We talked about it. So I hope you're having a good time with us. Neil and I educating you guys. Make sure you do hit that like, hit that subscribe. Bye-bye, Micron. My next bid is 355 clean. Let's get lower, Micron. And that would be real nice. If you could do that for your boy, Micron getting lower right here as we speak.
Yeah, and the USO getting higher, and that's what I like to see. So I jump back in. Short the pop situation, have your indicator, and we're going to go right back into the highs on USO. If we break out the top, yuck, that's bad for the market. We have maybe enough time for one more salvo back into LOD, low of the day here. I'm going to make the assumption that if this is happening, what's okay, good. Bitcoin hasn't even rolled over yet, and we're already getting a bit of a top. ETH is actually at VWAP, so BMNR. It just is what it is. This is one of the reasons why I don't like the treasury plays. You saw those last two charts. One of these things is trending down the entirety of the day and down 5%. ETH is at VWAP right now, and we're still trending into the lows on BMNR.
Or ETH.
Thank you, Tom Lee. Although he, you know what though, he likes.
Everybody follow that guy, man.
But he likes AMD. He likes AMD, and you know what? AMD is holding up so well today. What's the deal with AMD and why it's getting so much street cred? Holding VWAP above 200, above the 200 period moving average, still more. Its forward PE is getting a little bit better, but like, why does it get to be better than Nvidia right now? That's the one that to me, I can't wrap my head around the punishment that Nvidia is getting. Sorry, in our group friend, there's like a inside joke about the punishment. But anyways, that Nvidia is getting relative to AMD. It doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense to me, but it's still happening, and you've got to respect it. When we get bounce days, sometimes you just got to go, well, AMD, if I'm used to liking Nvidia for a long, uncertain situations, probably look over at AMD because it's giving you the juice. Unfortunately, the market's so weak, there's just nothing you can do with this. Like, this is one of those, you say it is what it is. Well, if the market wasn't so weak, AMD'd probably be blasting today, but it's not.
We hope for the best because, yeah, Tiger Woods involved in another crash. Yeah, so Tiger Woods involved in another crash again there. So we hope that he's safe. Car rolled over in Florida there for Tiger. Masters are next week. So I was hoping, I think it's next week or maybe it's in 2 weeks. I was hoping that he would make an appearance there. But, yeah, shout out to Tiger Woods and his family. I hope for the best.
Yeah.
He's dating Donald Trump Jr.'s ex. Is that right? No, he's dating.
That's correct.
Oh.
That's correct. And what makes it more interesting, Sean, is that means that Trump's granddaughter, Kai Trump, gets access to Tiger Woods as a stepfather figured out. Why is it significant, you may ask? Because she is a golfer. So you're like, okay, they played that game real well. But no, shout out there. I just thought that was cool. Also, she has a podcast and Trump's been on it, which is kind of cool.
She has a podcast. How old is she?
She's I think she's just going into university or she just started university. She's around 18, 19, I want to say.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. The more you know, right there. But anyways, hopefully Tiger's okay. I mean, we know that he got battles with different addictions and whatnot. So hopefully he's okay and it's not that. Okay. So that's we just covered more Micron. We only have a half hour left. So $2 winners are hard to find. And we took it. So on Micron right now, I have 10% left. So, okay, that's what's happening there. And on IBIT, we didn't get any fills, so I'm just going to punch out on IBIT. We have 5% left on IBIT. We'll just take this out right now, punch it out right there. So, we just got punched out. I punched myself out of IBIT right there at 35. So good for me there, as we don't have to worry about it anymore. I will now cancel my stop. And that one was another good idea, shorting it off VWAP and running it all the way back to the bottom. And we wanted 37 long. It didn't quite get there. So we do a bunch of covers there. This is what we're trying to do, right? Bunch of covers at support, bunch of covers at the low of the day, and then out of our last 5% on the way back up. So far so good on that one. Now it's just the TQs, which we've been getting out. We still do have a decent position on this one as well. This one's about 15% left, waiting for the close. But again, with those imbalances coming through, no idea if we're going to be an upside trade or what on those. So yeah, man, this is what we're doing. We'll wait for that. Tiger always crashes out. That's funny. He's been crashing out on the course, man. He hasn't had great luck there on the course.
I feel like that's the low blow.
Yeah, I've watched that TGL. That's pretty fun, man. The TGL stuff is pretty fun.
I wouldn't go there.
There it is.
I get it.
Yeah.
It's funny, I get it. Stuff. It's just, I don't know.
Funny stuff.
Because if I don't know, if you know he's okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't care. Whatever.
I assume he's okay.
You can't. I don't take myself too serious. I don't take anything too seriously. But if you don't even know if the dude is okay, let it get to that point. Yeah. So the last time we've been short 1, 2, 3, 4. The 5th time was not a charm on BM&R. The trend looks like it's breaking. It's also 3:30, so it's getting a little bit late. We took our last curl, and that's all I really need to see. If we're trending down, once it starts making the trend, I'll jump in. But then from there, you short the pops. Not sure what I was doing at 140, but I guess I missed that one, and then you short the pops, and then you short. This little pop had to roll back over because it broke trend, and then we take another one on the trend line. That FXN, it's 330. You said if it was still there at 330, whoops, I just typed FXA. FXN would be the one I'm looking for. I said if it was still there at 330, we take it, but it's already flipping. So that was a sell, right? Remember FXN, it was like 13, what did I say, 13 million? It just flipped to a buy with all of it paired off, right? Yeah. So that just happened. So I'm actually on the bid and just gonna flat it. The whole notion for that trade is it was 13 million. If at 330 it was still 13 million, which it was. And then the second I see that pair off and go to a buy imbalance, I just hop on the bid and get out of it. If I see it come again, I might take another shot. The idea is if it comes at a gigantic sell like we were seeing before, I want to be short and maybe give it a tight stop and then see if it can flush back into some of those lows. But if you're trading based on the imbalance and it's a 10 million sell imbalance, well, when it goes to a buy of 1.6 million right in front of your face and you can get out the same price you got in, you get out of the trade, in my opinion. But that's what he's doing. It could still flip around, so I'm going to have it up. CVE is still there. SOXL is still, that was a buy before. It's still a buy of 1.5 million. And Adair is still at the desk.
A new infographic I want to show you guys first. I do have a headline here coming out of the Middle East, Iraq, saying that they are increasing their cooperation with America to prevent further attacks. Also, MAR, Marriott and Watch, apparently Sheraton Hotels has been allegedly placed on a list of groups that have been leaked. So there could be potential cybersecurity breach there with MAR. It didn't really move, but I just wanted to mention it. I want to talk about this infographic because I had a lot of fun making this one here. Basically, I was inspired here because Microsoft is apparently poised for its worst quarterly performance since 2008 to kick off Q1 2026. So with that in mind, I went back through all these historical charts, just from 2000 onward for some of these older stocks like Microsoft. But what was the worst quarter for each of these stocks? Now, what's interesting is none of these performances happened within the same quarter. You've got a couple happening, of course, in 2000, a couple happening in the early 2000s. But other than that, Tesla's worst quarter was 2022, Meta's 2012, Google's 2008. You can check this out on XITTV Research, but not yet. It comes out tomorrow afternoon. We do have posts that post all weekend. Please check it out. And also, you can check out our weekly and daily calendars for next week and for Monday on XITTV Research. Those are already live. So we do for you right over here, Trader TV Live.
I feel like from now on, like anytime these AMEX imbalances, I want to look at every single one of them.
Yeah, good idea.
And then just take, you know, like that FXN, like maybe it stays, but it flips, so no. But GDX is now a buy of 1.9 million shares with still 15 minutes to go. I hit enter on, I'll hit enter again. Sometimes you got to hit enter a couple times.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Now it'll, I don't know, maybe.
A couple times.
But GDX, obviously this is the gold miners. If you don't know what this is, GDX is a gold mining ETF. Not necessarily that important if you're just looking at the imbalance, but it's a buy imbalance. It's at VWAP. That does set it up for a little something. Given what just happened on that FXN though, I think what I'd want to see is maybe a little closer to 350. Have it confirmed. But it's on the radar as that buy and balance. I just don't want to get flipped around back and forth, but I want to take a shot at this thing at some point. If it stays a buy, great, or if it grows, that'd be even better. And then the other side of it is, remember, these are early look imbalances. At 350, it goes public, and then you have these situations where it can start pairing off and flipping, and at 355 is a good spot where it might flip, and you can take reversal trades as well. So there's a lot to unpack on these imbalances. BMNR is only 800,000. That's a pretty small sell. Oh, that TPET is going again.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like
It's
oil,
still 90 cents.
oil right now. So the Houthis have entered the building right here, and that's not going to be good for anybody. So yeah, a lot of worry right now about what exactly this market is going to look like on Monday, as oil right now taking out new highs. We just talked about you know, what sort of the danger was with oil over the weekend, and now you know, it's not going to be good. So now the Red Sea, potentially the next sort of straight, or not straight, I guess, the next spot to get blocked now, the Red Sea. So we are a little nervous here, holding out for hope that maybe there's some sort of a resolution to everything coming out, but that doesn't look good now for President Trump and the end of the war. I mean, I think the position that the U.S. is in, talking about taking care of all of their ships and, you know, the missile deployments and everything like that, it's a house of cards over there. I don't know. People equating it to what happened in Vietnam and everything. You can be there a little longer than you think sometimes to clean it all up. And I just don't know.
That's all conflict.
Yeah, exactly. So that's going to be like that for a while.
Yeah, show me one that was as quick as people thought.
Yeah, no, and exactly. Nothing's ever as quick as they thought. And this one's going to be definitely longer than people thought right now. So I just quickly here, because we only have 10 minutes until there's imbalances, I am going to knock myself out of this if we break back to flat. So like I had said before, under 10% left of this Micron trade. We've done real well on it to bring it back in. It tanked good, man. I mean, our best fills is 355.70s. So we got some good fills down there, almost $2 there at the max. So we will stop out. We don't have any stop outs anywhere near our prices yet. So we will stop out of the last piece if this market does, of course, retrace back in and we wind up getting, you know, or back up and we wind up getting stopped out. That's what that will be. Sure, let's talk about the super chats then, if you want. All right.
Got Adam James abroad. Same chat, different day. AMD heading into mega growth cycle. Revenue growth just getting started. And laps Nvidia next 2 to 3 years. Stocks will have a big gap. Well, there's the case. I know we've had, and this is why I always say it. Like, I'll say it out loud that, you know, AMD's been relatively strong and it's been surprising me, so we can get everyone else's take on the situation, and you like it, Adam, and you're getting a great opportunity to buy it. Well, I have to flip my chart because I was
yeah, you're not necessarily wrong about anything. Like,
no.
you know,
the ball's also
I hope there
lying.
is a super cycle coming.
The ball's not lying here. With like, I'm not saying there's people betting on AMD in this downward push, but show me some tech names and some AI plays that look this good, is a relative term here. But you're holding the 200 period. You're holding the entirety of the last month. We've been holding the line on the bid here, whereas you can't say that of Nvidia. You know, you can't really say that of Broadcom. Maybe you could make an argument that it's still over $300. I would venture to say that doesn't look like it's holding support. Micron, if you look at the memory chip names, that's turned a bit of the corner, and that's to the downside. Like, you're not really seeing a heck of a lot of strength. Even when you had something like ARM's, like, yeah, we're making our own chips, la la la, let's go up 20%, down 7%, giving up almost the entirety of the move back. Like, you're not seeing sustained strength. So AMD, yeah, there's a bit of a case, at least when you look at the stock price, that somebody likes something. What I was going to say, that's why I was on a different chart there. I was actually on AV's chart. Before, quickly, we get to the next super chat, but look, we made our picks at the beginning of the year. I exited mine already because it popped up, gave me a win, and then broke my stop. But the stink bid's back in today because we just broke through 190 on AVAV, and on the monthly chart, there's it's like 155 is the 50-period moving average. I'm bidding out in front of it, 162 and 22 cents because I always do that. Son of Daniel Cheese Tycoon. The son of Daniel Cheese Tycoon. Yeah, it's nice to see your son. Say what's up to your dad. He's a fantastic viewer. We love him, appreciate him. Once again, I find myself grateful to all of you at TTV. I leaned into every short since the open and covered yet another semester of college today. Appreciate you. All the shorts today were what paid. You almost didn't matter what you were in. And we have another one from Elaine. Quick expert look at Unity, please, gentlemen. Very strong right now in a downward market. Unity, it wasn't earnings with Unity. It was updated guidance, I believe, was all you got this morning. And apparently that's all it took. It's still up 12%. It looks like it's given a bunch back. You know what? We were just talking about false breakouts. We were literally talking to you guys about all of that momentum. It was double digits up, momentum going into the open, and then a false breakout and a reversal. And then after that, the first pop is your short. Literally something we were talking about right at the beginning at 2 o'clock. And here's something we didn't know we'd be mentioning and giving it all up. So strength in the afternoon on Unity, but you have to be real. It has been a sell most of the day. Sell the news or sell the event. And on top of that, the stock hasn't been faring too well. If this breaks out 21.6, then some of that short float, which I still believe it's a solid short float, but I will double check because I don't want to misspeak here. It's not that big anymore. It's only 9%. So maybe not as big as it used to be, but that should be enough off of these lows. What you want to see is you want to see that raise guidance, which is good. It's a good start, but you haven't broken this bottom channel here. About 21.5 is where it has to go. Lots of people in this kind of market seem to be rushing when they get the chance to take profit is the only way.
Well, it's nice to be in a situation where you can take profit, and thank you everybody for those super chats. And I'm in a position right now to do exactly that, so we're going to do it here again as the Nasdaq now down 2%. So see ya. We'll make sure that we do put a bid there and capture that price. So yeah, so far so good here as we look to see what that next trade looks like for us. But nice move down for TQQs. We may not have another trade because of what this day looks like, and we're getting near the end of it here. What a horrible, nasty movement for the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq over the last couple days. Yeah, like most of the time you battle back. And I remember yesterday, I think you might have selected green. I think a lot of people selected green yesterday. But I was just like, and I didn't remember that was Friday about that when we made that poll. But yeah, another down 2% day. Like, I don't even think smart money was on that. Like, I was not even thinking that we were going to be another 2% down day. I know a lot of you probably thought that way, but huge move to the downside there, just continuing. And yeah, it's pretty bad. That's a good break right there for NASDAQ. And if you look at how far are we, from the highs, we were just at all-time highs back February. So it's only March. I know it's the end of March, but there's the move right there. 11.5, 12% or sort of from top to bottom right there, down 12%. So, we've had, markets have these moves. So I don't think it's anything worth panicking about, but I don't know if it's going to get any better. So that's part of the issue that a lot of us are facing right now. Micron looks like that does run the top. So, okay, good. Not good. I mean, we had some diamond hands, but we get out for flat there at the end of that trade, and that's that. So now we don't have to worry about it running into the close. Like, Micron's still up on the day. We did take advantage of it, breaking a little bit lower, so we're able to do that, and now we just kind of wait to see what these imbalances bring. And honestly, man, I haven't even looked at, first time I looked at Palantir was when I told you it was 143. Didn't even look at this stock.
I don't think I've called it up today.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I didn't call it up once. This is the first time we've called it up. And Palantir does a Palantir type thing right off the open. So there's the flush down. It basically started with its highest spot was off the open today. Palantir, there's the flush down into 141. Wow, that was very violent right off the open. And then it moved back right into where he could have shorted again. So this is why, you never know. This is where I actually got stopped out of my TQQ trade, which is still sensitive. But yeah, there it is. gave you that short at 145.50 again. So could have been there, wasn't there, coulda, woulda, shoulda not available for me at that price. But that would have been a good trade and probably should have been had right there. I wasn't here, but there's it is. Palantir, this is a good break too. You know, I was actually lucky that I was looking at Micron and not this, because I might have taken this break as well there. But that's why the danger is in trading breakouts, especially at this time of day. So we were lucky enough to get out of our Micron, which means it's probably down because we covered, and we're out of that one. Now we just hold on to see what happens with this. We're now at the lowest spot we've been at all day, and there goes the TQQs one more time. Oh boy, man. And this is just about being right, to be honest with you. This is back-to-back days where the biggest trade has been short the market. You know, that's back-to-back days where boom, and all we're doing is looking short. All I'm doing is looking short and trading the TQQs. So I don't know if Joe traded any of this today, but it was a nice move to the downside. And then IBIT as well, sort of a proxy, not really for the market, but for getting short. I mean, I just saw this at, I saw this at the 50 VWAP there, so we did take advantage, I think, anyways, and hit that short. So, there's the NASDAQ officially down that 2+% and getting lower as we speak, and just glad that we're in this trade, and we're just going to hold it into the close. So, hope everyone has a good weekend there. We're got some sporting events happening, and it should be good. I'll be in St. Catharines tomorrow.
Hockey tournament?
Yeah, no, just a game.
Oh,
that's tomorrow. Tonight we'll be at the Raptors game. You'll be at the Jays game. So if anybody's, in any of those, let us know.
I'll be on my.
You could buy me a beer. Anybody?
I'll be looking on my phone for Michigan State too.
Oh, okay. Michigan State's playing. Okay.
Illinois got through. Iowa got through yesterday.
If anybody's at the Raptors game, hit me up on Twitter, and we could meet up. I'll be there with my son. He's pretty excited for that. And
nice. Who do they play tonight? I don't even know. Who
Pelicans. Do they have, what's his name? Is he playing?
Is he healthy?
That monster from Duke? Zion. I don't know. I think so. I think he's been playing.
The question is he ever healthy? Adara?
No, he's not.
Does Drake actually come to all the Raptors games? Because I've seen that meme of him hugging
no.
But I was just wondering if this is an urban legend or not. Okay, I was just.
He used to be.
No, it's not urban legend. He's the ambassador.
I knew that.
But he hasn't really been doing the thing for.
I don't know the last time he's been there. I haven't really watched too many Raptors games this year. Although the Raptors are very, very competitive this year. Hopefully, you're gonna just stay out of that bottom 6, 7, 8 range there, so you're not in that playoff. Hopefully, you finish in the top 4 or the top 6 to miss out on that one. So.
There's a few too. The thing about the NBA is the top teams are just unbeatable. It's not there's of all the sports, I feel like that's the one where you generally have an idea of who has a chance to make it, and you're rarely surprised. In basketball, you can get surprised in baseball. The Jays came out of nowhere. Nobody thought the Jays would be in the World Series at the beginning of the year last year, and they were. It happens all the time in hockey. You can make the argument it happens in football too. Nobody had Seattle at the beginning of the year, but in basketball, no.
Right.
Usually in the final, it's always one of the two teams everybody had. It was always chalk going in, and it is usually chalk lately that the markets will look weak. Right now, not much that I'm watching. GDX, that got smaller, not cool. BMNR is 1.6 million to the sell side. I haven't seen that one behave too well. A lot of those small cappers that were running at the end of the day, shout out to Anna. This one's continuing to go. I know Battle was running. TPT, that was Tight Trio Petroleum. This one almost got to $1. So close, almost at that dollar level. I would be very cautious with the ones that are energy related. Be cautious with those, extra cautious, because one headline in the wrong direction and you can get absolutely rinsed over the weekend. If it's TPT or Battle, they're both energy names for sure. Anna, I'm not sure about, but with less than 1 minute to go, my eyeballs will be on GDX. Maybe not. That's actually still getting smaller. BMNR also got smaller on those imbalances, and that old FXN gone. Good thing we got out of that. Every single day, I'm just going to look at if it's an AMEX ETF and it's more imbalanced and it's over $1 million, if you're not paying attention to see what's going on, then you can't find the opportunity. And we've seen some good moves every now and then on these bad boys.
And now 20 seconds until we go. So I am just going to quickly put a bid here at 71. Hopefully grab that on this market. And then just watch it. We can sit here at 71. Maybe we'll get it. Maybe we won't. Now we are now 10 seconds away. Oops, I'll call it up. Sorry. From those imbalances. We'll see up to see what's going on right there. We did not get those 71s, but we just cashed out anyways down here in the 60s. So there it is. Okay. Wow, we get the 71s now. There's the move down. Sell side. So Nvidia with a big sell there as well. So there's the kick down on Nvidia. Nvidia, you can see that starting to rock down to 167. Wow, some good sells happening right there. SoFi, though, with a buy, 2 million buy. So we'll see if SoFi gets going there as well. Looks like it might. That's a nice little play there. Snapchat's been dead in the water for a minute. That broke through down $4. Intel with a sell there as well. Amazon, I don't know why my chart's not loading. There it is. Amazon also with a sell. So that's, wow, Amazon broken down below $200 now. We gone on that one. And here we go, man. We will hold this right into the close of the day. So yeah, buddy, man, it is a good day today to be short. And yeah, congratulations to everybody that's been with us today. And I just hope that you're having a good time, because a good time doesn't stop. It's just continues with us here again. And hopefully you guys have a good time on the weekend, but we'll be here on Monday anyways to help you guys through another turbulent market. You know I'll be short, so get ready for that one come Monday.
Well, you know what? I never predetermine what direction I'm going. I said this time yesterday, I think the market will probably be green at the open tomorrow. It wasn't, but I wasn't taking longs. Now imbalance or whatever. SoFi has a buy and balance, so yes, technically it'll be like the first long trade of the day, but it doesn't really count as much. Basically, just looking for that imbalance to do something for us here going into the close. But I only played shorts. That's fine, because you trade the market that's in front of you. I mean, some people like to come in and just be like, this is what I think is going to happen, and if that doesn't happen, then they're just going to lose money. I've just never really had that attitude. Like, you got to be willing to do whatever the market is telling you. Like, did the market say that IBIT was a long at any point? Where? Trend down, BMNR, which I pivoted to BMNR. I should probably explain this, because I started in the morning shorting IBIT, but then I saw IBIT make this move, break the volume weighted average price, at which point it was relatively strong. And then when it came back in, BMNR was weaker than IBIT when these both came back in. That's why I pivoted over to that one. Now let's go back to Adara. We've got maybe more at the desk.
It's more he said, she said as to whether or not these negotiations are happening. Oil's actually moving higher on this, but I just heard that the Turkish foreign minister reportedly said that Tehran and Washington are negotiating. So we're gonna have to wait and find out. For their part, Iran has reportedly said, yeah, we were going to send our response and it would arrive either today or tomorrow, but now we don't know, because they're still attacking our industrial infrastructure. So we're gonna have to wait and see. The back and forth continues. When will it stop? We don't know.
All right, thanks, Adara. Yeah, so just waiting to see if anything's going on. We don't have any halt. We have that VSA was the last one of anything that had halted right there. TCTM Kids Education. Okay, this just showed up there. It's halted 3-4 times there today. This was $2.
That was the offering one.
Yeah, exactly. So $2.80, a bunch of halts, like halted even before then right there. And wow, what a wild name. VSA today to the downside there. You're welcome, Lunch 999 right there for that short, man. You've got a good one there if you've been short today. That is for sure. But VSA halting as well. And then this ARTL was one of the halters as well. Artello into today and just closing on VWAP. So a good little VWAP trade right there for anybody in ARTL to close out your day. But yeah, man, we're ready. You're gonna get a treat, because I guess Sharif's got to take his vacay, so he will be doing that on Monday, I guess. No, he's here Monday. He's here Monday. He's gone Tuesday. Yeah. So we'll be back with Sharif. I was gonna say we've got Obi next week, but he'll be back on Tuesday. He'll be starting Tuesday for Sharif. So yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, Obi chilling with Joseph. Yeah. The two of them, well, it'll be a lot of fun. It's always good to get, you want the different perspectives, the different the types of ideas, sets of trades, which I think is always fantastic. The other thing too is, it just gives you that different pace. So I think it'll be a good look. It's good to see Obi coming back in. Next week.
Obi hasn't been trading all week. I wonder what's going on with him. I hope he's doing okay.
Obi I'll see him take breaks every now and then.
Oh, he makes money off from the show.
He also,
he's a smart guy.
He also has an algo thing that he's been building. He was. Well, I don't know. Actually, I was talking to him. I don't know if he's the one coding it, or if maybe the algo guys are coding, or maybe it's Vibe coding, which is.
I think he's been doing some of his own coding, because I visit them in the algo room sometimes, and I think they all kind of do their own stuff.
Yeah, he wanted to automate. Yeah, he wanted to automate some of his strategies. So sometimes, look, take some time to make that work so that you can be more efficient. Because I asked him if he got this such and such revision, and he was like, "Oh, the algo would have caught that, but he's working on it." I'm like, okay, well, sometimes that's what it's all about. If you can't see every single trade, it'll find them for you. Oh, there's the flip, so we get out.
it's hard enough to make money. I mean, we talk about that, about how hard it is to sit around here and actually make some cash. So if you can get an algo to do it, I mean, Obi's not shy about telling you. If you ask him if he's making money or not, he'll tell you. So, you
That's
know,
the thing.
you guys
a lot of traders will
They don't tell you.
Well, it's not even that. They don't tell themselves.
Right, exactly. They lie to themselves.
One of the biggest things that I would find is, and this is over the course of the years, like you'd have a conversation with a trader who hasn't made money in like 3 months and you're going over the day, and at no point during like just a regular risk conversation will they even acknowledge it. Be like, well, how has the week been going? And then they'll talk about like this trade or that trade. At no point, it's like, dude, you've been read the last 3 months, right? And you're having this conversation, even if it hasn't been that bad. It's just like the acknowledgement. And for a lot of traders, especially when it's like, oh, they're slightly down, it's like, but you do know that you are in a bit of a slump, and they wouldn't acknowledge it. They were so focused on what was happening that day in that last trade, which is fine. You can be laser focused, but that's the one thing you can't do. You can't lie to yourself, man.
No, don't do that.
And that matters even more, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, that's the thing, right? And that's what we always tell you guys. You can always ask us what's going on, right? Like everything that I'm trading, like sometimes I'll trade on the pink sheets and everything like that, but I haven't been making any money over there. So everything that I always talk about is stuff that we're doing here on the show, right? And so like when I'm telling you that I'm up on the day, I'm up on the day. If I'm down on the day, I'm down on the day. Today's an up day. I don't think we have a red day this week, but I'd have to double check on that one. But the market's been bleeding. And I think with higher volatility, you and I talk about this all the time, the more volatility that there is in the market, the better for day traders. And I mean, with VIX being at 29, we even have, I mean, there's even people, I think it was, I can't remember which trader it was that we had on, but talking about they don't even really start to day trade until the VIX gets like north of a certain spot, like 20 or whatever, above a certain moving average or whatever, right? So VIX being very, very elevated right now gives you all of that. I was actually going to, I think I've closed, oh, here we go. Let's check out, this is the dollar right now. I mean, the dollar's been, we just talked about how rough of a month it's been for the US dollar, but if you're gonna look at the VIX right here, yeah, 30. So it's getting pretty elevated, man. I mean, there's only been basically, since you go back to 24, there's only been 3 times that we've been above this level. Back here in the summer of 24, remember we had the Japan yen windup there happening. I was in London at that point. And then right into here as well, 25, this tariff tantrum, so Liberation Day, that was also up there. And then just right here on the tag of either Venezuela or Iran, what day is that? March the 26th, that's, we came in and had oil, or that's, sorry, March the 9th. I think that's when oil was up to 120 or something, and that was really wild. And then right now, you're topping out again. So yeah, just 1, 2, 3 separate instances over a span of 2 years that we've been this elevated, right? And so obviously, if you are trading futures or oil or silver or anything like that, you want to take advantage of these moves at that time. So 2 minutes left. I'm going to just exit out now. I mean, nothing's really going on here with the TQs. It is making a move higher. We just took a piece out there at 38.80, and we'll end our day right there with an out here on the NASDAQ, and obviously a very big day there for trading of futures. Needless to say, whether or not you're oil or gold or silver or anything today, very, very aggressive.
That was a fake out on GDX. Like the GDX actually paired off, and when it came out and then paired off that buy and balance, but it ended up working anyways. So you file that little tidbit of information that maybe it's worth taking a shot at it, even if it doesn't look absolutely perfect. Because that 1.6 million paired down, and you're like, it's probably gonna be nothing. And then GDX did run into the close. And look at it really go. Now, it's literally accelerating into the close. So it was like it was an initial buy and balance, and by the time 350 rolls around, it's like, oh, it paired off, but now it's flying. So maybe it's not about what you see in front of you. Just take a shot at it. If it doesn't break out that low, you're long off of this because you saw the buy and balance, instead of looking for it to be a big number and stay a big number. I'm just spitballing because I didn't expect that. I expected it to pair off and then be a nothing burger, and this thing absolutely flies at the end of the day. Only 30 seconds to go, everybody. Obviously, it's been a tumultuous week, which I know is a term that Sharif likes to use, but a lot of bamboozlement and such. You'll probably get more over the weekend. That's my guess. Like, I can't see the market this week and the president not trying something over the weekend to get us back on.
The more he tries, the lower it goes.
Well, but it doesn't mean he won't try it.
No, yeah.
It doesn't mean he won't try.
It means lower, that's all.
Exactly. So let's ring the imaginary bell right about now.
And
now the market is closed.
Yeah, down another 2% there. Adara, what are your plans this weekend?
Oh, hi. I don't know yet. I am going to be doing some writing, probably, as I often do. And I'm going back to Winnipeg. I am also going on vacation, which is on the calendar. Yeah, so I'll be, there are already infographics being prepared, don't worry, guys. So I'll be gone from Wednesday to next Monday. And so, yeah, so I'm just going to be packing for that and everything. Yeah.
Okay, but you're back. I mean, you're here Monday, Tuesday. Yeah.
Yes, I am. That's yeah. So but there will be lots of visuals. Do not worry. Do not fear. They've already been prepared, and I will miss you all as I always do. What are you two doing this weekend?
Well, it's opening day for baseball, and I'm a baseball fan, so I'm going to watch the Jays game tonight, and you better believe I'm watching the Jays game tomorrow as well. And the loose plan on Sunday is I'm pretty sure we're going to see my parents. Not that they're far away.
And then watching the Jays game?
5 minutes away. I mean, yeah, it might be on the TV when I go over there. My dad loves baseball too.
My parents watch it.
It is what it is. So we'll probably end up.
I can't convince Marissa to watch a baseball game, unfortunately. But it's going to be a busy weekend for everybody around here. Joe, you got your mic on? No. Okay. Good luck with the. Me? I'm only off in the morning. Yeah, because I got the concert. I got a concert. No one can hear you. Okay.
You have a kid concert. Sorry.
No, I'm going to Cardi B.
Oh, it's Cardi B.
Monday night. Yeah.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
Yeah. So
enjoy, have fun.
Yeah. Just gonna be fun.
Act?
We're just
Who's
gonna
opening for her?
We're just gonna drink and have fun. What was that?
Who's opening for Cardi?
I don't know.
I'm curious.
I'm not sure. I think it's only a 2.5 hour, 3 hour show, so we'll be home there, and then I may come in Tuesday morning. I don't know. But definitely in Tuesday afternoon. If not, Obi will be here for me on Tuesday morning, but I just don't know how late it's going to be. So I'll probably be in, honestly. Twist my arm. Okay, guys. Yeah, thanks for another great show here today. It's 4:02. All right, man. Enjoy the game tonight. I'll be at the Raptors. Yeah, man. We will.
Zion plays. He's a freak.
Yeah. Well, I just want them to win. Hopefully they'll win. So hopefully
he should win.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd actually know he's fair. Maybe I'll have to open up my FanDuel account or DraftKings account.
Get some props.
And bet on that tonight. So over under maybe.
Like do the degenerate stuff, like what the first possession will be. The first bucket will be by who.
Yeah. I don't like that kind of stuff. I would just do over under or maybe point totals, things like that. Because the first bucket, then you've lost money right away after first.
But then you just do something else.
I know, that's what I mean. That's the whole point, right? We talked about that. Everybody just sits there on their phones and, I lost $10, lost $10. The next thing you know, you're down $100. Yeah. You're like, I got to make it back. And then, I don't know.
Get DraftKings at the low.
You start doing that one. Okay, everybody. See you. We'll see you on Monday. Ciao.